Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. It's the 5th of June, and it's Thursday. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on what could be a pretty busy day across western parts of the great state of Texas. We are expecting the potential for tornadoes, very large to giant hail, and damaging straight-line winds over 75 miles per hour. Looks like the audio's coming in a little hot. We'll knock that down just a little notch, see if that can't help a thing or two, and if not, well, boo-hoo. We'll continue adjusting. As y'all might be able to see, for those who are not new, we have a bit of a new layout today, hee. We've been working on this for a little while now. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure some things will break, but that's alright, because guess what? Well, I'm just a big bad ho ho ho. I don't know. Alright, so here's a current look at the radar here as we approach 3:05 p.m. We do have, or have had, a couple of storms move across the eastern Texas panhandle early this afternoon. Those have progressed into western Oklahoma and are moving away from the panhandle. We're going to be watching parts of northeastern New Mexico and southeastern Colorado for new storm development over the next few hours. Those storms that develop up here are going to make their way down towards the northwestern Texas panhandle later this afternoon into this evening. Back in West Texas, we're all quiet right now, but that's going to be changing here in the next 2 hours as we expect scattered, intense supercell storms to fire up here, especially in proximity of a boundary which is located from near Tatum, New Mexico to Plains, Seagraves to Brownfield, down towards La Mesa and Snyder. It's in this area here we have some enhanced low-level wind shear, a lot of juice and instability and moisture to work with, and the highest potential for tornadoes going into the late afternoon and early evening hours. And I'll show you the tornado risk here in just a moment, but we do have an enhanced threat today of tornadoes out here compared to the last few days for sure. Down into the Pecos area, down towards Fort Stockton, Pecos, whatever floats your boat. We have our typical Fort Stocktoning underway. And we've got a pretty nasty supercell at this point, about 20 miles west of Fort Stockton on Interstate 10, about 31 miles south of Pecos, or about 15 miles east of Saragossa. This storm's moving east at 30 miles per hour. We note this storm could have tennis ball size hail. That's 2.5 inches in diameter, along with damaging straight line winds over 70 miles per hour. We'll take a closer look at this storm. Boop, 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 boop. Using the NextRad out of Midland. Whoops-a-daisy, there we go. Here you go. Hey. So this storm that's on I-10 east of Balmora, west of Fort Stockton, again moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. At that present course and speed, this is going to end up probably being an issue for the city of Fort Stockton shortly after 4 p.m. The only location imminently impacted is the Firestone test track out here well west of Fort Stockton. But again, it is not a good time to be on Interstate 10 right now, east of Balmora or Saragossa, or west of the city of Fort Stockton. And this storm is moving east towards the city of Fort Stockton at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Farther northwest, we have a supercell north of Toya and Interstate 20. That's going to be moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. That could have quarter-size hail, that's 1 inch in diameter, along with localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Back up in West Texas, we are quiet for the moment, but that will be changing with a vengeance later this afternoon and this evening with a pretty gnarly severe weather setup expected. We'll go ahead, we'll switch over to the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll clear this up. As you can see, we have quite a risk across western parts of the state going into this afternoon and evening. We have scattered to several severe thunderstorms possible in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Big Country, the Permian Basin, down into the Trans-Pecos, the Big Bend region. We've got a level 2 and a level 3 risk of severe storms. That means about a 1 in 5 to a 1 in 3 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. A severe storm is defined as quarter-size hail or larger. That's 1 inch in diameter or larger. We could have damaging straight-line winds of 58 miles per hour or higher, and the potential exists for a few tornadoes. So, that is the severe weather outlook for today. Let's take a look at the tornado outlook. That's for tomorrow. This is for today. You can see we're most concerned about a tornado threat across the Panhandle into West Texas and the Permian Basin, especially here in that corridor near that outflow boundary here in West Texas. That activity will have the potential to produce tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, and very large hail. So that's the tornado threat, and you can see we have a low tornado threat up in the Panhandle, and the potential for localized damaging straight-line winds. I'm going to have to call Brandy and Jerry. Okay. Hey, babe, good news. The car has a door handle again. All right, so that is what we are expecting over the next couple of hours in terms of severe weather risk. Again, here's the current radar. And for now, with the exception of what we have ongoing in the Trans-Pecos moving towards the Fort Stockton area, we're pretty tame for now. That likely will be changing over the next few hours as we see additional thunderstorm activity materialize and develop. All right, so let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And I know many of you are asking, well, what's going on today and tonight? So we're going to stop this loop. We're going to clear off this timestamp. I'm going to load this data here. And the first thing I want to do is take a look at what this model has at 4 p.m. because if it's showing something completely out to left field, well, in all likelihood, the model data is not going to get any better as you go out in time. So, as we take a look, it does have a few storms developing along the Texas-New Mexico state line from north of Morton to east of Clovis. That does make sense based on live satellite imagery we're seeing of towering cumulus and developing activity. It has that stuff near Fort Stockton to Pecos as well. This model's not going to have activity, exactly placed correctly, so models are not that accurate in terms of high-resolution prediction at this point. So, what we're going to do is we're going to zoom out, and I'm just going to let it play for a minute. Let's take a look at this together. You can see scattered severe thunderstorms are expected, 4 to 5 p.m. through at least 10 p.m. in the Panhandle of Texas, West Texas, the Permian Basin. Storms will generally move off to the east at 20 to 30 miles per hour with the potential of damaging straight-line winds, very large hail, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. The relative highest tornado threat is expected to be located across portions of the South Plains, West Texas, roughly from near Clovis, New Mexico, east through Plainview to Paducah, and down towards Hobbs, Seminole, La Mesa to Snyder. And this includes places like Morton, Littlefield, Loveland, Lubbock, Crosbyton, Floydada, Dickens, and Matador. Taking a closer look in here at West Texas, you can see discrete, angry, unhappy supercells. Not all these are going to be dropping softball to DVD size hail. That's 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Some of them may today. Tornadoes, damaging winds. But the most intense very well may. And that will be why we're here. We've got storm chasers out in the field today. We've got plenty of them. So we will bring you live video as necessary. In fact, I'll go ahead and just, pop some of these on now. We have Storm Chaser Jason Cooley there on the bottom screen. Top screen is Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. We've also got Storm Chaser Stephen Jones out there with live video. Today, so we will be bringing you that live storm chasing video as things get underway this afternoon and evening. We have at least 3 live streamers out, so we'll be bringing you that live storm chasing coverage. And remember, as things evolve, we'll be here to give you that life-saving weather information. I realize many of our followers may not necessarily live in western parts of Texas or the Panhandle. Population density is lower, and, most folks we have following us live in the urban corridors from DFW all the way down into Central Texas, East Texas. But guess what? Our name is Texas Storm Chasers, and that is what we do. So we'll be here today to bring you that coverage. Woohoo! Make sure you keep up with us today, and we're going to be here for sure. So, chats, how are y'all doing today? Now that we've done the introductions, we talked about what is expected to go on. Let us know. Where are you watching from today? How are you? You liking this new layout? We've still got some tweaks to do. I have to see how the severe thunderstorm warning font does. I'll probably change that to black. And, there's some tweaks here and there with the layouts. But overall, first day for the new layout. And hopefully y'all are enjoying it. It's definitely the first of many improvements we have planned going into the second half of this year. The spring severe weather season may be starting to wind down eventually, but guess what? We've still got summer to deal with. We've got the possibility of tropical mischief over the summer and fall, so there we go. We got folks watching from Fort Worth, Irving, Dallas, DFW Airport. I was at DFW Airport on Sunday. Abilene, Plainview. Hey, thanks for joining us, y'all. Definitely appreciate it. We got Wiley, Allen, East Texas. Thanks for popping in, y'all. Wills Point. Yeah, we talked about y'all plenty. It's funny how many towns I recognize just from memory of doing coverage, even though so much of the coverage, just goes straight into the brain, just like my inability to make words. So, rural South Plains, Valley View. So the good news is, eastern half of Texas, really, this is not going to be an issue for you today or tonight. Now, going into tomorrow night and Saturday, threats will spread a bit east. We could take a look at that now, I suppose. So here's the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. You can see severe weather threat does spread a little further east. What we're going to have is kind of like today. We're going to have storms pop up in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Trans-Pecos, eastern New Mexico. But unlike today, those storms are going to evolve into a cluster or line that probably races up towards parts of northwest Texas and Oklahoma tomorrow night with a lot of damaging wind gusts. Most data keeps that line and cluster up in Oklahoma tomorrow night into Saturday morning, which would keep, most of us in Texas in the not-so-busy zone, at least tomorrow night and Saturday morning. Saturday itself, it looks like we may have a cluster of storms redevelop or reorganize in Oklahoma Saturday afternoon, and that may move south out of Oklahoma into Texoma, northwest Texas, the Arklatex. So we may be a bit busy with a line of storms or a cluster moving on south out of Oklahoma Saturday, and that could bring some heavy rain, damaging winds, hail. And then real quick, I'm not going to have the upper third updated here, so this is going to be for Sunday. But guess what? We've got a risk of severe storms on Sunday in the Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, North Texas. So, we're definitely having to watch for that, and we're going to be busy over the next several days. Let me see if I can get the 5-day rain outlook to load. Actually, I don't think I've downloaded that update on here yet. But, we're going to have a lot of rain over the next several days. So a flooding threat for sure across parts of the northern half of the state. And for those of you wanting hats and merch, well, guess what? You and a lot of other people... for those of you who are members on our YouTube channels, you're probably in our Discord. Our amazing moderators have actually made a merch idea section for me to stare at once the weather calms down, and we're going to go in and implement that. My better half aka my girlfriend, is also very animate that I develop a merch section worthy of our worthy brand. So, yeah, we're going to have that too. Don't y'all worry. So, yeah. All right, let's do some stuff here. So at this point, the good news is we don't have too much going on. I just wanted to get on here, start coverage, start providing updates. But for the moment, what I'm going to do is, I mean, I could just, start playing music and letting y'all chit-chat amongst yourself, but I'll do some housekeeping while I'm on here. Make sure we are good to go. I just wanted to get on. Well, the audio works. That's good. So yeah, we're gonna have live storm chasing video this afternoon, evening as storms start developing west and south of the Lubbock area. We're going to have all sorts of coverage ready to go because that is what we do here. We're going to be streaming live. We already are on the YouTube. We're streaming on both our YouTube channels, the main Weather Center channel, which has my name in it, David Reimer, which many of you are watching on. We're also live streaming on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. And our live storm chasing feed is also over there as well. If you just want to watch the storm chasing side of things, you can do that at the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. All right, press that. And then once we actually get... I don't want a whole home water filtration system. Thank you, though. But as we do get underway going into the busier period of things, we'll be live streaming on some other social media platforms as well, because while most of the I hate to say money we make comes from YouTube and most of our following, we want to reach as many people as possible. So that's why we flip on X, that's why we flip on Facebook, Twitch, all that stuff. So that is why we do all that. But while I'm here, let me see if I can't get some windows set up. If you haven't already, feel free to share our live stream links with your friends and family out here in West Texas. I guess you can do it later if something eventful is going on. But again, we've got live streaming video coming from our chasers out west. And that is what we're going to be doing into the afternoon and evening hours. So, that being said, we're still in the initiation phase, the inception of all this. We have technically two severe storms we're watching. One storm is throwing a hissy fit about 20 miles west of Fort Stockton, moving off to the east at 25 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. I can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado with that either. We'll keep an eye on it, but wouldn't be completely shocked if we ended up getting a tornado warning for that. At this point, it looks like it may stay just south of Fort Stockton. It's kind of taking a bit of a right turn, so it crossed Highway 67 closer to Chancellor and then Belding. And then the Scarla Ranch headquarters and north of the Scarla Flat Farm. Second storm up here passing northwest of Pecos is going to be moving up northeast, probably passing just west of Arno and Mentone on Highway 302. So what we're going to do is give y'all a quick little music break. We're going to be back here in about 8 minutes. I'm going to do a little stream work here, see if we can't get our chasers' names added to those scenes, and we'll be back here at 3:30 with continuing severe weather coverage as we await the initiation and evolution of what could be a busy severe weather day. Y'all stay here. We're in the chats. We're not going anywhere, and big thank you to our amazing team of moderators for helping us out on all these crazy busy days. And yeah, I'm glad y'all are enjoying the live streaming video or the new streaming layout. So all right, we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
All right, we're back. Need to take a second to thank Kenneth Gerald for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Thank you very kindly. You just made my better half extremely happy. So, let's talk about what's going on. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, as you may have heard. I just turned the audio down on that if it makes you feel better. Like I said, new layout, new all that, so some of these things I have to tweak a little bit. But we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here, and this is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a little stormy. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the radar site so I could change it for you. The radar site is not down, is it? It's not down. Make sure it's not down. No, it's not. Stupid radar. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Pecos County. Specifically, a destructive severe thunderstorm is located 23 miles east of Saragossa, 23 miles west of Fort Stockton, moving east at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive thunderstorm for locations along Interstate 10, west of Fort Stockton. Well, Mr. Baldy-in-Chief, man, why is this a destructive severe thunderstorm? Well, you see, people of the virtual world, this storm's dropping baseball-sized hail. You know what baseball-sized hail likes to do? It likes to poke hole in glass. You know what your vehicle has a lot of? Glass. You know what you shouldn't be doing right now? Driving on Interstate 10 west of Fort Stockton, east of Balmora, or east of Saragossa. Because, guess what? While storm chasers, myself included, may take hail dents and such as a symbol of pride, most of you do not enjoy giant chunks of ice smacking into your vehicles. So, Fort Stockton, guess what? If this thing doesn't take a little southeastward jog and stay southeast of town, it's probably going to say, yippee-ki-yay, we're going to play, and all of y'all are going to have issues with hail. Larry Myers, new layout, new hair soon. You know, bet on it. I just shaved my cute shiny head about 2 hours ago. Nice and shaven and smooth. Now, the beard, if you remember my coverage from last year or the year before, if not, just go look back in the archives. I was kind of going Amish there for a while with that, but turns out that's not a particularly good style of choice if, I want to, be in a relationship. So, yeah, we kind of pulled that back a little bit. Happy wife, happy life. So, we do have that angry little Stormy. Larry says I need to bring back the beard. I think you just got vetoed, good sir. We are starting to see some thunderstorm development out here in western Texas / eastern New Mexico. Now, what I'm going to do is real quick, we're going to actually switch over to a mesosector for this, and this just gives us an even cleaner view of what we have going on out here. Now, give it just a second, the data will load. I'll just load it over the last hour, and you can see we've got an outflow boundary here. Hey, radar, be nice. This outflow boundary extends kind of like this. We have storms trying to fire up on this boundary, and that's what we expect to have happen here in eastern New Mexico and probably into parts of West Texas over the next, 2 hours. As that occurs, these storms may acquire substantial low-level rotation and go tornadic. In addition to producing, baseball to softball size hail, damaging wind gusts. How much caffeine have I had today? Honestly, not that much, although I do have some next to me, and I am consuming it with great haste. Because the more energetic I am, the more of y'all find this entertaining, which is good. That's kind of the point. So, let's talk about what we have in the super duper awesome severe weather watch department. So to do that, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to press some buttons, I'm going to press some buttons, I'm going to press some more buttons, we're going to press another button, we're going to clear everything off the map, we're going to say, hey, it's the state of Texas, and technically, I should be showing you watches, but I forgot that program I haven't updated on here yet, because you don't update programs in a live environment, does not actually show the severe weather watches. So what we're going to do real Well, slap me silly and say kumbaya, ladies and gentlemen. That is what happens when your remote connection into your production machine goes kablooey. Probably because the internet in the server environment had a bit of a snafu. My apologies, but hey, hopefully we're still here for you. Make sure we're good, make sure we're okay. But hey, guess what? We're still here. Hey, hey. I was about to pull up the weather watches for y'all, so let's do that real quick. And we're just going to go old-fashioned. And I'll show you, well, what we have. About as old-fashioned as you can get, unless you count going back to the 2000s, when instead of having polygons and county-based stuff, you just had little crosshairs on a map. This is the current severe weather watch warning map for the state of Texas. This blue area for the eastern panhandle, northwest Texas, is a severe thunderstorm watch through 9 p.m. this evening. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for the southern half of the Permian Basin down into the Big Bend, Trans-Pecos. That is through 10 p.m. this evening. That yellow monstrosity, that is a tornado watch across the South Plains, the Rolling Plains, West Texas, and the northern Permian Basin. That is through 10 p.m. this evening. And then here is the current radar, satellite, and warning map across the state. You can see we do have some scattered severe storms firing up now. Eastern New Mexico, and we've got a big, bad, very mad supercell down here west of Fort Stockton by about 15 miles. Moving off to the east-southeast, that storm has the potential to produce baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and quite a bit of lightning. We're going to continue monitoring this activity as it moves off to the east-southeast. But again, heads up, Fort Stockton, you do have the potential for large hail, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, and more. All right. So we're going to continue monitoring this activity carefully and await the development of thunderstorms. We do have storm chasers out and about this afternoon and evening. We have storm chaser Adam Lucio, storm chaser Jason Cooley, storm chaser Stephen Jones, and they are all out and about this afternoon to provide us live images of what we have going on across parts of the western half of Texas. So what we're going to do is keep an eye on things here. We'll be back here at 3:50 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update as we await the, well, development and overall progression of thunderstorms across West Texas. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning approaching the city of Fort Stockton right now, and this activity will be potentially bringing large hail, damaging winds, and more to the city of Fort Stockton over the next hour. We'll keep an eye on the sky here. Hope you'll do the same. Join us back in about 9 minutes for your next Texas Severe Weather Update.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lee County in New Mexico, Lubbock, and Reeves County in Texas.
right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring developing thunderstorms in far eastern New Mexico, along with a nasty severe storm located about 10 to 15 miles west of Fort Stockton down in the southeastern Trans-Pecos and southern Permian Basin. The cell near Fort Stockton is moving off to the east, southeast at about 20 miles per hour, with the threat of damaging winds, heavy rain, large hail. And those of you in Fort Stockton, we'll take a look at y'all. Again, this storm is on your doorstep coming in from the west with the potential of baseball-size hail, localized damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour, and very heavy rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. This storm is making its way in from the west and will have the potential to produce, well, baseball-sized hail. Damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We do have another severe storm now just north of Mentone, west of Mentone, north of Mentone, whatever floats your boat. Now, why do we not have city labels here? That's interesting. This storm is passing just west of Mentone, just northwest of Arno, moving across Loving County to the north at about 28 miles an hour. Now, we are monitoring with great interest thunderstorms in eastern New Mexico. And I'll tell you what, I think it is not a surprise. We are about to have a big problem with these. These are going to be, one storm is just south of Dora, New Mexico. Another storm is on Highway 70 in Roosevelt County, New Mexico, about 10 miles southwest of Portales. The reason we mention this, these storms are going to move into Texas later. Bailey County, Texas, everyone from Farwell down to Muleshoe, Needmore, heads up. These storms are likely to be tornadic and producing tornadoes by the time they move into Texas in the next 1 to 2 hours. So, let's take a look at a mesoscale discussion they just issued. And this is going to be a short-term discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And this is for those storms we just showed you. They are indicating a pretty significant potential for tornadoes and softball-size hail. And this activity is going to be moving off to the east at probably about 20 miles an hour. So those of you from Palmer County to Bailey County out in far West Texas, these storms, as they approach, will likely go tornadic. And we note the Storm Prediction Center does indicate they have the potential to produce significant tornadoes, very strong tornadoes, and some of these may be long-lived. So these storms, they have just developed, and you can see they are already spinning like a top. They've already got that look to them. So we are likely to be dealing with problematic thunderstorm activity over the next few hours. And I'll read you what the Storm Prediction Center has said. And we'll switch back over to the satellite statewide view. I'll put on the cool-looking satellite loop. And the Storm Prediction Center is saying that visible satellite and radar shows the outflow differential heating zone and maturing updrafts becoming sustained along the boundary. Enhanced storm relative environment helicity. That's just a fancy way of saying low-level wind shear along with a very unstable air mass, will strongly favor discrete supercell development. Giant hail is forecast over the next 1 to 3 hours, with the stronger supercells producing 3 to 4 inch diameter hailstones. The tornado risk will increase significantly over the next 2 hours as storms begin to propagate within the moist boundary layer with backed low-level flow and enlarged photographs. That's just a fancy way of saying where you're going to have issues with tornadoes, and, well, we could be dealing with several of them. With these storms, that will be moving into West Texas from eastern New Mexico. So, again, y'all out here in Palmer County, Bailey County, Morden up through Needmore, Highway 214 to Muleshoe, up to Friona, Bovina, Farwell. Everyone out here, even, eventually the Littlefield and Loveland areas, y'all better be paying real close attention to these storms as they come in from the west, because these are not just going to be dropping softball-sized hail. They could be dropping, half-mile wide tornadoes. So we're going to have to be very mindful of that as this activity continues to mature. We do not have any other storms out here right now. We do see a few attempts at development down here from Plains to Brownfield, but for now, these storms are behaving. We do have storm chasers out and about, headed to intercept them. We have storm chaser Stephen Jones, storm chaser Adam Lucio, meteorologist Jason Cooley. They are out there, and we're also keeping an eye on these storms down here in the Permian Basin area, with one storm just west of Fort Stockton producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. So what we're going to do is we're going to, for the lack of a better word, enjoy the time we have left before having to do continuous severe weather coverage, because once we end up with tornado warnings in the state, we're not going to be going anywhere. And I have a feeling we're going to be with you for quite a while here soon, as we have nasty thunderstorms about 15 to 20 miles west of the Texas state line in New Mexico that'll be moving east into Texas by 5 p.m. with the potential of significant tornadoes, giant hail, and damaging winds. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. We'll also be watching for storms up here in parts of northeastern New Mexico that could move down into the Texas Panhandle a bit later on. All right, so we're going to be back here at 4:05 with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. We'll be keeping an eye on things, as we do expect to become more busy as time goes on into the late afternoon.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Hey, 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 it's Thursday, the 5th of June, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are awaiting an uptick in tornado potential with dangerous thunderstorms evolving now just west of the state line out here near Dora, New Mexico, south of Clovis. We have two very mad, very unhappy. Let's try that again. Very bad, mad, very mad, bad, whatever. What's my saying? Big, bad, and very mad. There we go. Supercell's located here about 20 miles west of the state line of Texas. This is going to be out in West Texas, eastern New Mexico, west northwest of Lubbock, way southwest of Amarillo. Now, you might be asking, well, Mr. Baldy Man, why are we talking about some stormies out here in eastern New Mexico? This is Texas Storm Chasers, after all. And normally I would agree with you, but unfortunately, these storms are going to be moving into Texas by 5 p.m. in all likelihood. Portions of Bailey and Cochran Palmer counties. And they have a pretty significant risk of becoming tornadic with the threat of tornadoes pretty high, along with very large hail and damaging winds. So there is a significant possibility these storms are going to require tornado warnings soon in parts of eastern New Mexico. And then that threat will expand into Bailey County, Cochran County, especially northern parts of Cochran County, and maybe southern Palmer County out here in West Texas. That's Morden up to Muleshoe, south of Friona and Bovina. These storms, everybody and their mama better be watching this, all the way from Plainview west to Muleshoe, Morden to Shallow Water, Littlefield. Guess what? You've got plenty of time right now, but these storms are going to be coming in from the west, and they're probably going to be producing tornadoes, along with extremely large hail and damaging straight line winds. So that is what we have going on right now there. We have a severe storm, two technically, if you want to be specific. We've got a severe storm in Fort Stockton. This storm down in the Fort Stockton area has the potential to produce tennis ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. In fact, looks like it's warned for tennis balls and 70. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a severe storm located over the west side of Fort Stockton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. The storm is moving towards, Fort Stockton and the Fort Stockton-Pecos County Airport. The potential for tennis ball size hail, that's 2.5 inches in diameter, along with damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight. And to do that, we're going to press some buttons here as we keep an eye on our storm chaser feeds out here in western portions of Texas into eastern New Mexico. So we're going to look at the HER. Here you go. You can see this model is showing plenty of thunderstorm activity across parts of the Panhandle, West Texas this evening. So we're going to have an uptick in storms across West Texas, the Permian Basin, and the Panhandle going into the next several hours into tonight. The potential of the most intense storms, especially in West Texas, to produce tornadoes. Very large hail up to the size of DVDs, that's 5 inches in diameter, and damaging straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Note, we do not expect storms to make it into places like North Texas tonight. It doesn't look like we're going to have storms in the Hill Country, Central Texas. It does look like we're going to have storms maybe make a run at parts of Northwest Texas coming off the Cap Rock. May make it into parts of the Big Country in the Concho Valley late this evening before dissipating. Again, we're probably going to be pretty busy this evening, so we'll be keeping a close eye on things as we progress. We are at the onset of the event here. Turn radar, turn warnings back on, all that. Again, as you can see, monitoring severe storms in eastern New Mexico. Those will likely go tornadic soon. Those are going to be making a run out here at parts of West Texas. And we're going to be watching storms down here in parts of the Trans-Pecos Permian Basin. Again, we're going to have storms this evening in West Texas, the Panhandle, the Permian Basin, and those are going to make a run at parts of the Big Country in Northwest Texas. It's another way. I didn't mean to press that button, but yeah, we got storm chasers out and about. We have storm chaser Adam Lucio, storm chaser Stephen Jones, and meteorologist Jason Cooley. We are set and ready to go to bring you live, up close and personal views of this evening's most dangerous thunderstorms. So stay weather aware, and we're going to be here with you, keeping an eye on the sky. We're going to do our next update here at about 4:20 p.m. as we continue to keep a close eye on things and await the arrival of our most dangerous thunderstorms located right now in eastern New Mexico, moving towards West Texas. So you can see Stephen's right behind one of the Texas Tech mobile radar units, and Adam and Jason are heading to get in position of storms approaching the Texas state line from New Mexico. We'll be back shortly with your next Texas severe weather update.
Flash flood warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer coming up to 4:20 p.m. on the 5th of June, 2025. You're looking at a collage of live storm chasing video from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio on the top right. We have Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley bottom right, and Storm Chaser Stephen Jones on the bottom left. They are all en route to some pretty nasty thunderstorms located south of Clovis, New Mexico, that will be crossing into Texas soon. We have an increasing tornado threat across parts of Bailey and Coquitlam counties. I'll go ahead and we're going to switch over to the radar here. And I'm going to switch over to the high-res radar, and I'm going to show you what we're talking about here. These storms are still inside of eastern New Mexico. Hey, radar, let's go. And this activity is going to be moving off to the east now towards parts of Bailey and Coquitlam counties. I do expect we are going to have tornado warnings issued for these storms soon, as they are both starting to strongly rotate in the low levels, and they are going to pose a direct threat to Texas by 5 p.m. Those of you from Morton up to Needmore, even just south of Muleshoe on Highway 214 in Bailey and northern Coquitlam counties, need to start getting ready. At the least, these are producing baseball-size hail, damaging winds. But the threat of tornadoes is increasing as well. In fact, you can kind of see on Adam Lucio's shot, which is the box below me, he's got a pretty good view of one of those storms. It's got a nice rain-free base, good organized wall cloud, and we do expect the threat of tornadoes to increase with that activity as it moves into the state of Texas over the next wee while. These storms, again, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. The potential for at least golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and more. So what we're also going to have to see is if these two storms kind of collide with each other. I'm going to put a loop on here real quick. It may crash the program, but that's okay. It's worth it for the view. And what you're going to see is this storm that was southeast of Dora, I think has actually turned southeast now. Okay, so that may reduce the risk of them colliding, but they're within close proximity, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. The environment is as such that both these storms may actually become tornadic, and depending on the interaction with each other, if they can maintain a wee bit of distance, they both may actually be able to continue to essentially dominate their environment for a while. So the reason we're talking is we've got these nasty storms out here east of Dora and south of Clovis, New Mexico. These are moving off to the east-southeast now at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. These storms are going to be moving into Bailey and Coquitlam counties out here in West Texas. We're talking west-northwest of Lubbock, southwest of Amarillo in the next 30 minutes, with the potential of tornadic activity, very large hail, and damaging straight-line winds. Taking a look down in the Permian Basin now, we have a severe storm that is over or just east of the city of Fort Stockton. You can see Fort Stockton, you may be getting a little lucky here with this storm's hail core being just south of town, but we do have a flash flood warning in effect now for the city of Fort Stockton out back towards the Pecos County Airport and the Firestone Test Track out here on Interstate 10 in parts of Pecos County. This nasty severe storm complex, it's almost a little complex now, mostly just south of the city, but you may still be getting a little bit of hail in Fort Stockton, and it's moving off to the southeast at about, I'm going to say 20 miles an hour, 20 to 25 miles per hour. And it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming for that now, so give it just a second. I'm sure we'll hear. We're getting close to having a tornado on this southern storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Reeves and Ward County in Texas.
So here's activity ongoing out here in the Pecos area down to Fort Stockton. All this activity, most storms are going to be moving off to the east. Some are moving, like the one near Fort Stockton, moving more east-southeast. And then we have storms that are north of Pecos moving north into New Mexico. All these storms have heavy rain, large hail, and the potential for localized damaging wind gusts. Let us know how y'all like this new live stream layout, by the way. We've been working on it for a little while. Hope you're enjoying it. We're going to go back up to eastern New Mexico.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eddy and Lee County in New Mexico, Loving, and Reeves County in Texas.
And these storms, both of these storms are dangerous. This southern one's taken on quite an attitude now, with the threat of a tornado increasing quickly as it approaches Causey, New Mexico, and Highway 114 here inside New Mexico in Roosevelt County. This storm is moving almost east-southeast now, and if it continues, well, you can see the storm track on the radar thinks it's moving northeast. I'll tell you now, this thing's moving more like this. If that continues, this could be an issue for the city of Morton, along with Cochran County. Even those of you down to Bledsoe, Lehman, Whiteface out here in Cochran County on Highway 125, Highway 214, and Highway 114, you better start getting ready. You've got a problem storm heading your way. Storm a wee bit to the north, southwest of Muleshoe is going to be moving more to the east so far. That storm is also showing low-level rotation. Assuming it's not, disrupted with convective interference from the southern storm, that storm is going to move into Bailey County and could be an issue for places like Muleshoe and Needmore there on Highway 214. In fact, I'll just go ahead and show you now. Here's the view from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. And as you can see, Adam is carefully monitoring the storm. It's a very well-defined supercell. You can see a base under it, even a bit of some beaver clouds, inflow bands. Let me see where Adam is located here. But again, we have many chasers out and about today. Here's our chaser wall. We have Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, meteorologist Jason Cooley, and Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. They are all out. They are in West Texas / eastern New Mexico, and they are all going to be keeping a very close eye on these storms, especially as they approach parts of Bailey, Cochran, and Palmer counties. These storms are going to be capable of being significant with high impacts, the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. I'll go ahead and show you now a view of the storm we just got from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. In just a second. Or not. Okay. Wrong profile. But again, these storms out here have attitude. And we do expect we're going to have issues. Let's go back to the streamer mode. And again, that's both these storms. And I expect we're going to have tornado warnings on these real soon. Both storms quickly becoming capable of producing tornadoes soon. Here's a shot, for example, we just got from storm chaser Stephen Jones. That's what this storm looks like, by the way. These storms we're looking at, look at that rain-free base. Look at how large it is. These are in a pristine environment to go tornadic. Both these storms are probably getting ready to go tornadic. And you can see that full view now from storm chaser Stephen Jones. I'll show you that here on screen. I mean, I have my audio to that real quick. But you saw Stephen is located on 114. Heading up west of Morton. Ironically, Stephen's seen a very large tornado near Morton several years ago, and we brought you that on live coverage as well. Oh, double box me, isn't that terrifying, ladies and gentlemen? But let's go back, we'll take a look, and you can see just that is unbelievable, that supercell structure. I mean, good golly, sweet Molly, that thing's got more attitude than a hyped up kid who's had too much Baja Blast from Taco Bell. Those storms, and both the storms we've been looking at in eastern New Mexico, are going to be capable of producing tornadoes very soon as they make their way towards portions of West Texas. All right, let's do a little bit of surgery here. We're going to switch. And we're going to set this up. We're going to make box 3. Which one is box 3? That is a great question, David. We're going to pop Stephen into that bottom box to keep a close eye on him. But again, Stephen and Adam are both located on these storms west of Morton and west of Muleshoe. So I believe Stephen is looking at the northern storm. Not sure the southern storm location. Let's see, wherever Rogers, New Mexico is. So if I can find where that is located, we'll be good to go. All right. So I believe Adam is actually on the southern storm and Stephen's on the northern storm. I could be wrong, honestly. I probably am, but I mean, good gravy. What a view. I mean, here's the full screen view from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You can see this thing is all sorts of spun up, very well-defined low-level structure. You can see some inflow coming in from precipitation off to the right to the left. You have your wall cloud, which undoubtedly is rotating strongly above that road there. Going back over, you can see a different view, and this may, oh, look at that lightning. This is the northern storm, I believe. And this is a different view. There you go. Rotating wall cloud, well-defined supercell structure. And then when you combine it with all the radar, there you go. Storm 1, Storm 2, and holy moly guacamole. I'm actually kind of surprised these are not tornado warned yet. I do expect we are going to require tornado warning soon for Cochran County and Bailey County. Now, let's talk about what the storm is doing here. This storm that is northwest of Morton has taken a hard right southeast. That thing's moving southeast now to the point where it may even stay a little west of Morton. But that's going to put the Highway 125 corridor at risk of a dangerous supercell that could be tornadic within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So those of you in Bledsoe, Lehman, Morton, heads up. Keep a very close eye on this storm. That's southeast of Dora right now. Those of you, Adam says tornado. Stand by. Does Adam have a tornado? Well, Adam is saying we've got a tornado with this. And both Adam and Steven are on the same storm. So if they're on the northern storm, like I think there are, southern storm, okay. So they are on this storm that I was just talking about that's heading towards Cochran County out here in West Texas. So both Steven and Adam are on this storm northwest of Morton. Adam says he has a tornado with this. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to check on other storms here as well. We're also going to pop on the Facebook. Since we are about to be busy. Give it a second to load. Boy, look at that carousel motion in Adam's shot. That's the one under my head. I'll full screen it here in a second, but let me go ahead and say good afternoon to all of you joining us on Facebook. We're now activating all of our live streaming profiles as we do anticipate tornado warnings in West Texas within the next 20 minutes. We have a dangerous thunderstorm that has a tornado with it right now, according to our storm chaser, Adam Lucio. That's the shot under my big, bald, scary head you're looking at. That is the severe storm here that is near Causey, New Mexico, southeast of Dora. That's going to be moving southeast into Cochran County, Texas, in the next 20 minutes. This storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Morton, Whiteface, Lehman, and can't even rule out Bledsoe. So those of you west of Loveland, Morton, Lehman, Bledsoe here in Cochran County, get ready, because this thing's got attitude and has the potential to produce a tornado. In fact, our chasers say it did produce a tornado. Northern storm, we know, has a tornado warning on it now, or will in a second if it ever pops up on here. And that storm is going to be moving east as well. So both these storms are going to be capable of producing tornadoes as they move east, southeast at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Those of you in Bailey County and Cochran County out here in West Texas, let me zoom out. We're talking west-northwest of Lubbock, way southwest of Amarillo. This is in West Texas on the Texas-New Mexico state line. Eastern half of Texas, not a thing going on. There's not going to be a thing going on. These storms out here, though, on the Texas-New Mexico state line, do have the potential to produce tornadoes as they move east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So we've got, now I don't know why we're not getting tornado warnings popping up on this. We're going to fix that real quick. We do have 2 tornado warnings now for both these storms on the Texas-New Mexico state line. All right, so good to see that is not updating. So I need to update that on my end. As I do a little surgery, we'll just go ahead and show you the 4 panel while I do that. You can see Adam on the top right, Steven on the bottom left. You've got my big, beautiful mug, and then meteorologist Jason Cooley here on the bottom right. All right, looks like we've got those warnings working now, so I can show you that on the map. Both these storms here on the Texas-New Mexico state line are now capable and have history of producing tornadoes. So we've got tornado warnings on both these storms as they move east-southeast at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. This thunderstorm on the south side, we had a tornado from Adam just a few minutes ago. He's on that storm, so is Steven. That tornado is 21 miles west of Morton, about 23 to 24 miles northwest of Lehman, about 15 miles northwest of Bledsoe, or 5 miles southwest of Causey, New Mexico, and Highway 114. Both of these storms are moving southeast now at about 20 miles per hour. There is a significant potential we will have a tornado warning at some point soon for Cochran County as this storm approaches the Texas state line. Let's go back down to Fort Stockton. Check out the storm near y'all. Now, we don't have any tornado issues with these storms down near Fort Stockton, but we do have the potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and flash flooding. Fort Stockton, hail just south of town right now. We had a report of egg-size hail in Fort Stockton at 4:07 p.m. That was 2 inches in diameter. We got a reported tennis ball size hail 8 miles south of Fort Stockton at 4:27 p.m. The mesonet southwest of Fort Stockton recorded a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust. So again, very large hail, damaging winds with those storms. That storm near Fort Stockton's moving southeast, but we have new storms now firing up. One severe storm southwest of the city of Pecos, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour towards Pecos and Barstow on Interstate 20. That could have at least golf ball size hail with it. So we expect flash flooding and large hail damaging winds from Hermosa to Pecos to Barstow on Interstate 20 and the Highway 80 area over the next 30 minutes. That also includes Lindsay, north of Valley Farm on Highway 17. Another severe storm now about to cross into New Mexico. This one's just northeast of Angeles and Highway 285. That'll be a New Mexico problem shortly. So that's what's going on down here in the Trans-Pecos down towards the Fort Stockton area. Severe storms with large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and flash flooding. I'll switch over to this radar so we can load a loop real quick.
Crazy carousel motion on this storm south of Kasi, New Mexico right now. Wow.
Oh,
a new
tornado.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Presidio County in Texas.
All right, we've got a tornado live right now. This is going to be on that southern storm from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. So we do have a tornado in progress right now. And this is going to be from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, who is located. We'll switch back to the radar. As soon as I can find it. Where is that radar? There we go. I don't know. Lubbock might actually be closer at this point. So we've got this storm near Causey. And that is the one you just saw a tornado on from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. In fact, I can put the 4-panel on, and you'll see we've got the tornado visible on 2 different cams. We have myself, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, bottom, Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, top left, and myself, Storm Chaser Jason Cooley on the bottom right. I'll go ahead and just replace that with radar. And there you go. So again, that's your dissipating tornado now. That's going to be near Causey, New Mexico. That's going to be moving towards Morton, Texas. This storm, again, is a confirmed tornado now at 4:43 p.m. Central, 3:43 p.m. Mountain. It's about to cross Highway 114 just south of Causey, New Mexico. That is only about 7 miles west of the Texas state line as that tornado dissipates now. And this storm is moving southeast towards Cochran County, Texas. I'll zoom out here, and we'll switch back to a view that gives you all a bit of a larger radar image just so I can show you what's going on. You can see this storm is going to be moving southeast towards places like Morton, Whiteface, Bledsoe.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Lehman, etc. So Whiteface, Morton, Lehman, Bledsoe. A tornado warning is likely to be issued soon for your areas out here in West Texas as this storm moves southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So when that happens, we'll definitely bring it to you. But again, here's the 4-box layout showing Adam Lucio on the top right, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, bottom left. You saw both of them just showed and had a tornado. That tornado just occluded or dissipated. And now we're going to see what happens with the next cycle. That's quite common with these tornadoes as they move or as they, progress along. And yeah, technically move. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode from the Lubbock radar. I'll go ahead and switch over to the radar up here. That gave a much better look. We'll go back over and show you the larger radar view. And again, here's what the radar looks like in terms of the Hell-Hearted training mode. This is the latest velocity. It was much stronger a minute ago, but the tornado just occluded and dissipated, which is why velocities have come down. But that does not mean this storm is done. We're going to have to see now, is this going to be a cyclic supercell where we have one tornado die out and a new circulation develop and produce a new tornado? That's the question now. And I would say probably yes. We know even northeast of Dora, we have another storm that has a history of producing a tornado. That storm looks like it's actually weakening now and being eaten by this thunderstorm to the southeast. Also of note, we have a new thunderstorm updraft going up here south of Muleshoe near Needmore on Highway 214. If that thunderstorm is able to become established, we may see a hail threat develop for places like Needmore and Highway 214 in Bailey County soon. Southwest of Sudan, west of Amherst, west of Littlefield. So that's what we have going on right now. And you can see our storm chasers continuing to move and reposition themselves for this activity. We'll keep an eye on them. Let's go back down here into the Trans-Pecos and see what we have. We have severe storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Looks like we're having a little issues with warnings again. So I'm going to do is reset this program, see if we can't sync to a different server for these weather warnings. And time will tell. And there you go. At least that has loaded correctly. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a severe storm south of the city of Fort Stockton. That storm is going to be moving off to the east at about 25, or moving east or southeast at about 15 to 20. We note a little circulation on Highway 385. That's going to be south of Fort Stockton by a good way. We have numerous thunderstorms now up Highway 285 up from Fort Stockton to Pecos with very heavy rain. Could have large hail, damaging winds, a lot of lightning. And then those storms are moving more to the east or even northeast. So if that continues, those could eventually move into places like Monahans, Pyote, Wink, Kermit, Odessa, and then Midland. But that's still quite a bit off. And then we have these storms up on the New Mexico-Texas state line. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes in the last 30 minutes. You can see our storm chasers are there. Storm chaser Adam Lucio is the one below my big bald head. And then we have storm chaser Stephen Jones.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey and Cochran County in Texas.
And they're both on this storm near Causey. Wow. Hey, babe. Look how fast this thing just died. Northern storm, well, southern storm. Northern storm up here just died. This thing got eaten by this southern supercell. So that's good news for those of you in Muleshoe. But we're going to have to keep a close eye on additional activity out here that develops. We have a storm that is now on Highway 214. That's going to be south of Needmore by a few miles. That may have quarter to golf ball size hail, and that's going to move east. And then we have this nasty storm that is about to move into Cochran County, kind of almost on the border of Bailey and Cochran County. This is going to be well northwest of Morton for now. We'll put some trackers on here. Just let me find the super duper awesome blossom button of life that lets me do that. And we'll go ahead from the center of Morton there at 114 and 214. This possible tornado is 20 miles northwest of Morton. And we'll see if it's about to put another one down. It very well may. These storms could be cyclic in nature, meaning one tornado in circulation weakens and dissipates, and we see another one form and materialize. So that's what we're just waiting for at this point. We had a tornado a few minutes ago that we brought to you live. Why do I have two cleans? But that tornado dissipated, and now we're waiting to see if what is going to be next. As we continue to do that, we'll be mindful of the fact we're expecting additional storms to develop out here this evening across the Panhandle, West Texas, and the Permian Basin. And a lot of these storms out here are going to have big hail, big wind, and especially out here in West Texas, the potential for tornadic activity. So we have no tornado warnings in Texas yet. I think that's probably going to change. Is there a severe storm attacking my server? Oh, don't attack my poor little server location. I'm not even there right now. Ooh. Uh-oh. All right. Okay, well. If we suddenly go offline, I guess we'll know, because a severe storm's about to hit where the location where these computers are all located and stuff. I'll give you a little secret. I'm 1,300 miles away from them right now, remoting in. So technology is a beautiful thing, but I guess if it saves me from getting taken out by a severe storm, that's also useful. But we'll have to keep that in mind.
Is that tornado now, or when was that?
So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring severe thunderstorms entering Texas from New Mexico. This one produced a tornado just south of Causey about 10 to 15 minutes ago. It roped out at 4:42 p.m. The second storm up here that we are watching has been eaten by angry storm that produced tornado, cut off the warm inflow, and ate it. Kind of like a reptile, I guess. What is that? Do we have an anticyclonic circulation back there? They don't have anything, right? No.
No.
Oh, they ask. What is it?
Gorilla tape.
Yeah, well, you gotta always have your gorilla tape. But
No.
let's switch back to our chaser streams here. What does Adam have? Adam has something. Adam.
Oh, yep, there it is.
So Adam, that could be a tornado. That could just be wind, based on. Oh, it could be a gustnado, could be wind, but based on what's above it, I'm gonna say it's something. Very well could be a gustnado or a land spout. Either way, I guess we're about to get a good view of it from Adam. And again, Adam is a very senior professional storm chaser, folks. So don't do what he does. We're professionals. Do not attempt. But again, you're getting a very up-close view of, well, if that's a gustnado, that is one angry gustnado. So that could be a gustnado or a very weak tornado we're looking at. And again, this is just southeast of Causey, New Mexico right now. We'll switch back to the 4-panel so you can get a good view of all that. But again, that could be what is either a gustnado or a new tornado. And that is now about 19 miles northwest of Morton. Oh, that's under that base. I think that's a tornado. I mean, there's no condensation funnel from the surface up to the cloud base that I can see, but
I don't know though. You get that sometimes with downdrafts and stuff.
Oh, that's spinning like mad. What is all that? I mean, whatever. Spinny, spinny, doom, doom. So,
Oh, look, there's no escalation.
Jason's saying tornadoes.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep. So we do have, we've got tornado there. We've got a couple of circulations here, actually. Adam's got a good view. of that. Looks like Stephen may have a condensation funnel from a little further away. But again, you're watching live storm chasing video from storm chasers Adam Lucio and Stephen Jones. You just saw a pretty close range look at what was a tornado just southeast of Causey, New Mexico. This is going to be a storm that is going to be moving into Texas shortly out here in parts of Cochran and Bailey counties. This storm could pose a threat to the city of Morden out towards the New Mexico state line and Highway 114.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
I think they got suckered.
And Guava Ball, thank you for that super chat. And I agree, this storm is bigger than Jerry Jones's broken promises to the Cowboys fans. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on these storms. Let's go back to the larger view. And again, this is going to be a storm that probably is going to require a tornado warning for Texas soon. We also have a new storm that's kind of in the rain shield, just southwest of Needmore up here near southwest of Bailey. Watching a little circulation about 15 miles southwest of Muleshoe. What is it? Muleshoe, thank you. So we have that we're going to be watching just in case. That's with a new storm back on the How Hard It's Raining mode that's kind of in the rain shield, but we're going to be watching it carefully. This storm that is about 20 miles northwest of Morden has a history of producing tornadoes. We've shown you now a couple here on the Texas Storm Chasers live stream. And this storm continues to produce circulations, mostly weak ones right now. But as it does so, I do expect we are going to need a tornado warning soon across northern Cochran and southern Bailey County in West Texas. Those of you in places like Morden, out west of Morden on Highway 114, need to be getting ready to move to shelter as this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move to the southeast. If you're enjoying our live severe weather coverage and weather updates, make sure you share our live video coverage link with your friends and family. We'll do our best to keep you updated and bring you the awesome visuals that only our amazing storm chasers can do as this dangerous storm enters Texas in the next 20 minutes and we start cooking and booking. Because we are the Texas Storm Chasers. No one knows Texas better than us. Down to the Permian Basin, the Trans-Pecos. Let's take a look down here. We got storms doing all sorts of heavy rain nonsense. We got a hailer now exiting Fort Stockton to the southeast. This storm is large hail that at this point is well southeast of Fort Stockton, moving off to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour. That storm is going to be an issue for Highway 285 and 385. The potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, and if we see any additional organization, the threat of a tornado may increase. Otherwise, we have numerous thunderstorms west of Fort Stockton out towards the test track, Firestone test track, up Highway 285 to Pecos. We got another hailer just northwest of Pecos. All these storms could easily have golf ball to tennis ball size hail out here, damaging straight line winds, and very heavy rain with the threat of flash flooding. We do have flash flood warnings in effect around the Fort Stockton area, Pecos County, out west to the Firestone test track, and the Fort Stockton, Pecos County Airport. So I-10 is not a happy place to be right now. Pecos, guess what? I-20 is not a happy place to be right now either. Hope y'all are enjoying our new live streaming layout. We premiered that today. We still have some work to do, but overall, we're pretty happy with it. As always, if you have any suggestions on how we can improve our coverage to you, please feel free to let us know. Let us know in the chats. You can shoot us emails. We've got a contact form on our website. Just shoot us messages. And you know what? We enjoy doing our coverage here. We've got a new tornado warning coming for Bailey and Cochran counties. Stand by for the inevitable whoop whoop sound.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bailey and Cochran County in Texas.
All right, we're going to now have a tornado warning in the state of Texas. This is going to be a tornado warning for rural portions of southwestern Bailey County and northwestern Cochran County in West Texas. Let me zoom out. In case you're wondering where we're talking about, we are talking about far west Texas on the Texas-New Mexico state line. This is northwest of Lubbock, southwest of Amarillo, southwest of Tulia. No issue to I-27 for a while. We're not going to have issues in the eastern half of Texas tonight. A thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes is located near Lingo or 19 miles west of Morton. This storm's moving east at 20 miles per hour. This storm will be near the community of Maple by 5:20 p.m. So again, we do now have a tornado warning. This is going to be for northwestern Cochran and southwestern Bailey counties here in Texas. We have storm chasers out and about. We'll go ahead and show you that. We have storm chaser Adam Lucio. That's his view from the top right. We've already seen multiple tornadoes from him today. Looks like a little funnel there on his shot. Storm chaser Stephen Jones from a different angle on the bottom left. And we have storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley approaching from the east with additional live video. We'll get his cam back on when he's near the storm. We've got storm chasers Blake Brown, Alex Bartholomew, Trey Greenwood. We got a whole plethora of folks out there today helping to keep you informed. There is a great view from storm chaser Stephen Jones. You can see that thing spinning like a top. Holy moly guacamole. Let's see. Ooh, what is that? We have another tornado down. Is that right now? That's 501. Looks like we do have a new tornado coming down now from storm chaser Stephen Jones. This is going to be 5:01 p.m. This is going to be on the storm coming in to Bailey and Cochran County. So there we go. Another tornado. This is the third or fourth.
Oh, you missed it. Okay, look.
With tornado underway. So again, we do have a confirmed tornado now about to cross into the state of Texas near Highway 114, about 19 miles west of Morton. And this is going to be moving east at about 20 miles per hour. So Morton, you've got time, but this is going to end up being an issue for y'all. So again, that was a quick spin up there from storm chaser Stephen Jones, and that rotating wall cloud continues to vigorously rotate and probably is not done producing tornadoes. You can see we're only getting a few frames a second from Steven right now, but that thing is definitely rotating and spinning. Want to thank everybody who's been sending in super chats and stars. Thank you for becoming TSC and Texas Weather Center members here on the YouTube channels. Really helps us out as we try to bring you our life-saving severe weather coverage. I know many folks who follow us may not be out here in West Texas. This is a more sparsely populated area, but guess what? We're the Texas Storm Chasers. It's what we do. I don't care if your county's got 5 people or 500,000. We're here for you. So we focus on Texas when Texas needs us most. Down here in the Permian Basin, Trans-Pecos, again, we've got a severe storm now, probably a good 15 miles southeast of Fort Stockton, moving southeast away from Fort Stockton. That could have tennis ball size hail. Fort Stockton, you may have more storms coming in from the west over the next 30 minutes with hail, damaging winds, lightning, and we do have flash flood warnings in effect for this area, along with Interstate 10 east of Balmora through the city of Fort Stockton as these storms continue to produce large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. Back up near Pecos, we've got storms on 285 all the way from Pecos all the way down to Fort Stockton. We've got storms underway around Pecos, north of Pecos, moving off to the northeast. Those could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. And back up into West Texas, we have a storm producing tornadoes. Cyclic supercell. This storm is about to cross into the state of Texas. We'll go ahead and start adding some county roads on here. While we do that, I will get us back to the 4 panel. This is going to be crossing into Texas. And let's get some county roads added. And again, this is going to be a very sparsely populated area where the closest town is 20 miles away. But for those of you who may be out here in Cochran County or Bailey County, we can at least give you a good reference point of what is going on. There you go. Woo, Nelly, tornadoes down. So again, you can see that dust swirl now. We've got a very impressive shot from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones and Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Quickly, let's go to Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. You can see that dust cloud, that debris being lofted under that rotating wall cloud. You do not have to have a full condensate funnel to have a tornado. You can still have a wind circulation on the surface producing debris, lofting dust, and that is a tornado, even though you don't have that full condensate funnel all the way up. Here's a better view from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You can see that dust swirl now. You can see that rapidly rotating column of air called tornado, and you can see how that is being lofted vertically into the sky. You can see how quick that rotation is in that field right now. Look at that. That is a angry tornado right there. That is what we call a spinny, spinny, doom, doom. Thankfully, so far, it looks like many of these tornadoes have been over open rural farmland, which is exactly what we want to see. We don't like seeing crops destroyed, but, you know, given the choice here, I'd rather see dirt being lofted than, you know, structures and stuff like that. So, again, that's going to be a tornado down right now from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Back to the big box as we go. And there you can see Storm Chaser Adam Lucio just had the Dominator fly through his stream. So you got a view from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones on the bottom left, Adam Lucio top right. You can see that we have tornadoes underway with this thunderstorm. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. This is about to cross into far northern Cochran County and far southern Bailey County in West Texas. So again, this is out West Texas. We are way out here. We are, you know, and if you're wanting to know where we are, very well. We are about 70 miles northwest of the city of Lubbock, even farther southwest of Amarillo. So we're still 70 miles west of Interstate 27. So we are out in far west Texas. Again, looks like that condensate funnel has dissipated a bit, but we still have some debris being lofted from dust. One nice thing about West Texas is, unless it's been pouring rain for a week, all that dirt and dust is able to be easily seen. So, all right, let's go back to a larger view so I can show y'all what we have going on. We'll keep a close eye on that. But again, this is the storm out here. We're still a good 20 miles northwest of Morton. This storm seems to be moving east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So we're about 17 to 18 miles northwest of Morton. We're still in the middle of nowhere. This is going to be over rural areas for quite a while. 5 miles east of Lingo, about 16 miles northwest of Morton. Moving east to 20, this storm will be near Maple at 5:15 and is also capable of producing baseball-size hail. That hail is about to start falling on Highway 214, north of the city of Morton, up to south of Muleshoe. So 214, no travel between Muleshoe and Morton as this storm continues to move southeast. Don't sound so thrilled. All right, let's make sure we have no other storms going on, keeping a close eye on cameras. And again, we have this activity in the Trans-Pecos and the Permian Basin. Those are hailers with damaging winds, heavy rain, and flash flooding. Storms south of Fort Stockton's moving southeast. The remainder of these storms are moving east or northeast. So let's get back to this storm. And again, this is the one that's now produced at least 4 or 5 different tornadoes over the last 45 minutes in far eastern New Mexico. That is about to cross into Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. At this point, we could have hail approaching Highway 214 north of Morton near ENOCHS and Needmore, staying south of Muleshoe, north of Morton, but we recommend no travel on Highway 214, north of Lehman and north of Morton, and south out of Muleshoe. And I'll go ahead and put a loop on this just so you can see what's going on. We don't have any visuals of a tornado right now. You can see that tornado has dissipated. No condensate, no, clear low-level debris signature. You can see Stevens' shot on the bottom of this still has a pretty well-defined wall cloud, but we likely have what is an occlusion. That occlusion
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Loving, Reeves, Ward, and Winkler County in Texas.
All right, let's do some reorganization on this. All right. So we've got Storm Chaser Adam Lucio on the bottom right, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones bottom left. You can see both are keeping a close eye on this storm, radar top right, and you can see we have a shower over Morton right now, moving north, about to be ingested by this supercell. The reason I mention that is there is some theories out there that as this ingestation occurs, that can sometimes kickstart a new circulation. So we're going to have to watch for that carefully. But again, the only storm in Texas right now we have capable of producing a tornado is going to be about 13 to 14 miles northwest of Morton. All right, looks like we might have another funnel starting to come down. Keeping a close eye out for that. And our chasers are both near Highway 114, Texas side of the state line, with this storm as it moves east now into northern Cochran County and southern Bailey County. All right, so while they're repositioning and we're waiting, we could take a look. Here's what the storms look like from a bit of a distance for meteorologist Jason Cooley. You can see he is still coming in from the east. He's a wee bit late, but life happens. And you can see all the anvil debris from that. You can see how these storms look from, 50, 100 miles east, all that anvil blow off. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. And here's what that storm looks like on radar. You can see well west of Littlefield still, northwest of Morton, southwest of Needmore, well south of Muleshoe. Now, this storm does seem to be moving more east right now. Earlier, we had a southeastward movement, but it looks like this thing is moving more to the east now, which is going to bring up an issue that eventually being it could still be over an hour and a half away, this storm is going to be an issue for Highway 385. At this point, the hail core is about 21 miles west of 385 in Littlefield. The tornadic circulation, at least the new one that's starting to develop, is going to be 34 miles west-southwest of Littlefield, 33 miles northwest of Loveland, about 12 miles northwest of Morton, or 30 miles south-southwest of Muleshoe. This is not going to be an issue for Muleshoe. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this storm.
But that did have a couple of swirls underneath it when it was roping out, so that was most definitely on the ground at one point. I'm repositioning east.
All right, I was Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. But again, we're keeping a very close eye on this storm as it undergoes a little reorganization. Now, what shot does Steven have? We'll keep an eye on that. I did see that. Little dust cloud. So while our chasers reposition, let's take a look at what we have going on down here in the Permian Basin. You can see severe storm riding down Highway 285, well southeast of Fort Stockton. Worst of that, which could be baseball-sized hails, now 15 miles southeast of Fort Stockton, moving away from Fort Stockton. That eventually, I mean, if it keeps on going, it could make it to Sanderson in like 3 hours. I don't think it's going to make it to Sanderson. It'll probably weaken, dissipate, or something, completely change. But otherwise, guess what? We have additional storms west of the city of Fort Stockton. You can see all those storm tracks popping up on the radar software. Those storms are capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and additional heavy rainfall. We do have flash flood warnings in effect for the Fort Stockton region, with flash flooding ongoing. So this new additional rain is not going to help. Every thunderstorm in the state of Texas over the next week will produce dangerous cloud to ground lightning. I emphasize that because we've had several people struck by lightning in the last week. So let's go over some basic safety rules. When thunder roars, go indoors. By indoors, I mean inside a vehicle, inside a building. Do not stand under a metal awning. Do not stand under a tent. Do not stand under a tree. Guess what? All those things are conducive or conductive, whatever the word is, to lightning, meaning lightning hits tree. Tree tends to have moisture inside of it. Oh, what's the term? Turn to steam. Steam tends to result in an abundance of outward pressure, thus at times causing trees to literally explode. The bark explode outward at high velocity. Go look on YouTube. There's all sorts of videos about it. All sorts of bad things. And oh, by the way, if you're not impaled by the tree, well, the tree will still try to strike you with lightning at the same time. So don't stand under trees. Metal awnings and metal buildings, guess what? Standing under them, they conduct electricity because that's what metal does. So it'll still get you, and you'll still get quite a shock. So there's Baldy-in-Chief's common sense tips of the day, but you know what? We don't live in a common sense sort of world, so that's okay. We'll just give them to you anyway, and I'm pretty sure I can make a funny skit about that at some point. Woo, mama! So let's talk about why we're here and yippity yappity and booing. We've got a tornado warning. It's going to be for far southern Bailey and northern Cochran counties out here in West Texas. We're talking 70 miles northwest of the city of Lubbock. Eventually, this could be an issue for the city of Lubbock, but we'd still be talking at least 2 hours away, so after 7:15, 7:30 p.m. This storm is moving east with the potential of baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. We are starting to see a little circulation back in the rain up here. This is going to be near Needmore and Highway 214. Let me see if we can't get some roads up here. It's going to be County Road 149 up here in Bailey County. And County Road 1223. So near County Road 149 and County Road 223 up here in Bailey County, we're seeing a little rain wrap circulation develop with this thunderstorm. That is just west of Highway 214 on County Road 1229 or 3, whichever, near County Road 149, Highway 214. That would be about, about 15 to 17 miles south of Muleshoe here in Bailey County. So there may be a quick little rain wrap tornado trying to spin up way up there in the precipitation area. We'll have to keep an eye on that, and we shall, as this activity continues to move off to the east. Farther south, we have the main tornado warned storm. It's going to be capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain, moving off to the east. Eventually, this could be an issue for the city of Morden if it keeps on going, but it's still 11 to 12 miles west of Morden, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Oh, excuse me. Let's take a statewide view real quick. We'll show you what's going on in the state. Then I'll show you the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight, and we'll get a good idea of what we have going on. Let me clean up some of these city labels. So here's what we have going on. Eastern half of the state, guess what? There's nothing. We have a few showers down here in southeast Texas. it's summer. It might as well be, sea breeze showers. It probably is, to be honest. We have we have severe storms out here in parts of western Texas. It looks like a lot of the NOAA data feeds went down. That's good to know. But again, there is nothing going on along and east of Highway 283 right now. The eastern two-thirds, 75% of Texas, there's nothing going on right now. So with that being said, let's switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model. Give you an idea of what we expect with that this evening. I'm going to load this from 7 p.m. through 7 a.m. If it loads. Let me reset this program real quick. I think the national NOAA servers may be having an outage, which wouldn't be surprising to me. Okay, there we go. So let me load this from 7 p.m. through 7 a.m. I'll put timestamps on here. Again, here we go with this. You can see storms will continue through the evening and overnight hours across the state of Texas. At least western thirds of the state of Texas is what I should be saying. With the potential of this activity to produce large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and with the most intense storms in West Texas over the next few hours, the potential for a few tornadoes. We don't have any reports right now of a tornado down. We don't have any visual evidence of that. But we're going to have to see if this storm is able to recycle. So let's switch back. Let's see if this will work now. All right, so let's go back to the high-res radar. See what we have going on out here. This storm may be trying to put down another tornado. Alex Bartholomew reports rapid rotation. We are starting to see a bit of a circulation here. We'll go ahead, put some roads on here. Reporting a possible tornado. It's going to be near County Road 34. You can see the latest scan. Yeah, we got a new tornado starting to develop here. So our next tornado is about to develop. You can see how hard it's raining mode. You can't see it super well there, but you can see it on the velocity. This red and green, that's going to be a wee bit south of County Road 34. I'll just zoom in here. Hey, you know what? How about we just stop drawing? Thank you. It's going to be north for now of Highway 114. Trying to get this to put roads on here can be difficult. So it's about 4 to 5 miles west of County Road 105. Keeping a close eye out for the live feeds. Our chasers are in a pretty shoddy area for data right now. That's why their feeds are going in and out. It's going to be near County Road 44, about 4 miles west of County Road 105 down here in Cochran County. This is northwest of Morton. So I do think we have a new tornado developing out here now. So let's keep a close eye on things. We'll see when the data comes back. Here's a view from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew of what this thing looks like right now. An incredible wall cloud with this. You can see it's almost ground scraping at this point. So as this continues, this storm is very near producing a tornado if it doesn't have one down right now. There's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that little edge of the hook right here. That's going to be your developing tornado there on the appendage. Your which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see rotation going towards the radar in Lubbock in green. Winds moving away in red. A lot of inflow up here. So tornado genesis does appear imminent if it's not already underway. All right, so we're going to be watching that carefully, as this could have another tornado develop at any time. Location of that tornado would be about 8 miles northwest of Morton, moving off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. The potential for large hail, damaging winds, tornado, heavy rain, and that's for sure. Looks like both our live streams are out right now. There's probably hundreds of storm chasers out there making things difficult. Probably trying like to put a golf ball through a garden hose, which just does not make life particularly simple. So we'll keep a close eye on that. And while we wait for those feeds to return, let's go ahead and take a statewide view. Let's take a look at these storms down in the Permian Basin region. We've got a couple of severe storms now. Pecos is clear. We got a storm southwest of Kermit and Wink. That storm's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. That's going to be about 13 miles east of Mentone, moving northeast at 35. So that's going to be moving towards Kermit. Could be in Kermit by 6 p.m. Central Time. We've got storms southeast of Fort Stockton.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
And this storm southeast of Fort Stockton by like 20 miles is moving down Highway 285. If it continues, it may be an issue for Highway 90 in a few hours, but otherwise it's over rural portions of Pecos County. Fort Stockton, you've got more storms coming in from the west, and those storms are going to be capable of producing heavy rain, additional flooding, hail, and the possibility of a lot of lightning. This thing up north is probably in the inception phases of a tornado if it's not already down. Looks like our feed from Adam is back, so we'll go back to the tri-box. There you go. You can see very impressive hook appendage now on the radar. About 2 miles west of County Road 105 on County Road 44. The which way the wind's blowing mode is intensifying considerably. We now have winds moving towards the radar at about 60 miles an hour. We have winds moving away from the radar at about 100. So, yeah, it's spinny, doom time. So tornado is likely about to be underway. In fact, we have an excellent view now from both Stephen and Adam. Let's go to Adam. That's going to be your carousel motion, your wall cloud. We've got dust under that. In fact, I think I just saw Steven drive by and Adam shot. That was interesting. Yeah, I did. Okay. So again, see that dust on the right side of the screen? That could be your circulation ingesting dust. That's what we call a merry-go-round circulation. That thing is going yippity, yippity, yippity doo. And again, here's the view from Steven. I mean, my goodness, these wall clouds. Steven, point the camera. Good job, dude. All right, so there's your wall cloud. That thing is spinning like a top at this point, and all these indicators are if we don't have a tornado under that in the dust, we are about to. So let's go to the 4-panel. You got Adam on the bottom, or Steven on the bottom left, Adam on the bottom right. You can see extremely well-defined supercell. This thing is as classic as it gets. When I said hours ago we were going to have issues with tornadoes, here you go, folks. It's these kind of storms. These are holy moly guacamole. And I'll tell you what, that might be, what is that? Is that like a huge, I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean, I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like a wedge, but I'm not sure if that's just dust or what. Let's go full screen. But if that's what I think it is, that could be a pretty big tornado trying to develop. The radar mode, let's bring you back to the radar real quick. Here's what the radar looks like. That hook is starting to wrap in on itself. The velocity modes are bigly, for the lack of a more scientific term. This thing's sucking in air like a vacuum cleaner. So, folks, in all likelihood, this thing is about to put down a huge tornado. That might be a huge tornado right there, I'll be honest. Let's go back to that shot in a second. All right, so they do confirm that's going to probably be a tornado. We're just waiting for a better view of it. But again, this is going to be a tornado now in progress. It's going to be about, probably only 6 miles northwest of Morden. About 6 to 7 miles northwest of Morden. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. So this storm, in addition to having a tornado with it, in all likelihood, has very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and flooding. But clearly the tornado is going to be the big issue here. Multi-vortex. All right. So I'll just show you a video here. This is going to be from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. I'm going to go through this real quick. He just sent that. You can see a very large, dusty tornado being reported as a multi-vortex tornado. Multi-vortex tornado is one simply that has multiple funnels or circulations rotating around a larger area. So they can be potent. And that could be easily what we have going on here. So this is going to be a tornado warning now for what the Weather Service is calling a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 4 miles southeast of Maple or about 7 miles northwest of Morton. So again, this now has a urgent tone to it, as if it didn't already. But again, we have a large tornado underway now, 7 miles northwest of the city of Morton. In fact, let me see. I'm just going to play this.
The town of Morton, Texas. I have a tornado in progress right behind me. This is slowly moving east. Going to be fairly close to town. So if you live in the Morton area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is a fairly large tornado at that. Texas Storm Chasers Alex Bartholomew here. I'm just to the west of the town of Morton, Texas. I have a tornado in progress right behind me. This is slowly moving east. Going to be fairly close to town. So if you live in the Morton area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is a fairly large tornado at that. Texas
All
Storm
right, so
Chaser's
that was
Alex
from Storm
Bartholomew
Chaser
here. I'm
Alex
just to the
Bartholomew.
west of
That
the
was
town
sent
of Morton,
about
Texas.
45
I
seconds
have a
ago. Large tornado underway. And again, that's going to be about 7 miles northwest of Morton. So here's what the radar looks like. And again, this thing's got attitude. Back to the how hard or which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, it's a little messy on this product. But again, this thing's a big tornado. We've got a report. This is a large tornado. So this is what we call a particularly dangerous situation. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 5 miles northwest of the city of Morton. This storm is moving east. So on present course, this is going to stay just north of Morton. Those of you in Morton, you still better be in shelter. Here's another view of that tornado just sent in by Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. You can see it's that big, dusty, I mean, honestly, it looks like a wedge. What the shape is irrelevant, but it's a big tornado down there. You can see the left edge, right edge, and it looks like Steven is pretty close to it. He's got his camera pointed up instead of, at the thing, but, you can only do so much with so many cameras in the car. But again, that's going to be a pretty sizable tornado now, about 5 miles northwest of Morton, moving east at about 20 miles per hour, what has been described as a wedge, which means it is wider than it is tall. It is another way to say it is a very wide tornado. It's one of these tornadoes that could be a quarter mile wide. Could be a little bigger than that, too. So this is not your little type of tornado. It's a pretty large circulation. So we do have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress, 4 to 5 miles northwest of the city of Morton. This is out here in far west Texas, about 70 miles northwest of Lubbock. This tornado is in proximity of County Road 34 and 44. If it's wide enough, it may be on both. Moving east. As it moves east, this is crossing over County Road 127, moving towards County Road 145. It'll be moving towards County Road 155 in proximity of County Road 44 and 34 here in northern Cochran County. It'll then cross over Highway 214 a few miles north of Morton. Again, this is going to be a tornado a few miles north of Morton. It's a very large tornado. Hey, Siri, text Stephen Jones. Point the live stream at the tornado, please.
Your message to it's sent.
So, with that, is that a debris signature we're seeing? No, but the rotation is violent. This is a violent tornado now we're seeing. Here, I'll pull it up on the radar that'll actually show these velocities in earnest. Give me just a second. But again, a violent tornado now underway, 4 miles northwest of Morton in far northern Cochran County. That's going to be southern Bailey County. We'll show you that here on the radar. I'm going to show you on the high-res view. And here's what that velocity looks like. You can see we have extremely strong velocities now. We have winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock. That's going to be at about 70 knots, which is...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Cochran and Hockley County in Texas.
It's going to be about 85 miles an hour towards the radar, about 80 miles an hour away. So we do have a very large, destructive tornado with a new tornado warning as well. So let's talk about that. Those of you in the city of Morton, you're in this new tornado warning. At 5:37 p.m., a confirmed large, violent, potentially deadly tornado was located 4 miles northwest of Morton, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a tornado that could be half a mile or larger wide. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Tornado itself is going to pass very near Morton. Hopefully it stays a couple miles north of the town, but do not be on Highway 28 or 214 right now, north of Morton. Again, this is a large, destructive tornado moving off to the east. All right, so we need folks to be in a safe place out here in northern Cochran County. We'll show you the latest video we just got. It's going to be from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. And this is the tornado. So this was taken moments ago. You can see a very large, dusty tornado there. And it looks like we do have a bit of a debris signature now. The velocity couplets are extremely intense. There's your tornado, folks, from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. A large wedge tornado. And again, this is not a weak tornado. When we say big, bad, very mad tornadoes, this is the kind of tornado we mean. This thing means a buttload of business. So we need folks to be in a safe place if you are north of the city of Morton.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb County in Texas.
Okay, so this is a large wedge tornado, which means it's wider than it is tall. This is approaching Highway 214 in proximity of County Road 34 and County Road 44. This huge tornado is going to be passing about 4 miles north of Morton. If you're on Highway 214 north of Morton, well, you're not in a good place. I hope there's not many folks. It looks rural on satellite. So, well, just don't be there. All right, let's check out who's in this new tornado warning. And again, the Weather Service is also indicating this storm has the potential to produce DVD-size hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. So Morton, you're in a tornado warning. This new tornado warning polygon does run east into portions of Hockley County. So western Hockley County and northeastern Cochran County. You are under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. What does that mean? Well, guess what? That means you have a large, violent tornado in progress 4 miles north of Morton, crossing Highway 214 in the next 5 minutes. This very large tornado could be a quarter to half mile wide, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Those of you north of the city of Morton, northeast of Morton, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's show you the latest velocity. And again, we now have winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock. That's going to be at about, well, I'll just tell you on my side, about 70 knots, which is going to be about 90 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar at 85 knots. That's 100 miles an hour. So we have a 190 mile per hour gate-to-gate couplet here, folks.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb County in Texas.
So again, this is a very dangerous situation with an upper echelon, upper and high-end intensity tornado down right now that could be 1/2 mile wide. This tornado is moving east at 30 miles an hour. This will stay north of the city of Morton, but is going to be a direct threat to those of you in northeastern Cochran County and northwestern Hockley County. If you know folks that are northwest of Loveland, north of Whiteface, west of Witherall, southwest of Littlefield, south of Needmore, west of Lums Chapel, northeast of Lehman, this is an urgent call to action. You are in imminent danger of what could be a very violent Twisters type tornado moving east 4 miles north of Morton. This tornado is wrapped in heavy rain and dust moving east across Highway 214 towards eastern, northeastern portions of Cochran County. Let me zoom out. We're talking about 65 to 70 miles northwest of Lubbock as the crow flies. So again, this is well northwest of Lubbock. It's actually 55 miles northwest of Lubbock. A little closer than I thought now, but still, there's your reference point if you want to know where we're talking about. We're talking far west Texas. There's no other storms producing tornadoes. This is it. 55 miles northwest of Texas. How about this? 55 miles northwest of Lubbock. And there's the shot from storm chaser Stephen Jones. Let's go back to that. And there's your huge tornado wrapped in rain and dust. Folks, that whole thing is your tornado. From just left of the road to all the way almost to the right side of the screen, those trees. That is your tornado. That tornado could be a mile wide. So understand, this is a very large tornado. Now, we are blessed in the fact this is over rural areas, but that does not mean we don't have people out here. So I want you to understand, what could be a mile-wide tornado, 4 miles north of Morton, crossing over Highway 214 in northeastern Cochran County. This storm and its tornado and the potential for softball to DVD-size hail is moving east at 30 miles per hour. As it continues to do so, those of you in northwestern Hockley County, from Cable, north of Whiteface, northwest of Leveland, almost to Highway 385, Witherall, Lums Chapel, this is heading your way. And understand, this thing is insanely angry. So please be mindful of that. And we're going to do our best to keep you safe. But again, we've been bringing you live storm chasing video from storm chasers. Well, let's just go through the list here. We got Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Jason Cooley, Blake Brown. We got a whole lot of stuff. You can see tornado wrapped in rain, dust. Bottom left shot, that's Stephen Jones driving through the rear flank downdraft to catch back up with this thing. Adam on the bottom right is repositioning. This storm and its associated tornado crossing over Highway 214 right now, or in the next few minutes, about 4 miles north of Morton. Hopefully this will stay north of Morton. Unless it takes a very hard right turn, it will stay north of Morton. But we want folks that are southwest of Littlefield down towards areas northwest of Leveland to go ahead and get into a safe place. Tornado right now is probably on Highway 214 about 4 to 5 miles north of Morton. And this could be a very wide tornado. So understand, it is also likely wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see that velocity couplet right there. A little weaker, but still extremely prevalent. We have winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 55 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar, or away from the radar, whatever, at about 50. So we've got over 100-mile-an-hour couplet right now. Now, that's not the 190-mile-an-hour couplet we had a few minutes ago, but it is still very strong. There's also indications we may have a secondary tornado just east of the first one. You can see Stephen is getting absolutely blasted right now by that rear flank downdraft. Look at all that wind. Wind and dust on the backside of that tornado right now, just absolutely pummeling the heck out of them. You can see they can barely see anything. That wind is flowing straight into that tornado. Keep an eye out. You may even see some hailstones flying by. Oh, Nelly, look at that. That is not a pleasant picture to see for them. But again, this tornado will continue now east of Highway 214. It's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Reset the radar software real quick. So again, Adam on the bottom right's moving into reposition. This tornado is now wrapped in extremely heavy rain and hail. It is not visible. You can see they can barely see it on the bottom left side through all that rain and hail and dust. I mean, let's just go full screen to that real quick. That is an insane look from storm chaser Stephen Jones. And you could see almost even a bit of a vapor cloud just above the surface of the ground there. And that's just because the pressure with the air being sucked into that tornado is lowering so much, it's actually allowing the vapor or water to condensate or condense. So you can see there might be in what we call the ghost train right now, a very strong band of winds that is ingesting into the tornadic circulation itself. So that is a very spooky looking picture, even though to most folks it looks like just rain, dust, and a lot of wind. You're actually looking at a very strong tornado back in there. Here is the quad screen. We'll go back to this to give you a larger radar shot. And again, this is going to be your radar. Tornado right now, very near Highway 214, and we'll put some roads back on here. You can see that circulation actually re-intensified here a wee bit with that latest scam. Thank you to me for that generous super chat, by the way. We do appreciate it. All right, so let's get back to this. It's going to be County Road 34 and Highway 214. Tornado is on that intersection right now, moving east. It's going to be crossing over County Road in northeastern Cochran County, 33, 34, 44, very near Highway 214. What's reported is a large wedge tornado crossing Highway 214 about 4 miles north of Morton. So, Morton, you're doing better right now. If this thing does not do anything wonky, you're going to be okay. But stay ready to jump into the cellar. We note this storm's actually starting to suck in other storms surrounding it. This little storm that was south of Sudan has started moving southwest, being pulled into the parent mesocyclone and updrafted this intense storm that has what could be a half-mile to 1 mile wide tornado at times with it. This is going to be moving off to the east now at about 30 miles an hour. So it's staying north of Morton, thankfully. But those of you on Highway 385 from Looms Chapel to south, let's just be honest. I'll just say Littlefield down to Looms Chapel, Witherall, north of Loveland, y'all have time, but this thing is 24 miles west of Highway 385, moving east at 30 miles per hour. And it may still be dropping tornadoes by the time it gets to 385 in the next hour. So those of you from Littlefield all the way down to Lums Chapel, Witherall, to even areas north of Loveland on Highway 385, you need to start getting ready. And anyone west of 385 back to Highway 214 to Morton, you better be in a safe place. Oh, let's do it this way. Best option, storm cellar, storm shelter. Second best option, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site built structure. If you're in a mobile home, a travel trailer, vehicle, or just don't feel comfortable and you're on Highway 385 right now in Witherall, Lums Chapel, I think you're okay in Littlefield and Loveland. But those other folks, you got a little time. I'd go ahead and just move to a safe place in terms of, a sturdy site-built structure, a neighbor's house, something like that. Looks like we do have a wee bit of a tornado debris signature now. You can see our chasers are repositioning. Again, this is a very rain-wrapped tornado now. Back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see it. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 65 miles per hour. We have winds moving away at about 40, so still 100, 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. This tornado is now a few miles east of Highway 214. So Highway 214, you're doing better now, but again, there could be debris, whatever, on Highway 214 with this tornado. Looks like Raxpol is there collecting an amazing radar data set. That's the mobile radars. So we're going to know pretty accurately after the fact just how strong this tornado was, at least in terms of its wind velocities just above the surface. Tornadoes are not rated based on their wind velocities. Tornadoes are rated based on the damage they produce. So hopefully it's going to be rated an EF0 because it didn't hopefully hit much out here or anything. But the radar data itself from the very nearby mobile radars will at least tell us just how strong the wind velocities were. But again, tornadoes are not rated off the wind velocities in them. They are rated off the damage they produce. That's why the enhanced Fujita scale is called, the enhanced Fujita damage scale, because it doesn't really rate the intensity of a tornado. It just rates how much stuff it breaks. And if you don't have stuff to break, you don't get a high tornado rating. All right, so this tornado is now east of Highway 214. Morton, I'm going to say you're clear from this. If you're in the city of Morton, you're clear from this tornado. Now, you could have more storms later this evening, but this storm does also now starting to appear to be cycling. The wind velocities are starting to come down a bit. That very violent couplet we had is coming down. So the tornado itself may be in its dissipating phase, its occlusion phase. But now the question is going to be, what's next? Let's take a look at that. You can see we still have a very well-defined supercell here. We have that hook echo. We have a lot of warm, unstable air being ingested into this parent circulation. And with that, I would not be surprised. In fact, I'd be surprised if it did not if it did not begin the process of developing a new circulation and a new tornado over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So, those of you in Morton, you're doing a lot better now. But those of you on Highway 385, south of Littlefield to north of Loveland, and in fact, if this thing turns right at all or starts moving any more southeast, this would be an issue for Loveland. But as it stands now, this thing may follow a similar track to that storm we tracked a couple weeks ago that impacted parts of Lamb County. This is going to probably, if it continues moving due east, is probably going to cross Highway 385, like 5 miles south of Littlefield. So dangerously close. So now we have a couple minutes, and we've kind of chilled things out a bit as that tornado seems to be weakening. Let's take a look and make sure we have nothing else going on. Down the Permian Basin, we do have a storm near Kermit, passing over Highway 302, just west of town. That could have some large hail. That's going to be moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Fort Stockton, you just got all sorts of nonsense ongoing right now. You've got heavy rain, some hail around Fort Stockton, all the way back west on Interstate 10 to Balmora. Those storms are moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for some nickel to quarter size hail, very heavy rain. And then we've got a severe storm that is about 20 miles southeast of Fort Stockton on Highway 285. That's going to be moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. That could have tennis ball size hail. Wind gust over 70 miles per hour. All right, so we missed anything else? We do have some activity well south of Highway 90 right now, northeast of Presidio, south of Marfa. That's going to be over the Big Bend. That eventually could cross over 385. We have additional activity developing back in west of Hobbs, by the way. I mentioned that because that activity is probably going to end up moving towards Gaines, Andrews, and Yoakum counties here in the northern Permian Basin in West Texas over the next hour or two. So we're going to have more storms to deal with down there. But let's get back to our tornadic storm. This one's now several miles east of Highway 214, north of Highway 114. You can see the wind velocities have come down a lot. I think our tornado is in the dissipation stage or has dissipated, and we're going to now start the process of developing a new circulation and a new tornado. So let me show you what wind velocities we have. We have wind velocities moving towards the radar in Lubbock now at about 25 miles an hour, moving away at 45. So our wind velocities have diminished from 190 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. Now we're down to about 65 miles an hour. For now, but we still have a lot of inflow. Just ahead of that storm, we're getting inflow winds at about 70 miles an hour. So we still have a lot of warm, unstable air being sucked into this very intense thunderstorm. The tornado we had may be gone, but the storm itself is cyclic, meaning this is produced, at this point, we may be up to 6, 7, or 8 tornadoes over the last hour to 2 hours. As this storm continues, what we just saw is another cycle. Next, we need to see if this is going to produce yet another tornado. Now, here is something we do need to address because I just noticed it and I don't like it. This storm may be turning a little right again. Notice this storm track has this storm moving east, east, southeast at 25 miles an hour. If that continues, this could become quite a bit of an issue for Lubbock in about 2 hours by 8 p.m. So, where this is by 8 p.m., I can't exactly tell you. It will be near Interstate 27. Whether that's closer to Abernathy and New Deal or, closer to the city of Lubbock and shallow water is to be determined. But everybody from Abernathy to New Deal to Lubbock to shallow water to Anton to Roundup to Lum's Chapel to Witherall, you need to start paying attention, because this thing has been producing tornadoes, and each successive cycle has resulted in it producing larger tornadoes. In fact, we now have a new circulation already starting. So again, I just want to point out, if this storm continues, it could pose a direct threat to the city of Lubbock all the way up to Abernathy and New Deal on Interstate 27 by 8 p.m. And it could still be producing tornadoes, destructive hail, and damaging winds. And before that, we have to get this over Highway 385, Witherall to Lum's Chapel. Then we're going to have this cross over Highway 84, anywhere from Anton to Roundup to shallow water. And then, depending on its track, it may move anywhere from the city of Lubbock to the Lubbock Airport to New Deal to Abernathy by 8 p.m. on Interstate 27. This is going to be one of these long-lived supercells that just keeps on chugging along. So understand that, and understand that, this is a pretty serious situation. I just gave those of you on I-27 2 hours lead time. Abernathy, New Deal, Lubbock. Guess what? If you don't have a place to take shelter, you better start making a place. You got time to get ready. Because you know what? I don't want to have to go back in a couple of days, pull this video clip from when I just gave that 2-hour warning, and then, overlay it with a video of a tornado moving across I-27. We want folks to be safe. That's why we're here. So let's go back to this. I think we do have a new circulation that has developed. You can see it pretty well here on the radar. Let me play with the de-aliasing, and if I can't get it to work on this, I will show you it on my high-res radar. And thank you, Pierre Johnston, for that merch order and generous donation. We appreciate it. All right, so here's that velocity signature now. This is going to be in portions of northwestern.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Northwestern Hockley County now, and this is a new tornado that is developing. You can see, I just showed you, the wind velocities are back to 100 miles an hour, gate to gate. Let's see if we can't find some roads on here. Ontario, are you kidding me? I don't think. Okay, so Santa Fe Street in Ontario. That's interesting. Do we have a different naming mechanism here in Hockley County? But again, let's do it this way. So again, that's probably a new tornado that's down now or developing or trying to develop. Let's put a road mark or some markers on here back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. This is 10 miles northeast of Morton. This is going to be about 15 miles west of Witherall and Highway 385. Oh my, is that right now? Okay. This is going to be about 19 miles southwest of Littlefield, 17 miles northwest of Loveland. And again, understand, radar thinks this thing has 4-inch hail. I believe it. This thing is probably dropping 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail. It may be even bigger than that. If we had a storm drop, 5 to 6 inch diameter size hail today, this would be the one. This is an extremely intense thunderstorm in an extremely volatile environment capable of producing life-threatening, high-impact, severe weather. Just got a report, tornado is still down. So again, this tornado is still down about 17 miles northwest of the city of Loveland, about, 15 miles southwest of Littlefield, and it's moving east. So let's zoom back out. Woo, Nelly, this thing's got attitude. So again, this thing is still producing a tornado, and it's nowhere near done. Was that a failed occlusion? No, that was the occlusion, and we have a new cycle. Okay, so yeah, we've got a tornado down. We had a cycle. It recycled. And hey, radar, anytime you want to update would make me a very happy Baldy-in-Chief, please. And thank you. What time is this scan from? 6:22, 6:02? Okay. Don't you love converting? Okay, so let's refresh this. There's your velocity couplet right there. And again, we've got winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock now of 70 miles an hour. We've got winds moving away. Let's stop the distance. Bad. We have winds moving away at about 40, so 110 mile an hour shear now with this. And again, there may be a little bit of debris being lofted here, but let me emphasize once again, we have a tornado that is down still. This is now 13 miles west of Witherall.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Presidio County in Texas.
Where is Jason? Is Jason out here yet? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yes, he is. Okay, so Jason's there. Thank you. Noted. We'll get him added back to the fourplex screen. And if I need to, I'll just take my scary face off here and put that. All right, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do that. All right, let's do it this way. We'll put him up here. We'll put him down there. Yeah, it's fine. Holy mother of mercy, that thing just came in with a spooky radar scan. So let's go back to the radar mode. And we're going to keep a very close eye on this. Yeah, we definitely have a tornado down in here. I don't think it is the velocity, violence. It's not as strong as we had earlier, but or as wide, but we definitely still have a pretty notable circulation here. You can see that little hook echo. What is that MD for? Is that for us? It is. It's not good when they issue MDs for Lubbock. All right, so what we have here is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. This storm continues to produce tornadoes. Back over to the which way the wind is blowing mode. I'm just going to put some markers on here and zoom out. I want you to be able to see where we're talking about. And yes, I see that little signature up here southwest of Littlefield as well. Let's take a look. We have two circulations now. One of them is tornado warning. The other, I'm just noticing, is trying to spin up. We have that west of Littlefield. Then we have the tornado northwest of Loveland. And that's going to be moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour, with the potential of tornadoes, damaging winds, etc. So let's talk about it. Circulation 1, it's not tornado warned right now, but I'm watching it, is 10 miles west of Littlefield. That's going to be moving off to the southeast towards Lum's Chapel and Highway 385, staying south of Littlefield, though closer than I'd like. Circulation 2 has a tornado with it right now. That is currently about 10 miles west of Highway 385 and Witherall. That's going to be moving off to the southeast and is a direct threat to Highway 385. So we've got all sorts of nonsense ongoing. Both these storms, I think, could produce tornadoes. We have one rain wrap storm way up north, again, like 10 miles west of Littlefield. That might have damaging winds and try to throw a tornado out. We definitely have a tornado with this storm still. And that is going to be in proximity of, I guess we do have weird road names out here. Phoenix Road, whatever you want to call it, coming up towards, you know what? Let's do this. I'm tired of using this stinking things map software. We're going old school. Okay, so those of you in Petite, you better be in a safe place. Petite, you are in direct danger of this. Those of you on FM 303 near Petite, heads up, this is heading your way. Jason, how close are you to this thing? I pull up Jason's location, and he's like, right there. Okay, good to know. Those of you on India Road, Richmond Road, Jamaica Road, Kenya Road, Monaco Road, Phoenix, FM 303, Petite, Jamaica Road, Lincoln, Lansing, Madison Road, Mexico Road, all out here in parts of Hockley County. If you are northwest of Loveland, west of Witherall, southwest of Littlefield, you need to be in a safe place now. And that is not a vehicle, a mobile home, a travel trailer, or anything that is not literally bolted down to the foundation and sturdily built, a sturdy site-built structure. Anything else, you get a tornado out of this, that it is going to loft it halfway to Lubbock. And you'll probably have some pieces of it falling in Lubbock. So we want folks to be in a safe place. And again, I realize we may not have a lot of people out here. I mean, to be fair, I hope we don't have any people out here. But guess what? This storm is moving east at 30 miles an hour. I said 8 p.m. Look, folks, the way this is working now, this thing is now... Let's just do a distance from shallow water and Highway 84. This is 30 miles or less. The hail core is 20 miles from shallow water. Tornado is 30 miles west of shallow water. This is moving east, southeast at 30 miles an hour. Folks, I said 8 p.m. for I-27 from Abernathy, New Deal, and Lubbock. I'm going to change that, 7:30. And to be fair, you're going to want to be where you're going to want to be by 7. So this is going to be a significant problem for Hockley County moving towards Lubbock County. I will say this, I am not happy at the way this is trying to progress east. Now, if this thing takes a hard southeast turn, this is going to be an issue for Loveland. It'll stay west of Lubbock, and it may be taking a hard southeast turn. Let's do a loop on here. This may have turned southeast. You got to always watch these storms. They do not move in a straight linear direction. They wobble. They move in different directions at times. Let's look. We'll look together. And it does almost look like this thing. I'm just going to track the hook. I mean, that's the way it's looking right now. So if it turns southeast, this is going to be an issue for Loveland or to Smear. If it keeps moving the way it's moving east, it's going to be an issue for Lubbock. So either way, we have problems. All right, let's see if that stream is live. All right. So what I'm going to do here is look at some data real quick. All right, good to know. We're not missing anything. You can see trying to get data and video out of there right now is like trying to shove not a golf ball, I'm just going to say a softball through a garden hose. So clearly not working out very well. And again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thank you for joining us on coverage this afternoon. We are covering a dangerous thunderstorm that is a history of producing a significant number of tornadoes now across parts of West Texas. This storm is northwest of Loveland, moving southeast now. I think it is, yeah, it's turned southeast. Loveland, my concern for you is increasing. Those of you in the city of Loveland, up Highway 385 to Witherall, this thing's turning southeast. So this is going to be passing closer to Loveland than I would have liked. It's right now about 10 miles northwest of Loveland. We have a new tornado.
Leveland.
What is it?
Leveland.
Loveland, and it's moving southeast. You can see the velocity here. One way to look at it. That's going to be your tornado right there, about 10 miles northwest of Loveland, moving southeast now. Probably it's still 20 to 30 miles an hour. I think, yeah, those of you in Loveland, you do need to get ready to move to shelter. This thing took a hard right turn. This thing was moving more east-southeast. This thing is moving, I think, now like this, based on what I'm seeing. Now, these can wobble. It may turn back to the east again, but for now, it has turned southeast, south-southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
So those of you in Loveland and Hockley County, start getting ready for the potential of a hit from a tornado. You've still got some time, about 20 minutes. But if this keeps up, you're going to be under a tornado warning shortly. Your horns are going to start going yippity-yappity-boo, and your phones are going to do the same. So if you have folks out here from Lubbock, west of Loveland, do us a big favor. Help us spread the word about this dangerous situation ongoing. Share this live stream link with them so they can remain aware of what we have going on. All right, let's switch some of this around. Where's my threefold?
Make sure you say Leveland.
Loveland. Why, is the chat having a fit? Chat.
That's what I told you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Loveland, or whatever I'm saying it, I'll do my best to say it right. Appreciate the kind corrections. If folks are getting upset over it, go eat a cookie. There are times I care, and then there's times I really couldn't give two bippity-boppity boos, and this is one of those times. But Loveland. 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 This is the face of me being annoyed. So Loveland, guess what? You've upset Mother Nature. That's the gist of it. I mean, you may not like the way I pronounce it. It's not, me trying to be difficult, but I guess enough of you were getting annoyed and correcting me that you somehow have managed to, make a thunderstorm that's 60,000 feet tall turn farther south towards you. So, ouch. All right, so let's talk about what's going on and why we're here complaining about my pronunciation skills. Let's take a look at the velocity. Now, the good news is on the latest velocity scan, that's kind of more of a straight line wind signature for the second. What we have here, this storm turned hard southeast. This is going to be moving. Southeast towards Highway 385. We want folks from Witherall down to Loveland to be ready and get moving to a safe place. This point, tornado. We're not seeing a huge signature of one on radar right now for the second. We are seeing a massive amount of hail. This could be softball size hail falling right now on the Lamb-Hockley County line, about 8 miles southwest of Littlefield, about 6 miles west of Lum's Chapel, or about 7 miles west of Witherall. That's going to be moving off to the southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. We're going to get a new warning out here shortly. This is about to move out of the warning polygon, so I suspect they're going to issue a new tornado warning. I'd be kind of shocked if they went severe, but, well, life is life. All right, so we've got Storm Chaser Adam Lucio in the screen below me, and Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley in the screen below that. Trying to push data out is like trying to stick a golf ball through a garden hose, and it's just not working out well right now. Here's tornado a few minutes ago that had a view. You can see a lot of dust out there, but there's your tornado right there. So again, at times, there's definitely still been a tornado with this. Now, let's see what the Weather Service is going to do. Are they going to extend the tornado warning downstream through Hockley County or go with severe? That is the question. However, we have some storms back here in New Mexico. We've got one just west of Hobbs, one south of Tatum. That one southwest of Tatum's probably got tennis ball to baseball size hail. That's moving northeast. That's going to be crossing into northwestern Yoakum and southern Cochrane counties within the next hour. That could be an issue for places like Lehman eventually in the next hour and a half, with the threat of very large hail and damaging winds. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that storm west of Hobbs as well. That one's moving more northeast for now. All right, down into the Permian Basin. That storm near Kermit has dissipated, so adios, Omazwa, I'll be Zane, bye-bye. Down farther south, Fort Stockton, y'all are getting a lot of flooding. There is likely significant flooding on both highways 385 and 285 in and near and south of the city of Fort Stockton. So I wouldn't be traveling down there right now. Probably a significant flash flood episode is underway with that activity. That storm that's on 285, about 20 miles southeast of Fort Stockton, 30 miles southeast of Fort Stockton, is also probably producing golf ball size hail and winds to 70 miles per hour. All right. So let's see what the Weather Service is going to do here. But you can see we still have a hook. And we still have velocity indicative of rotation. Now, this is not a classic spaghetti-o tornado look in terms of velocity, but, you know, that I can just draw on here and show you. And we do have a tornado warning being issued now. Or, excuse me, that was a little earlier. You can see this hook right there. That's your hook echo. It's your inflow notch. That's about to cross Highway 385 near Witherall in the next 10 minutes. So if you're near Witherall, you're going to want to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from window. And this is going to be passing pretty close to Levelland as well. It's only 5 miles northwest of town.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
And it's moving east-southeast at about 30. All right, Weather Service in Lubbock. Can we get that new warning now, please? I mean, that's kind of out of the TOG warning polygon, so...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey, Lamb, and Palmer County in Texas.
All right, so let's take a look at the forecast going into this evening. While we have a few seconds of downtime. So we're going to zoom out to the statewide view. And we're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model from 8 p.m. through 8 a.m. And I want to do this just for us to see what we can expect going overnight into the morning hours. So, as you can see, storms are going to continue probably through at least 11 p.m. in parts of the panhandle of Texas, West Texas, the Permian Basin. Then we're going to start settling down as storms make their way a little further east towards northwest Texas. You can see storms generally run into a capping inversion or lid on the atmosphere that kind of smushes them south of the Red River. Now, north of the Red River, Oklahoma, y'all are going to get storms moving in out of Colorado, Kansas, and, well, Texas overnight, and those storms will likely continue. I think we're about to have a huge hook wrap around here. Oh, yeah. So that is the expectation. So, yeah, guess what? We're still going to have storms for the next few hours through at least probably 10 to 11 p.m. West Texas, Permian Basin, the Panhandle. Eastern two-thirds of Texas, it is going to be a quiet night going through Friday morning. All right. So hopefully that puts a lot of y'all at ease. Let's go back to the radar. Okay, seriously, is like the weather service offline or something? Because this is kind of ridiculous now. I don't know what's going on, but given the last 24 hours, I can't help but wonder. Okay, so I'm really surprised we don't have a new warning here for Hockley County. We're just going to keep going like there is one, to be perfectly blunt with you. So it looks like storm chaser Stephen Jones has been obliterated by grapefruit-sized hail. His words, not mine. But, oh yeah. Folks, look, there's not a new tornado warning out here. This is technically not a warning polygon. At this point, I don't care. There is a new tornado developing, approaching Highway 385 near Witherall. This new tornado is going to be about 5 miles north of Highway 114 and Leveland, about to cross Highway 385. Those of you in Witherall need to be in a safe place. This thing corrected back east a little, it looks like. So those of you in northeastern Hockley County, you need to be moving to a safe place. There may not be a tornado warning, but at this point, I don't really care. If I had family there, I'd be telling them to go to shelter. This thing is still quite tornadic. Eventually, and by eventually, I mean within the next 45 minutes, this storm will be in Lubbock County. Lubbock County, shallow water down to the city of Lubbock, to Wolforth, even to Smear. Guess what? Problems.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hockley and Lamb County in Texas.
All right, so that's going to be a new tornado warning. You'll see it pop up here on the screen. That tornado warning is going to run and include places like Anton, Roundup, Smear, Witherall, and boy, this thing is about to put a tornado down the size of Smire. Wait a minute, are you in the chat room instead of working?
No, I just know West Texas towns.
Lies, but truth.
Sorry, actually, I do have the chat.
Good. I just threw that behind the bed. That's unfortunate for me. All right. So there's your new tornado warning. It includes places like Anton, Smire, Witherall, OPD, YKE West, Roundup, Lums Chapel. So guess what? Y'all need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm, in its tantrum glory, oh yeah, folks, there's about to be a huge tornado with this. I mean, that is just the classic angry indications of what is about to be a huge stinking tornado. This is going to be on Highway 385 shortly. This is going to move east, at east-southeast at about, what do they got it? At about 30 miles an hour. So folks in Lubbock, shallow water, Smire, Lubbock County, Wolf Fourth, New Deal. Look, I'll be honest. Y'all in Lubbock need to start getting ready. If you don't have your closets cleaned out or where you're going to take shelter, you need to clean them out now. You still got time. If you live in a mobile home or a travel trailer, you need to skedaddle to a safer place, like a restaurant, a hotel. Holy mother of mercy, that's not good. And folks, when I say Rappy Hook, let me tell you, this thing is doing that right now. This thing is putting down a huge tornado. I haven't even seen the velocities yet, and I can tell you there is going to be a huge tornado in that hook. I mean, that thing's doing the whole bring your arms in and spin really fast thing. I mean, it's going... It's doing nasty, 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 nasty things. So again, what's going to be a large tornado developing now, very near the community of Witherall. That's going to be on Highway 385, only, maybe 5 to 6 miles north of Loveland. So again, this is about to be another one of these very large, destructive, violent tornadoes that is currently in its inception phase. It's generating. This is going to move east, probably towards Roundup, Shallow Water, Smire. And there you go. I mean, that is just all sorts of nasty in there. So again, just understand this thing's back to being bad, or big, bad, very mad, and it's going to be wrapped in rain and dust. This thing is a vacuum cleaner now and is just sucking everything in. So tornado may not even be visible. Here, I'll put you back over here. I mean, you can see our chasers are in dust. That's what we got right now. We have dust. So we have a new radar scan that just came in. There we go. And you can see, look, folks, I mean, this thing is as classic as it gets. This thing's got, I mean, my goodness, that reflectivity structure. You want to talk about a hook. Holy moly guacamole. And again, that is going to be very near the community of Witherall. And we likely have a very large tornado dancing around in there right now, just spinning around almost like a hurricane. I mean, my goodness, look at that. Completely wrapped in heavy rain and hail. So as that continues, we definitely need folks in northeastern parts of Hockley County and those of you in Lubbock County to start getting ready and moving to a safe place. This storm has a history of producing large tornadoes and hail up to the size of grapefruits and softballs. This thing is big, bad, and very mad. If you got folks out here in Lubbock, Shallow Water, Smire, Anton, Wolforth, Idalou, Slanton, Ransom Canyon, New Deal, Abernathy, share our live stream with them. Let them know, hey, Baldy-in-Chief is over here screaming about big, bad, very mad tornadoes heading your way. Make sure they know what's coming. Shoot them a text. Make sure they're paying attention to the weather. This is not one of these little storms that's just dropping little tornadoes and big hail. This is one of these that's put down big tornadoes, the kind of tornadoes that can be a mile wide at times and cause, catastrophic damage. And it's been doing this for the last several hours. This storm has been putting tornadoes down for the last 60 miles off and on. So we're live. We're live on the Facebag. We're live on 2 YouTube channels. We're on Twitch. We're on our website at TexasStormChasers.com. We are on our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So those of you in Lubbock, again, you need to start getting ready because this thing's heading your way. I'm just trying to give folks as much lead time as I can here because this could be a pretty nasty situation. Even if we don't have a tornado down with this over the next while. Is that live? Yeah. We do have a large tornado right now. I'm looking at video from Chasers. We have a large rain-wrapped tornado, multi-vortex, down right now with this storm on Highway 385, just south of Witherall. This storm and its tornado will continue moving east, southeast at about 30 miles an hour. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley's view right there. We'll go back to the bigger view. You can see Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, his view there. So again, we got a big tornado down right now. It's another one of these big, bad, very mad, pretty strong type tornadoes that has the potential to cause considerable damage as it moves off to the east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. All right, so if this is moving at 30, let's do this. I'm going to put a storm track on this. I'm going to put the storm track for the tornado. Understand, the hail may arrive before then. Oops. And we're going to make this a pretty large cone. I want to make sure we have everybody in this cone. So again, Smire is going to be 6:50 to 6:55 p.m. Shallow water, 7 to 7:05 p.m. Anton, could be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. New Deal, 7:15 to 7:25. West sides of the city of Lubbock, 7:10 to 7:20. Lubbock itself, downtown Lubbock, Texas Tech University, 7:20 to 7:30. East southeast sides of Lubbock, 7:25 to 7:35. And again, this storm currently has a large, destructive tornado once again. This storm has softball-sized hail and extremely strong winds. So be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Okay, why is my live coverage showing up as last night? How about not have that in terms of the website? That might be why. All right. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're tracking a very dangerous thunderstorm and situation now in areas just northwest of the city of Lubbock. We have a large destructive tornado down right now doing damage about 5 miles northeast of the city of Loveland. It is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. You're not going to see it unless it's hitting you, in which case I don't want you to see it because I want you to be in shelter. This tornado is moving east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. This is going to be a direct threat to western portions of Lubbock County by 7 p.m., if not a little thereafter. Moving towards Smire. This is 10 miles northwest of Smire, moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. Right now, downtown Lubbock, this is 26 miles away, moving east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes, multiple large destructive tornadoes. It has a large destructive tornado with it right now. It is capable and has a history of producing softball-sized hail, winds over 75 miles per hour. This thing has attitude. So we need folks to treat this seriously and understand that, well, we've got a pretty dangerous situation here. And we want folks in Lubbock, especially Lubbock County, western and northwestern sides of Lubbock County, to pay attention to this. We need you all to go ahead and be ready to move to a safe place. All right, at 6:37 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Witherall, 7 miles north of Loveland. 4 miles north of Loveland, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. We now have a confirmed large destructive tornado once again. 4 miles north of Loveland, moving southeast. Large destructive tornado was reported 4 miles north of Loveland at 6:35 p.m. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room, lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy building. If you're outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Same thing goes in western Lubbock County. That's what y'all need to start getting ready for. Smire to shallow water, Roundup, even the city of Lubbock here within the next 45 minutes. That is what y'all are going to be dealing with, and you better start getting ready. I'm not saying that to scare the bejesus out of you. I'm trying to get you to pay attention and understand we're dealing with a pretty nasty situation here. So, get ready. Here's the velocity mode. It's messing up a little on here, but you can just get the gist. Big, bad, very mad storm with attitude. Now, we have other storms down southeast of Fort Stockton. In fact, we'll take a look at this one near Alpine. All these have flash flooding. Big flash flooding at that. A lot of road flooding out here. We've got storms on 385 from Highway 90 up to Interstate 10 in Fort Stockton. Same story on 285 down to north of Sanderson. We got heavy rain storms now on Highway 67 and 90 around Alpine, east of Marfa. Flash flooding galore. A lot of roads are flooded out, so be very careful, especially as we get closer to sunset in the next 2 hours. That circulation is starting to wrap in on itself, which means it's rain wrapped. We're going to have to see what happens here. But again, this thing's moving southeast. In fact, let me just loop it. Let's do this. Here's just a loop over the last half hour. I'm going to do this as I check some data. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in northeastern Hockley County, about, let's just say at this point, 22 miles northwest of the city of Lubbock.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Pecos County in Texas.
At 6:42 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 4 miles southeast of Witherall, or 8 miles northeast of Loveland, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This storm is, moving in at 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Anton, Smire, and this storm as a whole is generally trying to make its way towards the Roundup, shallow water, and west sides of the Lubbock County. Now, we have a bit of an evolution change going on here. This thing is starting to occlude. Now, let's take a look at some of our chaser shots here. You can see there we go. Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You can see Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. They're looking at it. You can see this thing is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. We'll take a full shot from Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. You can see it just looks like a bunch of rain and hail. In terms of what we're seeing from Adam Lucio, different angle. Same thing. You can see rain bands, outer edge of the circulation, likely the rear flank downdraft or winds being sucked into the circulation. Guess what? This thing's just got a lot of very strong winds with it. And that is generally the case with these very large circulations that are wrapped in heavy rain and hail. So that's what we're looking at here. And we do note additional severe storms coming up from the southwest. In fact, a big old polygon warning here from the Weather Service. It's going to include places like Yoakum County up to Cochran County. Potential for storms to produce quarter-size hail, wind gust over 70 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran, Hockley, Terry, and Yoakum County in Texas.
Got a report of large power poles snapped at the base on Highway 385 just south of Witherall. That's going to be where that large tornado crossed the road. Now, the next question is, what is this storm going to do next? That hook wrapped in on itself, and we likely have a cycle starting over here. So what's going to happen? Are we going to see a new tornado develop? Where's it going to develop? When's it going to develop? That's a good question, one we're going to be watching for. But again, this is all very high precipitation now, a high precipitation supercell. So it's very difficult to see anything in person. It's just going to look like rain and hail. That's what you're seeing here. There's a lot of dust being kicked up as well. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We've been covering dangerous thunderstorms in parts of the Permian Basin, West Texas this afternoon. This storm that is now approaching western Lubbock County has been producing tornadoes off and on now. We're probably up to 10 tornadoes-ish, all the way back to near Dora, New Mexico. So we're now all the way, about 60 miles later. Storms have been producing tornadoes off and on. Some of those tornadoes were probably nearly a mile wide. At least one was. Other storms that we have out here. We've got a storm that is up south of Friona. That storm has the potential to produce large hail up to the size of ping pong balls. That may move towards Dimmitt in Castro County or Sunnyside, probably closer to Sunnyside on Highway 385. As that storm moves east, it'll be passing north of Muleshoe, north of Earth, and north of Spring Lake, staying north of Highway 70, so far staying south of Highway 86, southeast of Bavonia. But again, those of you on Highway 385 near Sunnyside, south of Dimmitt, and on Highway 214 right now, south of Highway 86 and north of Highway 70, storm with large hail, generally moving east at 30 miles an hour. No indications of significant low-level rotation right now. We'll keep you updated. So we do a radar tour. I suppose we can enlarge that a little bit. Dangerous storm now northeast of Loveland. Almost looks like it hit the brakes on the last 10 minutes. It may have. We got a reorganization ongoing here. We still probably do have a tornado down in northeastern Hockley County, but we're starting to see additional activity develop southwest of that storm. So we're going to have to see what that does. That could be a destructive influence. And, well, maybe that'll bring an end to this nonsense before it gets into Lubbock County. We'll see. Otherwise, we do have severe storms now moving into parts of Yoakum, Terry, Hockley, and Cochran counties from eastern New Mexico. Line of storms capable of damaging winds of 70 miles an hour, blowing dust, maybe some hail, especially with that storm well northwest of Plains moving up towards Lehman. That storm's about 22 miles southwest of Lehman, moving northeast at a good 50 miles an hour, so it won't take long to get up there. Down into the Permian Basin we go, and again, we do have several severe storms. We've got storms near Alpine, to north of Sanderson with flash flooding, large hail, could be some very large hail, and damaging straight line winds with that activity. We'll check the panhandle. Y'all, I think, are all good right now. Not much going on in the panhandle. We'll keep an eye on these storms out in Palmer County as those move towards Castro County. And then we have storms crossing Interstate 40 out in Quay County, New Mexico, just east of Tucumcari. That's moving up Highway 54 towards Logan, New Mexico. What the heck is going on over there? Okay, so back here. So, real quick, I am going to stand up and grab caffeine and stretch. So you're not going to hear me for about 30 seconds.
I think this is gonna die out.
Yep. Oh, look, y'all get to see my fan. Yeah, I agree. Well, congrats, folks. I hope you enjoy my little desk fan. How about we go back to me? Oh, what is that from meteorologist Jason Cooley? What do we have here? I step away for 2 seconds, and our people start playing with little dust swirls. What the heck is that? So, and then both their streams go out. But at least we got to see some stuff flying around. That could be a spin-up tornado there, or at least some very strong winds pushing around a circulation. But to be honest, I don't really know because I got back. There you go. So let's take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's shot, full screen. They're going to be located northeast of Loveland. That could be a quick spin-up tornado in progress. Looks like Jason and Adam are probably next to each other. In fact, Jason's right behind the Dominator, it looks like. Is that Jason? That might have been Jason. What was? That was Jason. That's hilarious. Okay, so there you go. You get to see Dominator turn around the stream, and then if you're watching the Dominator stream, you get to see Jason driving by. That's pretty funny. Here's a look at the funnel from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's point of view. So it looks like we might have had a quick spin up here. A lot of dust getting kicked up at least. So there you go. This storm continues to be hazardous, even if we don't have a visual of a large type tornado. It's still definitely creating a ruckus. In the area. So what we have ongoing now is a pretty complex storm merger. This storm that we've been watching now, northeast of Loveland, hit the brakes. It's not really moving much anymore. And notice we have additional thunderstorms developing to its southwest. That may save us from having a big issue in Lubbock. May being the key word. We're going to have to see what happens here, but we definitely are about to undergo a reorganization phase with this. That being said, I mean, this thing's still rotating like mad. It's still trying to push out little spin-ups, and, you know, we still have some pretty strong velocity signatures. Let me switch over to this. I'll show you, and if this thing's kind enough to load, it may not be, in which case I'll just cry a little inside and move on with my day. But let's pull up the storm relative velocity. And this is going to be a slightly different view than what you're used to looking at. But it shows the velocities over the last little while. You could see this thing is still rotating like, well, there's no tomorrow. So we're going to have to watch it very carefully, and we are. But those of you from Roundup to Shallow Water, west sides of Lubbock, you better still be paying attention with this thing. This thing's got more attitude still than most thunderstorms you deal with, even if you are dealing with hail. But we're going to have to see exactly what this thing does. So that is what we call the level 3, the lower resolution radar data looks like. Let's switch over to the high res, and you can see quite a bit of a difference in terms of the overall, view here. So let's pull up some roads. And again, level end, whatever you want to be called today. You're fine now. It's northeast of you. Though you have more storms off to your west, so you may have angered it. Got a new tornado warning coming for Hockley and Lubbock counties. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hockley and Lubbock County in Texas.
All right, let's talk about this because this is going to include a lot of people. A tornado warning has now been issued for Hockley and Lubbock counties. This will include the entire Lubbock city limits. If you are in Lubbock, out to Smyre, to Shallow Water, to New Deal, to Abernathy, almost to Idalou, you are now under a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. A severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes is located 4 miles northwest of Reese Center or 12 miles northwest of Lubbock, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This tornado warning includes the city of Lubbock. This storm includes Lubbock, Shallow Water, Reese Center, Texas Tech University, downtown Lubbock, and Lubbock International Airport. This also includes Smyre, New Deal, and the Lubbock Science Spectrum. You are under a tornado warning. That means it is now time for you to enact your tornado safety precautions, which should be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, hard sole shoes, and a helmet. If you are in a sturdy site-built structure, if you are not in a sturdy site-built structure, you need to move to one immediately. Again, hotel, restaurant, gas station, fast food establishment, your neighbor's house. Best choice here for shelter would be a cellar, a storm shelter. Most folks don't have those. We don't have basements. That's okie dokie. Just go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a bicycle helmet if you got them handy. Again, we are live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. We're live on 2 YouTubes. We're live on Twitch. We're live on our website and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So you got plenty of places to watch us. If you got folks out in Lubbock, make sure they are watching us. You can just shoot them a message and be like, hey, that bull guy who likes to make up weird names is yippity and yappity about a storm moving towards Lubbock. So we've been talking about this storm now for a few hours. Let's talk about what is not happening. This storm is not as organized as it was a little earlier. It's still rotating. We still have quite a bit of heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat, but we do not have a big-time tornado down right now. You can see, looking at the radar, this storm kind of hit its brakes, and we have a bunch of storms firing behind it. And that is working to disrupt this thunderstorm. Now, this storm is still trying real hard to put a tornado down, but hopefully we can continue to see disruptions. Now, as this process occurs, we may see a lot of straight line wind and hail get pushed out by this thing. And this storm's moving east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. Interesting. Me sending out an app notification. It can, apparently, if I select it to.
That's startling.
Yep. All right. So we're live, TexasStormChasers.com. We're live on the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app where you can track these storms and all the storms, by the way. We're focusing on the most intense storms. We got plenty of others in the state of Texas, but understand this is the only one that's trying to drop tornadoes. So let's go over what has happened in the last few hours. In fact, let me see if this has storm reports all the way back. It doesn't, it looks like. But what we do have is a pretty nasty thunderstorm that has a history of producing tornadoes all the way back to near Dora, New Mexico. This thunderstorm at this point is undergoing a reorganization. Hey, Radar, you want to actually show something, or do you just want me to talk about nothing? Apparently, it's reset the radar time. Very well. So this storm is reorganizing. The low-level circulation has weakened a lot in the last few minutes, which is good. But now we have to see what is going to happen next. Is this storm going to cycle and, do some spooky stuff? And we know, look all the way back northwest of Levelland. What is that? Take a look.
A new
All
severe
the way back here
thunderstorm
northwest of
warning has
Levelland
been
on one of
issued
these
for
new storms
Pecos
that just fired
and
up.
Terrell County
Look at
in
that little
Texas.
hook. Look at that. There's a tornado trying to develop right now west of Levelland, east of Whiteface, just north of Highway 114. Look at that. We got a new storm that has developed in the flanking line of this prior storm. And this thing, I cannot believe how fast this storm just went up. An area of rotation back west of Levelland now with that storm. That's what, halfway between Whiteface and Levelland? So we got a circulation just north of Smyre, and then a circulation literally about 6 miles northwest of Levelland. And that's going to be moving off to the east. At about 25 miles an hour. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. And we are. All right. So let's talk about what's going on and what's not going on. What we have here is a nasty storm about to enter western Lubbock County. Nasty hail core, could be at least golf ball size hail right now, just southwest of Roundup, north of Smyre. And this storm has almost hit the brakes. It's still moving east-southeast, but the storm itself has weakened considerably compared to what it was a little earlier. It's still got big hail, could be at least golf ball size, and, all that. But here's the rotation. Notice we don't have that very bright green or blue against that bright pink. We have a lot of wind energy with this storm, but that's been disrupted considerably now in the last 15 to 20 minutes because all these new storms back behind it have developed. Now, even though the rotation has weakened a bit, this thing is still trying to put out rotation. Take a look at this. Oops, excuse me. Let me zoom in here. North Smyre. This right here, that's a little hook. It's not your big, bulky hooks, but that's still a circulation, or at least some wind being pushed out. We could see a quick spin-up tornado with that. And that's just north of Smyre by like 4 miles, just north of Highway 114. That would be essentially from the intersection of Highway 84 and Highway 289 on the northwest sides of Lubbock, about 12 miles west. Now, we're going to get a new radar scan here in just a second. About to get a flash flood warning, so when that happens, I'll quit yippity and yappitying.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb County in Texas.
But the good news is, even though this is trying to put, circulations down still, I want to kind of set the stage here. I don't think this is trying to put down a huge tornado right now. Yes, it is a dangerous thunderstorm, and yes, we want folks in the warning to be in a safe place. In fact, you could see on Jason's shot on the very bottom, you could see what looks like some dust being kicked up. That's probably either a gustnado. I mean, that might be outflow winds or something. I'll be honest. It's kind of difficult to see without... there he goes. You can see it doesn't look like it's rotating real fast. That's either a gustnado or a weak circulation. I mean, whatever it is, it's visually appealing, is it not? So, again, that's Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is just northeast of Smyre, looking at what might be a quick little spin-up tornado here. We'll go back. We'll give you the dual box layout. You can see what it looks like from Adam's perspective. You can see what the radar is. And then that view from Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. See a lot of wind, most of that being right to left.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hockley County in Texas.
So that's going to be a new warning for this storm back near Loveland for the potential of half-dollar size hail and straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye on that little appendage back northwest of town. No real rotation with that right now. There's a little, but not much. And then you can see this thing west of shallow water. It's still trying. I mean, it's had some destructive storm interference, thankfully, but it's still trying to spin up. And we're watching it carefully. Now, if you want to know about what's going on with some of these other storms across the state, understand we are focusing on the most intense activity at this point, and that is this dangerous thunderstorm that is located to the northwest sides of Lubbock. Now, if you want to keep an eye on the sky, you could use the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just scan that QR code above my head. That'll take you to the download page for our free mobile app. We've got interactive weather radar. We have live severe weather coverage. You can watch the coverage straight from the app. We have your local weather forecast. So you could do that. You can also track all the storms across the state on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. In terms of our coverage, well, guess what? We are on Facebook, we're on X, we're on YouTube, we're on multiple YouTubes, we're on all of that. So we'll be here and we're keeping an eye on things for you. But we only have one storm capable of producing tornado right now, and it's this storm entering western Lubbock County from eastern Hockley County. And the Weather Service is saying that was a brief spin-up tornado. So we'll watch that carefully. Here's the view from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You can see some spooky looking clouds here. Not seeing too much in the way of issues with that right now. You can see all the Storm Chasers there. Back to meteorologist Jason Cooley. You can see he survived the dust storm and is repositioning. And we'll go back now to the shot with all of that and the radar. So let's go over what we have. A tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. This is going to be for Lubbock County. It's going to be for eastern Hockley County for a circulation that is north of Smyre by about 3 miles. Moving off to the, well, I mean, it has been moving off to the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. It really, I think, is almost stationary now. I think it's just sitting here north of Smyre. So it's going to be an issue for those of you in Smire down on Highway 114. I begin, ready to hop in shelter. This thing kind of hit the brakes and almost turned due south, which sometimes means the storm is dying, and other times, sometimes in situations we don't like, it starts throwing tornadoes out left and right. But either way, that means for those of you in the city of Lubbock, you have been given a temporary reprieve as this storm has hit the brakes northwest of town. Now, it looks like Lubbock itself, y'all in the city of Lubbock, are getting pummeled by lightning strikes right now. Texas Tech University, downtown Lubbock, you're getting hit with lightning strikes, even though this storm's still 15 miles to your northwest, and it's probably not even sprinkling at this point. You're getting hit with what we call positive lightning strikes, those real strong, angry lightning strikes that do all sorts of nonsense. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But again, I could just switch this back over to a loop so y'all can see what's going on.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Brewster, Jeff Davis, and Pecos County in Texas.
And here's just the storm environment we're dealing with right now. There is a circulation that is a little more evident about 2 to 3 miles northeast of Smire. And that circulation right now, honestly, it's just sitting there. So this storm's either done or we're about to get some very interesting behavior out of it. And based on the way it's looking visually on the Storm Chaser streams, we'll go back over to the big boxes here. I think we're about to get some very interesting behavior. And that's what we're going to be watching for. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley's shot there. It looks like Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's almost under it. But that is a very large wall cloud now. We're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here. This is a couple miles north of Smire. Barely.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Pecos County in Texas.
So, as we deal with that, we'll get this stream fixed over here. Okay, good. We got that fixed. All right, so we can get that put back up into a 3-plex. There we go. Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, meteorologist Jason Cooley, myself. Good evening. It's 7:13 p.m., the 5th of June, 2025. We do have a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes now about 13 miles northwest of the city of Lubbock. That's what we're watching. This storm was moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. It has hit the brakes at this point and has essentially stalled just north of Smire. Looks like it is trying to put another tornado down just north of Smire. And we're watching for that very, very carefully here. In fact, it looks like Storm Chaser Adam Lucio has that. Let's go to his stream full. See that dust under that wall cloud? That's going to be your possible tornado attempting to develop there. or at least an area of circulation. A lot of dust out here. He's staying under the wall cloud, or at least in close proximity. I can switch you back over to the radar real quick. I'll show you the which way the wind is blowing mode here on radar. And there you go. You can see that velocity. Yeah, we're about to have another tornado put down. You can see that velocity is now increasing again just northeast of Smyre. We got winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 60, and we're only looking 900 feet up, so we're getting pretty close to that radar in Lubbock, and winds moving away at 45. So we've got 110 mile an hour circulation here, and I'm just going to switch it back over. I think we're about to see a tornado drop right in front of us. Watch this live stream from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Look how the clouds are moving from right to left. You can even see some of that condensate developing there in the cloud base. What we're going to see happen here at some point soon, I think, is we're going to see that circulation tighten up like a ballerina or a skater bringing their arms in. And here's a different view. Here's Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. Just some dust getting flown about, as you can see. So again, we are very close to having another tornado drop here about 2 miles north of Smyre. And this is going to be with the thunderstorm activity located about 12 miles northwest of Lubbock. We're going to keep a very close eye on this.
Oh, look at that.
In fact, it's probably doing it right now. So here's the radar. You got our storm chasers on the right. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley. And again, this is all with this thunderstorm about 12 miles northwest of Lubbock. I mean, my goodness. Here's the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Look at that structure. You can see well-defined cloud base. Under that, you have your rotating wall cloud. And folks, you can, even though he's driving, look at the rotation, the motion, the clouds. On the right side, you can see all that inflow. Those are clouds being sucked into the parent updraft. Left side, that's your area of rotation, left to right. This whole thing is getting ready to do something. So those of you, eastern parts of Hockley County, those of you, western Lubbock County, city of Lubbock, you're okay for now. You're in the warning, but I mean, my goodness. Here's a look from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. I mean, look at that inflow band developing. I mean, my goodness. Goodness gracious. This thing is getting ready. This thing's getting ready to do something big. So those of you from Smyre, whatever, Highway 114, southwest of Shallow Water, east of Leveland, get ready, because this thing is getting ready to do something too. Your shelter, huh? Yeah.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Castro, Hale, Lamb, and Swisher County in Texas.
Put a loop on here just so you can see what's going on over the last hour. And I'll get in here and I'll take that lower third off Cooley's stream. But again, we're watching a thunderstorm. So are our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Stephen Jones, Jason Cooley. They are, and the circulation about 3 miles northeast of Smyre. That circulation right now has come to an abrupt halt. It's moving, I mean, honestly, it's moving south at like 5 miles an hour right now. And this thing quit moving southeast a while ago and it's just stalled out, which means, one, we're going to have a real significant flooding problem here in Hockley County. And two, those of you in Lubbock, besides getting pelted by lightning, you're doing a lot better right now, but we're going to have to see what happens when this storm starts moving east-southeast again, and it very well may. We note increasing inflow now with this thunderstorm over Shallow Water. Yeah, this thing's getting that structure to it again. Looks like it's right behind a boundary. Hold on, what is that? Stand by. Looks like we do have a tornado now. Okay, so that's going to be live tornado developing from Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. That's quickly becoming a sizable tornado based on the dust there. We're going to have to see exactly just how sizable. But again, this is now a tornado down about 2 miles northeast of Smyre. in eastern parts of Hockley County out in West Texas. This is going to be trying to make its way down towards portions of western Lubbock County. So again, you saw that condensation funnel there develop. You can see extremely rapid rotation. And again, we are carefully monitoring these streams for indications of what's about to happen. But quickly back over to both streams and the radar. This is what the storm has been doing. It's just sitting just northeast of Smyer. And there's you can see a little funnel on Jason's stream, bottom right. It's trying. Boy, look at that. And Jason, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it. This thing's about to, boy, this thing's trying its hardest. I mean, this thing is really close to putting a tornado down. You can see we have multiple funnels. You can see the view from storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. And I mean, look at the greenage. Look at the structure, the lighting on this. Oh, it makes me miss being out there storm chasing for about 5 seconds. And then I realized that I don't like traffic very much. But you go. Jason's going to reposition. We'll get back to the radar real quick. I need to show you the latest on that. Here's a loop. And again, this storm's just sitting there. Here's a loop over the last hour, quickly showing additional storms moving in from the southwest, which could be destructive interference or just cause a monster high precipitation supercell to evolve again. But we have increasing rotation now with this. I'll show you the high-res radar. It's going to be just north of Smyer. And again, this is not moving towards Lubbock at this point. I mean, it is slowly, but it's hit its brakes to a point where Lubbock, you're getting a reprieve for now. Hey, radar, you know that nice thing you do where you show pretty colors on the screen like a bucket of spilled paint? Could we do that, please? Thank you. So here's where we're looking. This is the how hard it's raining mode. This is the velocity mode. And we show you the de-aliasing. See if we can't switch this to a different mode. And ish, I mean, it's not super clean, but you can see that circulation right there. That's going to be just northeast of Smyer. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that little hook appendage right there. And we'll zoom out. And again, this storm technically is still trying to move southeast, but it's almost stationary. And the question is, when is it going to resume its forward movement? And it's trying to. It is starting to slowly move east again. And, you know, we have storms coming in from the west. You know, I'll be honest. There's a couple things that could happen here with that. And I'll walk you through it real quick. Here's a radar loop over the last hour. You can see we've got a lot of storms coming in from the west right now, smacking into this thing. What could happen? Here's a couple scenarios. One, just a big blob in a complex forms. We start losing circulations. We transition to a heavy rain, hail, damaging wind threat. Two, all of the above happens, but we still have circulations producing rain-wrapped tornadoes. Or three, what could also happen realistically is all those storms nudging into this thing actually give it a little bit of that extra oomph it needs, and it could actually just kickstart a whole string of tornado issues and start pushing the storm into Lubbock. So which one is going to happen? That is an excellent question, one of which I can't tell you yet. We're just going to have to wait and see. Welcome to the dynamics of mesoscale and convective meteorology. I'm your host, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have winds moving away from the radar right now at about 80 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar at about 40, so we have a 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet. You can see storm chasers having a good view. Let's just go back here. You can see storm chaser Adam Lucio's got a good view from his angle. I'll show you that. You can see this thing's just, you know, merry-go-rounding. Notice we have scary-looking clouds, scud, clouds just above the surface. This is what we call a ground-scraping wall cloud. So it would not take much oomph to end up with a tornado. And this has probably been putting tornadoes down now for a couple minutes now. They may be brief, a lot of dust, but we probably are dealing with some issues. You can see that power pole there was bent over. Here's a view from a different angle, if we can get that stream to stabilize there. Yeah, a lot of straight line winds with these storms as well. All right, we'll go back over to the triple view. And again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a dangerous thunderstorm that has put the brakes on, but is still producing tornadoes about 8 miles west of Lubbock right now. 8 miles west of the city itself.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
What's that? We got a report right now of 2 tornadoes in progress northwest of Reese Center. I'll show you that picture. It's from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. You can see those funnels we were looking at from close range. 2 tornadoes. You can see Adam Lucio. That's probably a tornado right there. He's looking at a lot of dust. So again, that's a tornado. And this is what it looked like a couple minutes ago from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. So we've got that. And we have this, nasty circulation. And then apparently Stephen really took a pounding on his windshield earlier. You can see the windshield's been obliterated. You can see whoever's driving there with a phone in their hands a moron for doing that, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, folks, don't text and drive. So here you go. You can see Adam's got that shot there. We've got dust. With that, and this storm, there's a well-defined circulation with this now. So let's go ahead, and we're going to stop looping that, and we need to go back. First off, I'm going to switch us back to the quad screen. No, I didn't. Larry, thank you for pointing out that power pole that I said was down, was knocked down on the stream. That's a good catch. I'll download that right now, in fact. That was a very good catch. Let me throw that onto my CDN and that. Hey, look, radar. How about we load some radar? That'd be great, wouldn't it? Okay, looks like, what is that? Now let's get back to the quad screen. See that shot from Adam, shot from Jason. Looks like we have something. It's either a tornado, damaging winds. It's something. Looks like multiple reports of a multi-vortex tornado. And that might be exactly what we're looking at there. Here's the radar, by the way. We're back to the very strong circulation, back to having winds that are well over 100 miles an hour gate to gate at 900 feet. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that hook has returned with a vengeance. The outflow boundary that was southeast of that earlier, well, it's no longer south of it, clearly. So this storm has managed to catch back up to the little outflow boundary, and as such, has managed to start producing tornadoes quite a bit again, unfortunately. All right, I'm going to throw this in there. Let me show y'all what Adam got a minute ago. We'll see how good the resolution is on this, but you can see that power pole. Actually, even Larry had a, whoa, I didn't see Adam almost get hit by the bloody thing. Good gravy. Let's take that full screen. Give me just a second. Where's that source? That's what happens when I have like 50 sources, but here, I'll go we'll do this. Give you all that big screen. This was, oops, several minutes ago. You can see a power pole in the distance go down. But then a second, watch what almost happens. That power pole goes left. In the distance, I thought I just saw it almost smack into him. What am I missing? Huh. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Wouldn't be the first time. All right. So let's get back to real time. Here's what we have. You can see that circulation showing up here just northeast of Smayer. Got a report of a multi-vortex tornado now. We'll go back so you can watch video. We're waiting to see if we get a good view of that. Here is the radar. Here is the which way the wind is blowing mode. Again, this is probably at this point, this is going to be 4 miles northeast of Smayer, or specifically for Highway 289 and Highway 114. This is 8 miles west of that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb County in Texas.
Samantha D., thank you very much for that generous super chat. And Jersey Bob, welcome to the community. Same to you, Carolyn Fortune. All right, so this is 4 miles northeast of Smear, about 8 miles west of the west side of Lubbock, moving into Lubbock County. This storm is going to be trying to start moving southeast again, I think, soon. But for now, it has remained stationary. It is starting to make a little more progress to the southeast. I'll tell you this. So far, I gave those solutions a few minutes ago. What could happen? You know, big complex with embedded spin-ups, or it just pushes this storm east and it keeps producing tornadoes. So far, it looks like it's trying to do number 3, unfortunately. I haven't really seen any detrimental effects yet. And in fact, the reflectivity structure is becoming even more concerning. You can see your inflow notch here. This is your hook echo wrapping around. We still have very strong inflow winds being detected. This is all inflow. These pinks here, all inflow into this circulation. And then your tornado is right here, 4 miles northeast of Smeyer, moving towards western Lubbock County. Oh, apparently we now have a pretty nasty looking tornado. Here's a view. This is from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. You can see a pretty gnarly looking wall cloud and what appears to be a pretty gnarly tornado. So again, we have a tornado down now. Once again, this is going to be several miles southwest of, boy, this thing's trying to wedge out. This is southwest of Shallow Water and just 4 miles northeast of Smear. And this is quickly becoming an extremely large tornado, folks. Okay, so we just went from uh-oh to uh-oh real quick. So we're back into urgent mode here. We've got a pretty big, bad, very mad tornado down. You can see it on Steven's stream there. Look at that. Tornado is becoming what we call a wedge. Very wide tornado developing. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that entire thing is going to be your tornado, but we have a wide looking tornado here now. And in fact, let's get back to a different shot. We've got a view from Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. There you go. Large, destructive tornado now, about 4 to 5 miles northeast of Smear. This is going to be probably 5 miles southwest of Shallow Water. This is moving off to the east towards western Lubbock County. Those of you in western Lubbock County, a large tornado is down, moving east-southeast. It's not moving very quick right now, but it is making its way in that general direction. So let's go back to this. I'm going to put the stream on here. Y'all don't care about seeing my bald head, so let's just go ahead and change the radar screen out to that. And again, we have a large tornado. This,
That's crazy. I don't understand.
is that a satellite? Okay, so we have a large tornado with satellite tornadoes rotating around it now. So again, we've got problems. This is going to be about 4 miles to 5 miles northeast of Smyre. This is going to be about 6 miles southwest of Shallow Water. This all is moving southeast at about, 15 miles an hour. This is about to enter western Lubbock County. So we need to go ahead and get back to a pretty noticeable sense of urgency here. And it may have just, let's see, I can't tell if it just roped out or not. Or at least, no, it's still there. It's not as potent as it was. But again, that was a pretty sizable looking tornado there for a couple of minutes. Now moving into western Lubbock County. So again, a tornado warning does continue for western Lubbock County until 7:45 p.m., and it will be extended. This storm's starting to move east-southeast again. Not quick yet, but it is moving that way. So we need folks east of Smyre on Highway 114, southwest of Shallow Water to the west sides of the city of Lubbock. You need to move to a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. All right, let's get this updated. Okay, there. That needs to be that. That needs to change to. And again, we're dealing with a lot of some low light issues out here too. This thing's like 70,000 feet tall. It's blocking out the setting sun, so that's why it looks like sunset, even though sunset's still, an hour, 30 minutes away almost. So again, this thing's been putting down tornadoes again now. And it had 2 down a couple minutes ago, and one of them was big, bad, very mad. Don't know if that's still the case, but again, as this storm continues to move off to the east-southeast, we're going to have to be very mindful of the potential for spin-up tornadoes and the continued potential for tornadoes. So let's go ahead and take a look. Again, we have a confirmed tornado with this storm, and I'll switch back to Steven's shot real quick. We'll take a closer look. His windshield got obliterated by grapefruit-sized hail earlier, but here's what we have. I don't see a tornado physically down, at least no huge condensate funnel, but I can definitely see that beaver cloud, that area of inflow in the background, moving from right to left. To the left side of his screen, just above the time there, you can see what might be a little bit of a funnel. Again, this thing is just spinning like a top at this point, and I don't think it's done. It is not done at all. So there may be an invisible funnel there, and this certainly is probably not done. All right, let's get back to the radar. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. And real quick, for those of you wanting to track storms across the state, if we're not talking about storms in your part of the world or the state, keep in mind we do have severe weather ongoing in parts of the Permian Basin down south. You can keep track of these storms with a free interactive weather radar in our free mobile app. Just scan that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald, shiny head, or go search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can also see radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Those of you looking for, let's see, what is that? So there's that. Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We're live streaming severe weather coverage on YouTube, 2 YouTube channels, Facebook, Twitch, X, etc. So we're focusing on this dangerous storm that's like 8 miles west of Lubbock. This thing just produced 2 tornadoes, and it is still trying to produce more. We have Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, meteorologist and Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. And this activity is moving off to the southeast at about, what do they have it at? 15 probably. It's starting to move again. It sat for a good 20 to 30 minutes, but now it is starting to progress east-southeast again. Probably not super fast right now, but it's moving. So you got me, myself, and I. You have our Storm Chasers. And to be fair, I could probably just replace the bald head version of me with a radar look, but let's go back over here. And here's the radar. You can see the tornado. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing, and you'll easily be able to see it. It is right there. Turn off that, turn off that. And there you go. Your tornado is on the Hockley-Lubbock County line moving into western Lubbock County. We have winds moving towards the radar at 85 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at about 50 miles an hour. We're looking at 800 feet. So that's about 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation at 800 feet. Very close to the radar. Remember, we're looking in the lower levels of this now, so we're actually starting to see the upper side of the tornado here. Very low level, good velocity scan. Remember, the farther away you get from a radar site, the higher up in the atmosphere you go, because the radar beam emanates out in a straight line. The Earth curves. Yes, the Earth does curve. If you don't believe that, well, go away. All right, we got a new tornado warning being issued. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hockley and Lubbock County in Texas.
All right, at 7:38 p.m., a tornado warning in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for western Lubbock County and eastern Hockley County. At 7:38 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Reese Center, or 11 miles west of Lubbock, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This tornado will be near Lubbock South Plains Mall around 8:15 p.m. This tornado warning includes Smyre, New Deal, the Lubbock Science Spectrum. So again, all y'all in Lubbock, your tornado warnings until 8:45 p.m. now. We're keeping a close eye on streams. We're keeping a close eye on the radar. Here's the radar. Here's the velocity data. You can see that circulation trying to push a little south now. I'm going to start trying to put some roads on here. We're so close to the radar, I can do that with a little bit of accuracy. It's going to be NCR 1100. Quitsana Avenue. This is about 2 miles west of Quitsana Avenue. And again, this tornado, and boy, that just got even worse. Folks, I need to emphasize that there is a tornado very near Highway 114 and NCR 1100, just west of the city of Lubbock. This is moving east. Let's go back and let's just show you what we got full screen. You can see Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. He's got that shot from the bottom left with full screen. In a second, meteorologist Jason Cooley and Storm Chaser Adam Lucio are repositioning. Let's see what we've got in Stephen's shot here. You can see a lot of rain. If there's a tornado back there, it is wrapped in heavy rain. The velocity data would suggest, yes, we have at least a broad area of tornadic circulation back in that rain shield behind or within all that rain. Again, we're going to be looking for rotation. We're going to be looking for any indications of that tornado. Back over to the 4 panel. Here's what it looks like from all our storm chasers, and you can see big, bad, very mad. Notice the fact we also do respect traffic signals. Yes, you still get to follow traffic laws even if you're in a tornado warning. Here's the radar. NCR 1100 just north of Highway 114. We have rear flank downdraft winds exceeding probably 80 to 90 miles an hour on Highway 114 right now, just inside the Lubbock County line. Now, just east of NCR 1100. This is approaching Highway, what was that, 2255? 2255, Highway 114, approaching Quisana Avenue. In fact, you know what, at this point, let's just pull up a map. And again, we have our storm chasers. We're keeping a very close eye on that. Stephen's on the bottom left side looking into this rain wrap circulation. Y'all feel free to squeal up in chat or if you see something. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm watching another storm chasing video right now. There's a tornado. So there is definitely a multi-vortex tornado still down. So we've got a tornado down approaching Quisana Avenue, Highway 114, and FM 2255. Just real hard to see from these camera angles, but again, we do have a tornado down in western Lubbock County. This is going to be very near, coming up to, I mean, it is in Reese Center. So Reese Center, it's in Reese Center right now, near the South Plains College, the Lubbock Police Academy, the National Wind Institute. A tornado's in the National Wind Institute right now. What's the irony in that? They do testing for storm shelters, the National Wind Institute in Lubbock. So that's unfortunate and ironic. I guess now they get to do some in-person real-life testing. So again, let's take a look back at the velocity. Good news is the velocity has come down a bit over the last couple minutes. It's not that super-duper scary velocity at this point. There is still, we're still dealing with spin-up tornadoes here. We're dealing with damaging winds. We're dealing with quite a bit of an issue with this storm as it continues to propagate to the east. Those of you in the west sides of Lubbock, get ready. Reese Center, it's in you now. You better be in a safe place. No travel on 4th Street. No travel anywhere on 114 going west to Highway 289. In fact, everybody in Lubbock, you should have been in shelter for an hour now. If you're not, well, don't go west, that's for sure. That just re-intensify. So we still definitely have a circulation. It's not as potent, but it is still there. You can see, in fact, I'll just, yeah, we're good with that. Here we go. Storm track, I need you to stop. So here's the velocity data. Again, we're using this just simply as
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
So we've got this storm producing tornado activity in Reese Center. A confirmed tornado is located over Reese Center, 9 miles west of Lubbock. Storm is moving east at 15 miles an hour. And again, you can see from all the shots over here that we do still definitely have problems. Let me get that bottom box fixed for y'all real quick. So those of you in the west sides of Lubbock out to Reese Center, Highway 114, Loop 289, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This circulation, which has a history of producing tornadoes, is over Reese Center right now. As it continues to move off to the east at 15, it's going to be crossing over places like the Reese Center Golf Course, the National Wind Institute, 4th Street. It is over the south side of the South Plains College right now, the National Wind Institute, the Reese Golf Center. It is probably approaching the Research Boulevard to 4th Street, the South Plains, well, the Research Campus bookstore. Those of you on Inler Avenue, Alcove Avenue, Upland Avenue, Highway 114, 34th Street, Erskine Street. You need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, all right? Now, let's take a look. We have another one of these weird evolutions ongoing again. We've got a report of structure damage and a possible injury 5 miles northwest of Reese Center from this storm. So we may have injuries now, along with structure damage, 5 miles northwest of Reese Center. That's according to emergency management. All right, so let's go back to the well, here's the reflectivity. First off, this storm is moving east at about 15 miles an hour. We have storm, could have hail, could be golf ball size hail. Approaching New Deal, north sides of Lubbock, Lubbock International Airport, back west over shallow water. We've got hail up there. We could have damaging inflow winds into this storm over Highway 84 right now. Northwest sides of Lubbock to shallow water. We could have winds coming out of the east at about 60 miles an hour. That is inflow into this circulation and tornado. The tornado right now is over Reese Center, east of Smyre. If you're in Smyre, you're clear from this, but you have additional storms trying to develop to your west and southwest. If that continues, we may see some additional circulations develop north of Ropesville. We're going to have to watch for that. Here comes the latest reflectivity scan, and you can see how we don't have that super duper. I mean, we do still have a well-defined hook echo here, but it's not, that crazy clear-cut hook. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And I'm just going to try to get a good view with that. But again, yep, we do have power flashes right now. I'm looking at transformer flashes on some of these streams coming out of Reese Center. So we still have a tornado likely down, or at least very damaging straight line winds. Regardless, look, it doesn't matter. Tornado damaging straight line winds, it's probably a tornado. Either one is going to mess you up.
A new flash flood warning
so
has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Okay, so those of you in Reese Center, hang on. All right, west sides of Lubbock, you're next. We want everyone on Inler Avenue, Alcove Avenue, Upland Avenue, Milwaukee Avenue, 4th Street, 19th Street, known as 114, 34th Street, Erskine Street, North Franklin Avenue. Guess what? If I've just called out anything you're near, FM 179, be in a safe place now. You've got a rain wrap tornado. You could have multiple tornadoes out of this thing. Y'all need to be in a safe place now. Do not go outside looking for this. It is wrapped in heavy rain. The only way I know something's there is I'm watching video from one of these tornado tanks as they're literally trying to drive into it. And guess what? It's because they're literally trying to drive into it, and that's the only way it's being seen. We got power flashes, which means transformers are blowing, which means we have damage being done. We have very strong winds throwing stuff into power lines. So we need folks from Reese Center through Alcove Avenue, Upland Avenue, North Milwaukee Avenue, Frankfurt Avenue, Slide Road, Highway 289 on the west sides of Lubbock, 34th Street, Highway 114, which is 19th Street, Lubbock Christian University, 4th Street. We need folks on FM 179. Be in shelter. That circulation continues to intensify. We likely have what could be a strong tornado developing once again. So let's go back to this. And again, the tornado's rain wrapped. If we see something, we'll go back to the cameras. But again, this is an urgent call to action. Those of you in Reese Center, the west side of Lubbock, we have what is probably a strong tornado down right now. I'm going to switch over to my real high-res radar. I'll bring that over in a second. It's not as fancy of a graphical output as what you're used to seeing, but it does a better job of showing the winds. Hey, radar, anytime you want to load, thank you. Well, until then, let me show you this. Bottom left is Stephen Jones. Bottom right's meteorologist Jason Cooley. Bottom or top right is storm chaser Adam Lucio. You can see we've got that whole nasty rain wrap tornado. Now, let me show you. I just don't like this. Let me show you what we have and why I'm so concerned. Again, we have very strong winds with this. Let me take into the storm motion vector. Do note we do have a circulation. That could be a tornado developing just southeast of Smyre now. Just southeast of Smyre. Could have a anticyclonic tornado. That's just a fancy way of saying it's spinning backwards. It's about 2.5 miles southeast of Smyre. A large destructive rain wrap tornado in progress now, approaching Highway 114. This is going to be just southeast of Reese Center. That's going to be near Inler Avenue, Alcove Avenue. Jason, if you can hear me, you need to bug east. That's what you're doing. But again, we've got winds. There you go. This is west sides of Lubbock, just east of Reese Center. Reese Center. I'll turn that off. That's these 3 north-south looking runways. Just southeast of there. Strong tornado. We have winds moving towards the radar at 100 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet at 600 feet. Folks, we have a strong tornado down that is rain-wrapped. So understand, there is no question. If there is a tornado, there is a tornado, and it is rain-wrapped, and the velocities are coming up. It is moving southeast. There's the latest scan on the how hard it's raining mode. You're not going to be able to see it. Back over to our cameras. Here you go. Folks, we got some. There you go. I mean, it's rain wrapped. I understand looking at radar is a bucket of spilled paint, but understand inside that rain is probably a big, bad, very mad tornado. And that is doing probably a considerable amount of damage. If by chance we don't have a tornado, and I think we do, we still have winds of 100 miles an hour. So those of you in the west sides of Lubbock, safe place. Now, here's the, let's switch back over. Let me see if I can't get this stinking thing to work. All right, so let me do this, and if I can't get the de-aliasing to work, we'll simply go back to the other radar. The latest scan still showing very strong winds. Not as strong of a tornadic signature, but that doesn't really matter. Here you go. So here you go. This is showing winds of 105 miles an hour. Right now. This is going to be Highway 114. And that is going to be the north-south road is going to be Alcove Road, Upland Avenue, 4th Street. This is 4th Street up here. I don't know why it's saying County Road 1500. I don't care. I'm telling you what it is by looking at Google Maps. We have 100+ mile an hour winds right now. There we go. At Inler Avenue, there's the latest scan. Just moved east of Inler Avenue. We're coming up now to Alcove Avenue. So we have 100 mile an hour winds. Alcove Avenue right now. Possible tornado, if there's still one down, would be just to the north of that. But we have a large area of damaged straight line winds and a tornado moving east of Reese Center now by about a mile or two, entering the west sides of the city of Lubbock. This is a dangerous situation for those of you in Lubbock. West side of Lubbock, understand you need to be in a safe place. This is going to be one of these situations where we do not have visual evidence of this. The West Texas Mesonet station at Smear gusted to 109 miles per hour at 7:46 p.m. So the Mesonet station out here east of Smear gusted to 109 miles per hour about 8 minutes ago. That was likely part of the tornadic outer circulation. So again, we have at least 110 mile an hour winds. Doesn't matter if it's tornadic or straight line. It is So again, destructive winds coming in to the west sides of Lubbock right now. Could easily be, and we have already received reports and seen wind measurements of 109 miles an hour just east of Smear. All right, so what do we have right now? Let me show you, because the rain mode, look, rain mode, it's a blob. You're not going to see a thing. Our chasers are literally a mile within it. It cannot see it. It is just a big mass of rain rotating. So that's what it looks like on radar. Bucket of spilled paint. This is the Doppler portion of the radar. It is able to determine essentially, is the object moving towards or away the radar and what velocity. So this is what lets us see rotation. This green, this is all wind moving from west to east towards Lubbock. These pinks, winds moving away from the radar, moving east to west. Rotation. There you go. And again, we do have strong rotation here. The latest scan kind of messed that up a bit, but we're still seeing indications of 60+ mile an hour winds moving into the west sides of Lubbock. Could easily still have a rain-wrapped tornado out here. The velocities have come down. I'll loop this real quick. Let me show you what we've had happen. Whoops-a-daisy. So let's, the velocities have come down in the last couple of minutes, but I'm still going to show you what we have going on. Those of you from Reese Center to the west sides of Lubbock, you need to be in a safe place still. Here's what we've had happen. You see those velocities came up. We had a tornado likely move very near or over Reese Center, the National Wind Institute, and then that kind of what we call occluded. It weakened. Now, unfortunately, we still have some very strong rotation here, and it's possible we might see a circulation spin right back up again. Understand, this thing's still rotating. Just because I'm not showing you a super duper scary purple and bright pink gate-to-gate couplet does not mean we don't have a tornado either in progress or trying to develop. And we still definitely have considerable amounts of damaging winds here moving into west sides of Lubbock. Let's talk about it. Upland Avenue, North Milwaukee Avenue, Frankfort Avenue, Loop 289, Highway 84, FM 2641 down through Kent Street, Ursuline Street, Erskine Street, County Road 6500, North Slide Avenue. Y'all are in imminent danger of this rain-wrapped tornado, destructive winds. There is a considerable amount of heavy rain and flash flooding. So here's the latest view. Now, we have very strong velocities here. We could have winds gusting over 60 miles an hour in the northwest sides of Lubbock right now. Those are winds moving into the storm from the east. We could have winds moving from west to east at over 60 to 80 miles an hour right now, about 2 miles west of Loop 289 and Highway 114. So that would be near Upland Avenue, Milwaukee Avenue, 4th Street, Erskine Street. Moving towards Clovis Avenue, moving towards Quaker Avenue, Slide Road, excuse me. So y'all be in a safe place, all right? We got a lot of wind damage coming into the west sides of Lubbock right now. We could have hail up the size of golf balls. Understand, it is a very high precipitation supercell. We're going to likely have flooding in Lubbock. So let me switch you back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Here comes the scan around it again. We have very heavy rain, strong winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado near Highway 114 and Loop 289. Or anywhere from there all the way to maybe 4 miles northwest of Loop 289 and Highway 114. Damaging winds right now. We have a gyro of very strong wind rotating around a larger mesocyclone here on the west side of Lubbock, now just east of Reese Center. And again, we had a report of a 109 mile-an-hour wind gust at 7:46 p.m. in Smear, a 107 mile-an-hour wind gust at 7:47 p.m. So we had multiple 107 to 109 mile-an-hour wind gusts in Smear, which is, just where this storm moved through. So again, this thing's producing big, bad, very mad wind that is capable of doing considerable damage. So west sides of Lubbock, again, please be in a safe place. We could have hail up to Shallow Water to New Deal. Understand, we could have gusty winds up there too. If we have a tornado right now, and, look, tornado or damaging winds, I think at this point the hazards are equal. Tornado right now would probably be very near. Oh, what is that? About 2 miles? About near Erskine Street, Alcove Avenue to Milwaukee Avenue to those general areas. But we have damaging winds likely all the way along Highway 114 or 19th Street from Reese Center east through at least Loop 289. And understand, you're seeing here on the chase cams, here you go. Guess what? It's rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. This thing's got more rain in it than probably a hurricane at this point. So that's what it looks like. And this is why radar is safe. That's not a good sign, folks. Here we go. We've got another very strong velocity signature developing now. This is going to be on 4th Street. This is going to only be 2 miles west of Loop 289. So near Upland Avenue and 4th Street. Tornado likely in progress right now. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 90 miles an hour. Winds moving away around 10. So again, circulation right there. Not seeing any super duper tornado debris, but to be perfectly blunt with you, we're so close to the radar, I'm not sure we would in a accurate sense. So again, could have a tornado or 100 mile an hour winds right now, very near 4th Street and Upland Avenue in the west sides of Lubbock, east sides of Reese Center. This is moving east, southeast towards Highway 114 and Loop 289. Urgent call to action for anyone near Loop 289 and Highway 114 on the west sides of Lubbock, Lubbock Christian University. Be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're not going to see this thing in person. The only way you're going to see it is if it throws a piece of wood or a piece of metal at you. It is so wrapped in rain, it is like a hurricane. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. You see all these pinks and purples? Hail, wind. It is a hurricane out there, and you're not going to see the stinking tornado, so don't go look, okay? I know that is firsthand nature. Please believe me. This is a very high precipitation supercell. You are not going to see the tornado unless it is hitting you. And even then, you're probably not even going to see the tornado. You're just going to see bands of rotating rain picking things up and trying to, throw it at you, because that's kind of what tornadoes try to do. So it is 8:03 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a storm with a history of producing at least a dozen tornadoes now from eastern New Mexico near Dora, New Mexico, back into now the west sides of the city of Lubbock. We likely just had a tornado move through parts of Reese Center. We have reports of at least one injury 5 miles northwest of Reese Center from a tornado back at 7:41 p.m., along with structural damage. We We have storm chasers here in the west sides of Lubbock. I'll be honest, they're not really chasing as much as they are getting out of the way. Again, this is high precip. They're not going to see anything. So at this point, you put yourself in a safe position. You enact your escape plan. You get the heck out of Dodge. If our chasers aren't even willing to try to see this tornado because it's so wrapped in rain, what the heck do you think you're going to do? If the answer is be a dum-dum, please don't. All right, and again, this is the only tornado warning we have in the state. That's why we're focusing on it. We have a lot of storms, we have a lot of rain and flash flooding, but understand this is the tornado in a highly populated area. So if you want to know what's going on with you, hey, good news, you can do that. We have that resource for you. I pay a lot of money for it.
Where's the power pole? Just literally on the screen. Look at that. Look.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
So
hail
here,
and Lamb County in Texas.
So here's what you can do. Scan that QR code above my head, free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Folks, I'm watching a bunch of people in Lubbock right now just driving around like normal, literally within half a mile of a tornado and the tank in the tornado. What the heck are you morons doing? You've had tornado warnings for an hour and a half now and you're driving around in the middle of a hurricane, a tornado? Seriously? Seriously? Come on. Y'all are smarter than that. At least I thought you were. Morons. That's just stupid. And this is why no matter what we do, people are still going to get hurt and die in tornadoes because people just are not going to heed the warnings and understand you don't go driving around in tornadoes. Guess what? Not all tornadoes can be seen 20 miles away, including in West Texas. I realize it usually can be, but guess what? Mama Nature said not today. So let's go over what's going on now. We do have a tornado. We could have a couple, honestly. All along at this point, Upland Avenue. We have a circulation about 2 miles north of, well, we're about to get a new scan. Stand by. There you go. Very strong winds right now in proximity of Highway 114 and Loop 289 on the west sides of Lubbock. Any one of these little areas of spin could be spin-up tornadoes, wind-driven hail, extremely heavy rainfall, and, oh yeah, tornadic activity. So, let's just do this. Let's take a quick outward look. Littlefield, you got a storm with hail, probably at least maybe, what do they got? Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds between Littlefield and Amherst on Highway 84 moving northeast. Okay, what else we got? Nothing in the Panhandle right now. We have storms well southeast of Fort Stockton with flash flooding. Back into Lubbock. And again, at some point, I do want to take a zoomed out look and tell y'all downstream. This is moving towards Ransom Canyon, Slayton, the south sides of Lubbock, Woodrow, Wolfforth. Y'all are in tornado warnings. You're going to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, so let's go back. And again, at this point, we're about to hit the radar with the stinking stuff. So we're able to give a very in-depth look of where this is. Tornado, that's going to probably be a tornado right there. At least it's trying to be. Hey, radar, you know that nice thing you do about showing me roads? Let's do that. Very well. If I can't do that, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. And understand we probably have hail here too. We've got a probable tornado near North Milwaukee Avenue, probably between Erskine Street, 4th Street, and it could even be all the way up to Ursuline Street. And understand, we're seeing a lot of wind energy here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Hockley and Lubbock County in Texas.
But at the same time, I do also want to emphasize that while we do have circulations here producing very strong winds, I'm not seeing something that would suggest we have a huge tornado down right now. This is dangerous, yes. I'm not seeing indications that we have, one of these mile-wide violent tornadoes. So we have a lot of damaging winds. We probably do have spin-up tornadoes. Guess what? That's going to do damage. But let's keep things in perspective here. Should y'all be driving around Lubbock right now, especially the west sides of Lubbock? I'm literally watching people driving in the middle of a hurricane, what could be a rain-wrapped tornado. Y'all just driving around with your windows down and pickup trucks being like, whoop-de-stinkin' do better. Just do better. Ridiculous. It's not like this hasn't been forecast all day. It's not like y'all in Lubbock haven't been under a tornado warning now for an hour and a half. And I mean, come on now. You could see the storm 100 miles away when it was still producing tornadoes 80 miles away. It's not like you didn't know it was coming.
And Lubbock hasn't had one of these in a long time.
Oh, guess what, Lubbock? Yeah, Lubbock hasn't had one of these in a while. Well, guess what, Lubbock? You're getting your education. Okay, so we have strong winds right now. Could be 60 to 80, maybe even higher miles per hour on Loop 289 near Highway 82 here on the west sides of Lubbock. Oh, it's probably hitting that Hampton Inn just northeast of Wolforth. They had a nice breakfast like 12 years ago. Anyway, this is also moving towards the southwest sides of Lubbock. It's going to be moving towards the Lubbock Science. What is that called? Spectrum? Spear? Yeah, the Lubbock Science Spectrum, where the Weather Service in Lubbock is located. And we note a very nasty hail course showing up here now between Wolforth and the southwest sides of Lubbock. Loop 289 and Highway 82 moving towards Slide Road, Quaker Avenue here on the southwest sides of Lubbock. Y'all could be getting some extremely damaging wind-driven hail. So we need to be mindful of that. All right. So that's what we have there. Let me loop this real quick to give you all a sense of what's going on. Again, we're so close to this radar, we may not be getting the most accurate view, but you can see this storm is definitely moving southeast again. Here's a loop over the last half hour. You know, it's set near Smear for a good 30 minutes, dropping tornadoes, and then it started flying southeast again. Now it's moving southeast. So those of you in, New Home, Wilson, Slayton, Southland, Posse, Highway 84, Highway 87, guess what? After this moves across the south side of Lubbock, it's coming for y'all. Damaging winds. We could have some very large hail in here as well. Nasty hail course showing up over the southwest sides of Lubbock. A flash flood warning is in effect for the entire city of Lubbock now. Lubbock County, eastern parts of Hockley County as well. So again, flash flooding. Probably some nasty flooding that's going to happen from this. The possibility of damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Possibility of spin up tornadoes. And, could be tennis ball size hail. Again, this storm's moving southeast. So northeast sides of Lubbock, you're doing better right now. Right now, unless something drastically changes, so on the northeast sides of Lubbock, you're going to get pouring rain, heavy rain, but the worst of the wind and possible tornadic activity looks to be on the southwest sides of Lubbock. That being said, the entire city of Lubbock, this is like a mini hurricane at this point, and the entire city is in a tornado warning, so y'all need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
I believe that's 19th Street right across from Tech.
We've got flooding, Texas Tech University, 19th Street. Roads are flooded. It's pouring rain, ridiculously heavy rain across Lubbock right now.
Yep. It's Tech on the wall.
So that's what we have right now. We've got nasty flooding developing in Lubbock. We've got a possible tornadic circulation now just south of Highway 114, coming up on Highway 289. We've got damaging winds over Wolforth. You can see those nasty winds are starting to show up here. I'll show you. We're getting nasty winds again. Back over Reese Center. Could be a rear inflow jet of some sort. We got winds being detected over 70 miles an hour. These are not tornadic. This is all straight line wind. Could be associated with a rear inflow jet or the rear flank downdraft. Either way, damaging winds about to enter Wolforth. Highway 82 about to have a very severe crosswind. You're not going to want to be down there traveling. Could have damaging winds in Lubbock as well. Extremely heavy rain. We're seeing very large hail right now fall on Highway 82 from Loop 289 all the way down 62 to Wolforth. 62 to Wolforth. So don't be on 62. You can see that hail now moving over the southwest sides of Lubbock. towards southern Lubbock County in Woodrow. Moving down towards FM 1585. 130th Street, FM 179, Kelsey Park, Slide Road, Frankfurt Avenue, Woodrow Road, FM 41. All could be dealing with very large hail right now here on the south side of Lubbock. Moving towards New Home, Slide, Wayside, 194th Street. All this is heading your way next. Could be extremely large hail. Could be tennis ball, baseball size, softball size. Looks like they're saying this is softballs now. So we have softball size hail. That's 4-inch diameter size hail. Could be falling with this activity as it moves southeast towards the south sides of Lubbock, Woodrow, Slide, 130th Street, University Avenue, Indiana Avenue, Slide Road, Frankfurt Avenue, FM 179, Upland Avenue, 114th Street, Vintage Township, the H-E-B and Walmart down there on the south side of Lubbock, all the way down to eventually 194th Street and FM 1730. Could have softball size hail with this storm as it moves off the southeast. Now at about 25 miles an hour. Wind-driven softballs, folks. We could be talking in this area, southwest sides of Lubbock, all the way down to Wolforth to Woodrow. We could have wind-driven softball-size hail. If you're not already in shelter, you need to be in shelter. Be away from west and north-facing windows. We still have a tornado warning in effect here, people. So understand that. Could have a rain ramp tornado, but we most likely definitely have wind-driven, huge hail with this thunderstorm. I mean, this thing's doing nasty stuff here on the southwest sides of Lubbock as this storm moves southeast at about 25 miles an hour. I'll try to get some roads on here. You know, you've got FM 1730. Boy, that's just not good. 98th Street here on the south side of Lubbock. Indiana Avenue. Huge hail. Huge. You know, Slide Road. Huge hail. Wind driven at that too. Could have winds over 60 to 80 miles an hour. All the way up to Loop 289 on the south sides of town. Oh, I can't tell if that's an area of rotation or not. We're just so close to the stinking radar. Seeing an area of possible rotation right now, very near downtown Lubbock. We're so close to the radar, it's hard to tell what this is. It could be straight line winds or something, but we definitely have some sort of a circulation right now near downtown Lubbock, and that's going to continue moving east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So remember earlier when I said we could see a big blob form? That's what it looks like we now have. But also, one disadvantage of being so close to the radar is we're not getting a great view of the updraft. So let's do this. We're going to actually switch to the radar up in Amarillo. And this is just to see what we have overall. You can see just a big blob over Lubbock. Big angry storm with areas of rotation, but nothing that's crazy strong. That being said, in all likelihood, this storm is producing huge hail. Storm tops look like they're easily approaching 60,000 feet. So let's highlight what we have right now. I don't think we have huge tornado issues in terms of, a big, wide, violent tornado. I think we have very large hail. I think we have winds that could be gusting over 70, 80 miles an hour. I think what we are about to have is a considerable to life-threatening flash flood event across the entire city of Lubbock. I think we're going to have extreme flash flooding. We're going to have a lot of tree damage, power outages. We're going to have, especially on the southwest side of town, we're going to have hail damage, broken windows from wind-driven hail. It's like my worst nightmare. They're ramming the cones. What'd the cones do? No, at least the Whataburger survived. So that's what I think we have happening right now. All right, so they think this is moving southeast to 25. Let's go ahead. Let's put a storm track on this and tell y'all downstream. And let's give some folks some clear. Smear, you're clear. Smire, you're clear. Recenter, you're clear from the tornado. Now, you've still got strong winds in your area on the backside of this storm. I wonder if we got a wake low ongoing. All right, what else is going today? All right. So we're going to do a storm track. They're saying this is moving southeast to 25, so we'll just do this. Moving southeast to 25. So that would bring the leading edge of this into Sladen around 840 to 845. Ransom Canyon, 825 to 835. Lorenzo, about 845. Idalou, about 825 to 830. Rawls, about 9 p.m. Oh, who's downstream of that? Woodrow in the next couple of minutes. Wilson, about 850. This would be approaching the city of Post around 9:20 to 9:30 p.m. So again, what we have is a tornado warning for the city of Lubbock until 8:45 p.m. The good news is the circulations have weakened a lot. This storm has really evolved into a hail and rainmaker for the moment. And our chasers have gotten the heck out of Dodge because this circulation earlier was so wrapped in heavy rain and hail that it just was not feasible to be in a position to, well, see it. In fact, I'll show you. Here's their views. You can see Stephen Jones, bottom left, meteorologist Jason Cooley, bottom right, and Adam Lucio on the top right. He's got some wind. So Lubbock's getting pummeled with hail, especially south and west sides of town. We're getting reports of at least tennis balls now, south sides of Lubbock. And we're going to have considerable flash flooding across Lubbock as well. We have new storms starting to fire off to the east. We note a new storm southwest of Dickens. That may have some quarter-size hail. Nasty wind, heavy rain, all sorts of stuff. As this activity continues to move to the northeast, those of you in Dickens may end up with some hail soon. Nothing severe with that right now. We're going to keep an eye on it, though. We are expecting additional storms in West Texas this evening, up into the Panhandle, with a risk of maybe some hail, some damaging winds. We're expecting that threat to continue through at least 11 p.m. as activity continues to progress across West Texas. All right. So let's do this. I'm going to actually switch to the statewide view. We're going to take a composite look at all this. Lubbock, again, south sides of Lubbock, you have large hail right now, could be wind-driven hail. Still a tornado warning for the city of Lubbock until 8:45 p.m. I'm feeling a lot better about this, though, right now. We could still have some strong winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but let's set the tone here that yes, this is a dangerous situation. We are not dealing with what we were dealing with earlier with mile-wide tornadoes that are long-lived and, you know, capable of extreme damage. We have a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and it is just all sorts of nonsense. Now, let me turn off the satellite here. We know there's storms. Even though that is a cool look, you can see all those clouds moving across the state. From Anvil blow-off. Eastern half of Texas, there's nothing going on tonight. In fact, I could probably say the eastern two-thirds of Texas, nothing going on tonight. You will in coming days if it makes you feel better, but not tonight. So let's turn off the satellite. Let's turn off the storm reports. Let's just do a regional look and see what is going on and answer some of y'all's questions. And at the same time, thank all of you for joining us this evening. I know, we've been live now for 5 hours and 23 minutes, something like that. And we've been tracking these storms since they were in New Mexico. Let's start up here in the Panhandle, West Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas.
And you can see, Panhandle, it's all quiet at the moment. Can't rule out some storms this evening with some hail and wind, but so far, y'all are doing good. Farther south, out here in West Texas, we've had this supercell track all the way from near Dora, New Mexico, all the way down to Lubbock now, producing tornadoes off and on for the last several hours. This storm continues to move southeast, has kind of become blobbish. And as it continues to do so, we are going to have to watch it for signs of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe some tornado risk. You can see we have other storms back northwest. We have a storm southeast of Spring Lake, southwest or south of Olton. That could have some gusty winds and large hail. We have other storms out here producing hail and strong winds. Watching a new storm southeast of Crosbyton. That's by about 15 miles moving northeast towards Dickens. Okay, down into this area. Sanderson, you've got a nasty storm approaching from the northwest. We'll go ahead and pause this real quick. Those storms are capable of producing those plastic Easter egg size hail and damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. That's kind of evolved into a cluster or a line now. So Sanderson, Longfellow to Dryden, heads up. Y'all are getting some very heavy rain, some strongly damaging winds, and maybe large hail over the next hour. Not worried about tornadoes with that. We have flash flood warnings through at least 11 p.m. around the Fort Stockton area, back west to the Firestone test track, the Pecos County Airport. We got flash flood warnings down on Highway 90, Alpine, Marathon, Sierra Madera. All of y'all are under flash flood warnings. We've had a lot of rain down here today, and a lot of roads are flooded. Some may even be washed out. So please be very careful tonight when traveling, as there may be a lot of issues with road flooding, and we don't want y'all to be hurt. All right, back up here. Again, Lubbock, that storm continues to propagate off to the southeast. We have not had any recent reports of tornadic activity. I can't completely rule it out, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure what is that. I mean, we're so close to the Lubbock radar right now, we're not getting a super clear signal, which I guess that's a good thing in the sense, I'm having issues finding something, but at the same time, We'll switch back over to the velocity mode here. And then west sides of Lubbock, you're starting to clear out. South sides of Lubbock down to Woodrow, you've still got very large hail. Could be tennis ball size. Burris, same thing. Over to Posse, Ransom Canyon, the potential for tennis ball size hail in the next 15 minutes. Let's just show you that. Again, all these purples here, that's your hail core. East sides of Lubbock out to Idalou, to Ransom Canyon to Midway, Posse, back to Woodrow, south sides of Lubbock to Burris. All this is hail. Eastern sides of Lubbock. Western half of Lubbock, it is probably very windy right now. We may have what's called a wake low event, or we're seeing some strong winds come down the backside of these storms. And as that occurs, it could have some very strong gusty winds coming out of the east. But your threat of tornadic activity and big hail has ended, unless you randomly get another storm tonight, which doesn't seem particularly likely right now. Unfortunately, you will have more storm chances over the next several days. As the storm continues to move east-southeast downstream, we're going to have to see what happens. But those of you all the way from Rawls down to Slayton here on Highway 84, Southland to northwest of Post, we're going to have to watch out for y'all. I expect the Weather Service in Lubbock is going to issue a new warning shortly. Not sure if it's going to be tornado or severe, I'll be honest. Again, not really able to find too much of a tornadic signature right now. There may be a little bit of rotation over the east sides of Lubbock. I'm not sure if it is, to be honest. It's murky, but if there is, it's right here and it's really weak. East sides of Lubbock, east of 289, south of 82, I guess south of 114, north of Ransom Canyon. Could be something there. Otherwise, we got a lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of flooding. And again, we got flash flood warnings across the entire Lubbock metro, including Lubbock, Wolforth, Shallow Water, Idalou, Texas Tech University, Reese Center, Lubbock International Airport, Woodrow, Slide, New Deal, Smyre, Buffalo Springs, and Ropesville. But it is almost over for y'all in Lubbock. What is that north of Morton? There's no way. That thing is trolling, and it better only stay that way. So overall, boy, they better be careful. They're going to flood that thing out. Lubbock is just not a good idea to be traveling around Lubbock right now. It's going to take hours for waters to recede because y'all got a lot of rain. You got a lot of hail. You got a lot of wind, which, by the way, if you got, tree limbs and such blocking drains, you're going to have issues with that causing flooding. We're not going to have any issues in Forney tonight. Looks like I need to do some thanks. 8-9, Penguin Poser, Moses S., and Jennifer Barnes. Thank you all very much for your generous super chats. And again, nothing in DFW tonight. So y'all are okay. Watching that thing southwest of Dickens in case it throws out some hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn County in Texas.
All right, so the good news is the Weather Service is not extending the tornado warning. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds of 70 miles an hour. This is going to be as this little cluster of storms moves southeast out of the city of Lubbock. Technically, a tornado warning does continue until 8:45 p.m. for the city of Lubbock, but I'll be honest, the threat of that is quickly diminishing. As this storm moves southeast, I believe it has become what we call an outflow dominant storm, meaning it's pushed out a lot of colder air, and that has resulted in that low-level circulation decreasing or going adios, almost while I'll saying bye-bye entirely. That being said, this storm still packs quite a punch. Let's put a storm track on this. It's not moving southeast at 9 miles an hour. Who the heck? What? Is it? No. I hope not. It better not be. If it's moving at 9 miles an hour, we're about to get some catastrophic flooding. What we may have happening, though, is we might have a new updraft starting to go up here on the east sides of Lubbock near Ransom Canyon. We'll have to see what that does. We're seeing kind of an uptick in the hail threat out here near Slayton to Midway. If that occurs, we may see a new storm become dominant out here. But in terms of wind, we are seeing some very strong winds move across southern Lubbock County right now. Winds in excess of 70 miles an hour near Woodrow over to Slayton. So a lot of blowing dust, a lot of strong northwest winds, maybe some wind-driven hail with this activity as it moves off to the southeast at, I'm going to say, about 20 miles an hour. So Lubbock, you're doing a lot better now, but we still have hail, and the tornado warning has been canceled. The tornado warning for the city of Lubbock and Lubbock County has been canceled. At least it's off my screen. So, yeah, tornado warning is gone. The tornado warning itself has been canceled. So, Lubbock, tornado warning has been canceled. So, y'all in Lubbock, you're clear from a tornado. We have quite a bit of hail damage and quite a bit of wind damage on the south sides of Lubbock from near Wolforth to the south sides of Lubbock. We have considerable flash flooding ongoing across the city of Lubbock right now. And this is going to result in a lot of streets being underwater. Mark T, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it and appreciate everyone's support. So those of you in Lubbock, even though the storm is coming to an end, you may have gusty winds coming in out of the east. You have considerable flash flooding ongoing, and that water is going to take hours to recede. We probably got a lot of wind damage, a lot of hail that has come down. So again, we have no tornado warnings in Texas, thankfully, and maybe that's it for the night. I would be thrilled beyond belief, but I won't say that is a guarantee for sure. All right. So this storm moving southeast. What time was that? 09. Is it really only moving? I'm going to say it's probably moving about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume this thing's moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. And if it's slower than that, well, sorry. It'll be entering Wilson by 8:45 p.m. The city of Post, 9:10 to 9:20 p.m. Just south of Rawls, around 8:40 p.m. Caprock, about 8:40 to 8:45 p.m. Canyon Valley, just before 9 p.m. Southland, about 8:50 p.m. Sladen, it's already rolling in now. At this point, should stay north of Tahoka. Y'all may get some wind-driven outflow gusty winds, though. And you can see our chasers are in Lubbock or escaping to the east. In fact, we have some pretty nasty flash flooding right now in the city of Lubbock. This is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. So again, considerable flash flooding continues across the city of Lubbock, and that is not going to stop anytime soon. Even though the rain has stopped, it will take quite a while for all that water to recede. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. But again, several inches of rain fell in Lubbock in a very short period of time. It's going to take hours for all that water to recede. Please stay away from creeks and streams. They're likely to rise extremely quickly. Expect most roads to be flooded. Do not drive into floodwaters. And just don't be a dum-dum, please. Keep your kids out of the water. Don't let your kids go play in streams and stuff. First off, you're going to end up with fire ants or snakes. Two, water could be fast moving, and we don't want folks being swept away. And power lines. Don't play with the power lines, and if there's power lines down in water, it could be electrified. All right, so what we're going to do is I am going to take, well, actually, what is that? I will admit, we need to watch this storm again. We had a new storm go up on the southeastern flank. I'm a little worried. Well, first off, we got a lot of wind. Ransom Canyon, hey, Posey, whatever, Sladen Highway 84, we have winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour right now in that area. I'm a little concerned we're starting to see a new circulation develop here. With this, Alice, thank you for that very generous donation, and you are very welcome. Thank you for the support. Hope everybody is A-okay. But we'll have to watch this. We are starting to see a little bit of a circulation develop again here. It's weak, a lot of outflow winds, but this storm does have the potential to produce very strong winds. Apparently, they just increased the hail size up to apple size, so I guess we're doing that again. And we're just going to have to watch it carefully. It's not entirely out of the question this thing tries to spin up again as it moves southeast towards Caprock, Canyon Valley, Southland, and Post. And again, flooding in the city of Lubbock, you can see that. And it's going to take quite a while for all that water to recede in Lubbock. All right, so what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to take a 7-minute break. Stream's not going anywhere. I just need to get up and go use the little boys' room for the first time in 5 hours. We're going to continue with our severe weather coverage here by 8:45, and we'll continue to bring you updates through the evening and overnight. But again, real quick, going to run to the little boys' room. And we'll be right back with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers. So, gentlemen, we'll go ahead and come back. You can see in some of these shots here we're showing you, we got some very severe flooding in Lubbock. A lot of flooding in Lubbock right now. We've got all sorts of nonsense. We have the potential, if not the likelihood, of flooded cars, all sorts of nonsense. We're hearing reports of broken windows in Lubbock from the hail. We got college kids running around playing in floodwaters on scooters. You college kids realize those electric scooters have lithium batteries. Those batteries don't necessarily enjoy being submerged. But then again, if you're dumb enough to drive an electric scooter into 2 feet of water, perhaps a good shock to your system would teach you. You can see we have some pretty bad damage being shown by Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Down power lines. That's from him. Got a power pole down. And folks, remember, those power lines that are down definitely have the potential to be dangerous. Assume they're all live and don't just stay away from them and stay out of the floodwaters. So that's going to be damage in Lubbock. You can see we've got down power lines. But Lubbock itself, you are clear. Lubbock, you are clear from the severe thunderstorm threat, unless you have another storm pop up this evening that moves in, but I don't think you will. Well, let's not completely say that. You technically do have a storm way up here southwest of Littlefield. If that were to somehow, move east and ride down Highway 84 into Lubbock, you'd have an issue. But for now, you're okay. Enjoy the sunset. The sun's out. Sunset's not until 8:55. So, all right. Let's talk about what we have going on. Line of severe storms, a small cluster at least, extends from near Wilson to Slayton up to Highway 62 near Lorenzo to Rawls. This little cluster is capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. This storm has caused considerable hail damage and wind damage in Lubbock. We know windows are blown out on the south side of Lubbock from hail, and we know there's wind damage across Lubbock as well. So that's just all sorts of nonsense. And this storm is moving southeast. The good news is we're not seeing any indications of tornadic circulations, but we are seeing the potential for winds upwards of 80 miles an hour now, just southeast of Slayton. This is going to be riding down Highway 84. The potential as well for this to throw out baseball-sized hail driven by 80-mile-an-hour winds, which is very unfortunate and quite detrimental to the integrity of your windows. So if you are in Wilson, Slayton, it's already there, but this is going to be moving down Highway 84 towards Post. So Post, heads up, this storm could be in town by 9:10 to 9:20. The potential for baseball to softball size hail and destructive hurricane force winds of at least 75 miles an hour, maybe wind gusts over 80 miles an hour. As this activity continues to move southeast,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb County in Texas.
Moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So heads up Post, heads up everyone northwest of Post on Highway 84 up to Slayton. Heads up to those of you on 207 from Post all the way up to Caprock. This storm is moving southeast at about east-southeast about 15 to 20 miles an hour. The potential for baseball-sized hail and destructive winds of 80 miles per hour. We're also seeing indications of very heavy rain and maybe a little bit of rotation, though nothing that is really super-duper spooky at this point. Up here, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that is, well, upstream of Lubbock. This is going to be about 35 miles northwest of Lubbock. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bailey, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb counties. Severe storm about 4 miles west of Pep, 10 miles northeast of Morden, moving east at 25. The potential for half-dollar size hail, that's 1.25 inches in diameter and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Have a report of an injury from Anton there on Highway 84. Lightning struck a vehicle and injured the occupant, so that's not good. We're going to have to watch. I can't completely rule out this storm that's southwest of Littlefield making a run at Lubbock in the next hour and a half to 2 hours if it were to continue southeast. Don't think it would be a tornado threat. There should be rain-cooled air back there, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it nevertheless. So we'll watch for that. Otherwise, a intense storm now exiting Lubbock to the southeast, moving southeast with baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds from near Highway 207 near Caprock, back southwest to Southland on Highway 84 to just northeast of Wilson. That storm's moving east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. That will be entering the city of Post by 9:10 to 9:20 p.m. with destructive severe thunderstorm impacts. Let's go take a look down here in to the eastern Big Bend. We've got a arcing line of severe storms entering Sanderson. This arcing line moving east at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Half-dollar size hail. That's 1.25 inches in diameter. Heavy rain and a lot of lightning. We're looking really far away from the radar, so we're not really going to see anything of interest in the low levels, but definitely the potential for issues with that. So heads up in Sanderson. Otherwise, again, it is going to be these storms up here in West Texas we're having to watch. This one southwest of Littlefield, becoming, unfortunately, more of a hailer now, showing signs of supercellular activity, damaging winds, large hail. Looks like it even just turned southeast, so may make a run at parts of Lubbock again by, 10:30 p.m. And then this extremely intense thunderstorm with baseball-size hail, the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds just south of Slayton and Highway 84, moving southeast towards Post. If this storm were to continue on its present track, even though I think the radar has this moving at 30, we'll see. I would enter Post between 9:15 to 9:25 p.m. What the heck? So, yeah, that's what we got going on right now. We have no tornado warnings. We have nothing that is trying to produce tornadoes. We have hail. And Lubbock, you continue to flood. Considerable flooding continues across Lubbock. Assume most streets are under flood waters and do not travel if you can absolutely help it. Do not drive into high water. Do not assume high water has not undermined the roadways. So if you see high water and you can't see under it, don't assume the road's still there. Because that's just going to create an issue if it's not, and you have a culvert that's been washed out or something. All right. What is going on with this? But otherwise, yeah, those of you in Southland to Post, Canyon Valley, Caprock, you've got a lot of wind and a lot of hail heading your way. As you can see this, again, winds, we're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour still being indicated with wind-driven baseball-sized hail possible. And this whole little complex is moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to have to watch it carefully. All right, folks, what we're going to do now is take another quick break since we have no active tornado warnings. We'll continue our severe weather coverage here at 9 p.m. That's about 7 minutes. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. You can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, and more. We'll have continuing severe weather coverage here in 6 minutes, sooner if necessary.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn County in Texas.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring a cluster of severe thunderstorms that has produced quite a bit of hail damage across the city of Lubbock, along with damaging winds. This is the remnants of the supercell that produced at least 10 tornadoes across parts of Bailey, Cochran, and Hockley counties this evening, not to mention out towards Roosevelt County, New Mexico. This storm produced a 109-mile-per-hour wind gust in Smyre. We had winds over 80 miles an hour in parts of Lubbock, along with hail at least up to the size of tennis balls. It's broken a lot of windows. We've got a lot of flooding. Flash flood warnings continue across all of city of Lubbock and Lubbock County, and water is going to take quite a while to recede. So those of you in Lubbock, stay in a safe place in terms of not traveling.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Linn County in Texas.
Interesting. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for areas like Post, Augustus, down on Highway 84. It's going to be for southeastern Lubbock, northeastern Linn, Garza, and southern Crosby counties. Here in West Texas, the potential for 2-inch diameter size hail and localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So big hail, winds have come down a bit. This includes places like Southland, Caprock, Calgary, River Lake, White River Lake, Post, Slayton, and that storm is moving southeast now. They say 45 miles an hour, so that thing is cooking and booking. City of Lubbock, you are clear for now. You do have a few showers redeveloping now over southern Lubbock County. There's nothing severe with that right now, but as they move northeast, they could bring some light rain to areas that have no windows and wind damage, so we need to be mindful of that. We are watching this storm with interest. This is southwest of Littlefield, north of Whiteface, northwest of Loveland. That storm is moving off to the east-southeast at about 52 miles an hour. No, David. At about 30 miles per hour. It means those of you downstream in places like Anton, you may end up having to deal with some large hail from this. We also do know we are starting to see some storms fire up now in the southern panhandle. Places like Claude over to Jericho, Goodnight, Tulia, Dimmitt, starting to see some storms fire up. These do have the potential to produce some large hail, damaging straight line winds, heavy rain over the next couple of hours as they progress off to the east-northeast. We'll probably see some severe thunderstorm warnings with that. We also noticed severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for the northern Texas panhandle, so we may have some storms coming on in from parts of New Mexico and Kansas later this evening up there with some large hail and damaging straight-line winds. So as this continues on, we're going to be keeping a close eye on things. And as much as I would like to say the storm southwest of Littlefield isn't any threat for, tornadoes, I can't completely rule that out. I mean, hopefully it's in a rain-cooled air mass and, in an environment that's not going to support it. But, I mean, there is a bit of rotation with it. It's a well-structured supercell. You could see that hook there. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on it just in case it does try to do some mischievous things. Otherwise, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into the night. Let's give an idea to folks what we expect to have happen. We're going to load this model up from about, we'll do 10 p.m., and we'll load it up through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. You can see this model does have storms continuing overnight across the panhandle of Texas. It has these storms actually continuing into the big country. It actually makes it farther east now. Earlier data suggested these would dissipate before making it into most of the big country. If this is right, storms may make it into the big country in western North Texas before dissipating around 1 a.m. So I guess we are going to have to watch northwest Texas in the big country this evening, just in case some of those storms do manage to make it that far east. This second round of storms underway, that's technically, for all intent and purposes, already underway now near Littlefield, could also move through places like Lubbock again overnight with another round of wind, hail, flooding rains, and that may continue towards northwest Texas after midnight before finally weakening and dissipating. But it may not do so until early tomorrow morning, or it just may move north of the Red River in Oklahoma. So it's going to be a loud and rambunctious night across much of the panhandle, West Texas, northwest Texas, into the big country. And we're going to have to keep a close eye on things with that. Let's go back to the real-time radar. I don't know why that's not updating. Let's go ahead and reset the program. Turn that off. You can see data of those storms moving southeast out of Lubbock. We have new storms northwest of Lubbock. We had a 86-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at the West Texas Mesonet Station there in Slanton from 8:39 through 8:48 p.m. 86-mile-per-hour wind gust. Yikes. We're watching that storm complex continue to move southeast. That'll be entering the city of, well, it may stay just north of Post, honestly. It is turning more to the east, so if that happens, Post, this may stay just to your north. Otherwise, those of you in Canyon Valley, you're getting it right now. And then that's going to continue moving southeast, east-southeast pretty quickly towards portions of Kent County, Dickens County, and Stonewall counties. Places like Claremont, Gerard, Jayton, Spur. Y'all may have issues in the next hour with the potential of tennis ball size hail and hurricane force winds over 75 miles per hour. Then we have the storm upstream. That's going to be west of Littlefield. That's moving east-southeast. That storm could have the potential of ping pong ball size hail and wind gust over 60 miles per hour. All right, let's go down into the eastern Big Bend region. Whoops-a-doops-a-doops-a-doo. It's still raining in Fort Stockton, where we have flash flood warnings. Flash flooding will continue to be an issue there tonight with a lot of flooding. We have a line of storms extending from near Sanderson all the way to just southwest of Sheffield. This activity is moving off to the east at 20 miles an hour, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, and half dollar size hail. That's about 1.25 inches in diameter. Storm near Canyon Valley. This one is really going nuts with just huge hail potential. Hail threat honestly is increasing again near Canyon Valley. That's going to be south of Rawls, north of Post. And that storm is moving southeast, east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So what we're going to do is, as we do during events where we don't have tornado warnings or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, we're going to be doing updates here about every 10 to 15 minutes. So what we're going to do now is we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here at 9:20 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. Re-download apps to your device, and you can also track storms with the radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be back here in about 7 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage, sooner if necessary.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hello, my name is Baldy. Uh-oh. It helps to unmute. All right, we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing some baseball-sized hail and destructive straight-line winds over 80 miles per hour. This activity is moving off to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. We are monitoring a couple of severe storms, with this by far being the most intense. This thunderstorm, as it continues to move southeast at about, well, they say again, 45 miles an hour, it may eventually make it down to places like Claremont, Jayden, Gerard, Spur, probably staying southwest of Spur, more towards the Claremont area. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and see if we can't put some storm tracks on here. I don't know if this is really moving at 45. I don't think so. I think this is probably moving at 25, so we're going to do 30. I think that's a fair compromise here, if I can learn how to draw. We'll do that. This would have this storm entering the community of Claremont at about 10:10 to 10:15 this evening, just west of Jayden around 10:15 to 10:20 p.m. Gerard around 10:05 to 10:10. Intersection of Highway 208 and 70 just southeast of Spur around 9:55 p.m. Worst of this does look to be moving towards Claremont, though. And again, this storm does have the potential to produce very large hail, up to the size of at least baseballs, and damaging straight line winds of over 80 miles per hour. Let's take a look at this storm up here northwest of Lubbock. We are seeing indications of an intensifying hail core now as the storm crosses over Highway 385 near Witherall again. This storm is going to be tracking almost the similar path as the earlier storm that produced all those tornadoes and large hail. This storm is moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, and unfortunately on this track, it does have the potential to bring another round of severe weather to parts of Lubbock County by 10 to 10:30 p.m. Those of you in Roundup to Shallow Water, Lubbock County, heads up. This storm is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of producing hail. We'll go ahead and just draw a storm track. Be moving into shallow water around 9:50 to 9:55 p.m. If it were to continue, it would be approaching the northwest sides of the city of Lubbock by about 10:05 to 10:15. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And again, right now, this storm is capable of producing maybe some ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. I know it does have that little hook on there, but we're not really seeing too much in the way of low level rotation. We're seeing some wind, but the general thought process is this storm is a bit elevated above a cooler layer of air near the surface left behind from the previous intense supercell. So hail, yes. Rain, yes. Wind and lightning, oh yes. The crazy, tornado, hopefully not. This storm that is northeast of Post is going bonkers. And again, it is going to stay northeast of Post, it looks like. But hail could be baseball, softball size hail. I'll be honest, this thing's probably dropping giant hail, probably softball size now. And that is going to be about 10 to 15 miles northeast of Post, or from Canyon Valley, now about 5 miles east of Canyon Valley, moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. This thunderstorm also capable of producing wind-driven hail up to the size of, baseballs and 80-mile-an-hour winds. And that'll be moving southeast. Again, at least baseball-size hail, the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds. This includes White River Lake, Calgary, and Caprock. This will be approaching the community of Claremont by probably 10:15 this evening, moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So Claremont to Jayden here on Highway 380, get ready because this thing's packing one heck of a punch. All right, let's take a look down into the Big Bend. Looks like we have some more thunderstorm activity approaching Fort Stockton. It's not severe right now, but it does have the potential to produce some small hail, heavy rain, lightning, and unfortunately, heavy rain is the last thing y'all need right now with a flash flood warning continuing through 11 p.m. and the potential for quite a bit of additional heavy rain. We have a severe thunderstorm now northeast of Sanderson. Sanderson, you should be clear of this. This is going to be crossing over Highway 349 now northeast of Sanderson with the
A
potential
new
of
severe
flash
thunderstorm
flooding.
warning has been issued for Hale, Hockley, Lamb, and Lubbock County in Texas.
South of Sheffield, and that'll be moving towards Independence Creek here in rural portions of Terrell County. Please be mindful of high water and flooding on Highway 349 as this complex moves to the east. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Back up into Lubbock County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for this storm moving southeast towards the city of Lubbock. This severe thunderstorm warning will be for 60-mile-an-hour winds, the potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail. That's 1 to 1.25 inches in diameter. With that, this thunderstorm does have the potential to produce more heavy rain, more wind, more hail, and lightning. Let's see what the Weather Service has for timing on this. They have this, for portions of northwestern Lubbock, northeastern Hockley, southwestern Hale, and southeastern Lamb counties, moving towards places like Lubbock, Littlefield, Shallow Water, Anton, Spade, Witherall, Reese Center, Smyre. Once again, so y'all who have hail damage, heads up, you could have another round of hail, heavy rain, lightning moving in from the northwest over the next 45 minutes, unfortunately. And that storm is moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Up in the Panhandle, we have a number of thunderstorms developing now. This activity, we could just switch over to the radar. Is going to be moving off to the northeast, east-northeast, and this activity does have the potential to produce some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Can't rule out some of these storms from becoming more rowdy with maybe some quarter-size hail later. We are going to be watching way up north a cluster of storms near Springfield, Colorado. This activity is going to be moving south towards the Oklahoma Panhandle. It is possible we see a tail end of that try to make its way into parts of Hansford, Ochiltree, Lipscomb, Roberts, and Hemphill counties late tonight into early Friday morning. If that occurs, the potential for some strong wind gust, heavy rain, and lightning will exist. So again, Lubbock, another round of storms possibly moving in from the northwest over the next 30 to 60 minutes with the potential of hail, gusty winds, and more heavy rain. And this storm is still showing some pretty strong signs of being organized. No indications of a tornado issue at this time. Southeast of Lubbock, our nasty complex of storms continues to make its trek southeast towards Claremont with the potential of baseball to softball size hail, wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles an hour. This storm in moving southeast will arrive in Claremont by 10:15 p.m., if not a bit sooner. And then the Big Bend again, Sanderson, storms to your northeast now are moving away, but we have additional storms pushing towards Fort Stockton now with a considerable threat of additional flash flooding. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into the overnight hours. And we're going to take a look at tomorrow real quick. Tonight and tomorrow. I'm going to load this from midnight through let's just go through 10 p.m. tomorrow. This is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight and tomorrow. You can see we may have storms continue most of the night in the Panhandle, maybe a few storms moving in and out of Oklahoma and the Arklatex tomorrow afternoon. Unfortunately, we're trending up for tomorrow now. It looks like outflow boundaries left over by storms today are going to help be a focal point for new storm development tomorrow afternoon across West Texas, the Permian Basin, into the Big Country, Northwest Texas. You could see some very intense-looking storms possible once again. The tornado threat, I don't think it's going to be as high as today, but there probably will be some potential, at least a low threat, for a couple of tornadoes tomorrow afternoon. The potential for damaging straight-line winds. The potential for probably some very big hail again. We're talking softball size. So, looks like starting around 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, going through at least probably 11 p.m. West Texas, the Southern Panhandle, Permian Basin, Big Country, scattered severe storms looking more likely with the threat of significant hail, wind, and maybe a few tornadoes. So, sorry, Lubbock, I don't think you're done yet. We've got that storm tonight, and now tomorrow it looks like we're going to be dealing with even more severe weather. But we'll deal with tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll deal with what's going on right now first. Take one event at a time, and it will be okie dokie. All right, looks like the Weather Service is now indicating the potential for softball-size hail at least, and 80-mile-an-hour winds with this thunderstorm out here in eastern Garza County. This storm is moving southeast towards Claremont and Kent County. The potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds and softball-size hail moving towards Calgary. This storm is moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, which again means it'll be moving into Claremont by 10:15 p.m., if not a little sooner. And if it keeps going, we're going to have to keep an eye out for parts of Stonewall County and even Fisher County. Unfortunately, and I do say this with the most unfortunate news, it really does look like this storm northwest of Lubbock is starting to intensify aloft. We're seeing some indications now of very large hail developing with this thunderstorm southwest of Anton as it moves southeast, unfortunately, towards eastern Hockley County and areas that were hit earlier by severe weather, and then probably towards the city of Lubbock and Lubbock County, though this one may be more of a west and north side of Lubbock. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to show you what I mean by all that and why I'm growing more concerned about a damaging hail threat. Let me see if we can't get a good 3D view of this. There you go. This is the storm here in areas southwest of Anton, south of Littlefield. You know, looking at the map, there you go. There's Littlefield to the northwest. What you're looking at, this is the hail core with this storm. Now, something really cool, you can actually see the parent updraft with this. The Weather Service did just upgrade this to tennis ball size hail, and unfortunately, I have to agree. It does look like this storm now is trying to produce giant hail again, or giant hail. So I'm afraid the bad news is those of you in Roundup down to Shallow Water, southeast of Littlefield, Smear, and probably towards western northwest sides of Lubbock, the threat of another destructive hailstorm is increasing. We now have hail being pushed upwards of 40,000 feet, as you can see on this. That's the hail core in 3D. Back to the radar, you can see this storm now warned for tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So, unfortunately, the news for Lubbock is not good. Y'all may have another damaging hailstorm coming in from the northwest over the next hour. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. Again, this is not a tornado issue at this point. I'm going to do, about 20. I'm going to do 24 miles an hour. Let me see the exact movement. Yeah, I'm going to stick with this track. This would be moving into places like New Deal, probably by 10 p.m. Could be in the northwest sides of Lubbock there off Highway 84 and Loop 289 on the northwest sides of town around 10:05 to 10:10. Downtown Lubbock about 10:15 to 10:20. East sides of Lubbock around 10:20 to 10:25. The storm is now capable of producing tennis ball size hail. And folks, I'll be honest, the hail indicators continue to increase. It may be closer to baseballs now. So those of you from southeast of Anton to Roundup on Highway 84 to Shallow Water, from north of Smear to northwest sides of Lubbock, the threat of a damaging hailstorm, now golf ball to baseball size hail, is increasing and moving southeast down Highway 84 towards the city of Lubbock. Lubbock. You can see that here indicated by the nasty looking hail core. And again, that's moving southeast now at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. It's worth noting if the Weather Service bumps this up to baseballs, we are going to see a WEA, wireless emergency alert, sent out, which is going to make all y'all's phones go nuts again. So we're going to have to watch for that. All right, let's check on this storm. This is moving towards Crosbyton. And this thing has the potential of softball size hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. This thing's got attitude. So let's take a storm track on that. This has it moving into Crosbyton by 10:30 p.m. It may be a little sooner than that, but again, right now it is warned for 4-inch hail. That is the size of a softball. Damaging winds of over 80 miles per hour. We'll take a look at echo tops. And yeah, this thing's got, this thing's still sitting 65,000 feet, 66,000 feet and up in the atmosphere. This thing's got attitude. So that is for sure a nasty complex of severe storms that continues to move southeast towards places like Crosbyton, Jayden. The worst should stay southwest to Spur. Spur, you may get some gusty winds and hail still. And then we're watching this storm that is now south of Anton, moving southeast at about, it says 30 miles an hour now. We'll see. We're keeping a close eye on it. There's a little bit of rotation being indicated on the radar. Not much, but a wee bit. So, yeah. So those of you in DFW, guess what? Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Maybe Saturday and Sunday. All right. So, folks, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break, just a 5-minute break, let you all enjoy some music. I'm going to drink some water, and we'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage here in just 5 minutes. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can just scan that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald head, or search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. right, folks, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We continue to monitor severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, a lot of lightning, and very heavy rainfall. Our two main thunderstorms we're monitoring right now, that's going to be one severe storm that is located very near Roundup and Highway 84 in portions of northeastern Hockley County. This storm is probably producing hail up to the size of tennis balls, unfortunately, as it rides down Highway 84. This is going to be moving into the community of Shallow Water in the next 10 to 15.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
The next 15 minutes, and again, that has the potential of up to tennis ball size hail. Cloud to ground lightning, very heavy rain that may exacerbate flooding issues from earlier storms. This storm will approach and enter the city of Lubbock by 10:05 to 10:15 p.m. If it continues with its current intensity, the potential will exist for an additional round of large hail, heavy rain, and strong wind gusts. Farther southeast, we do have a cluster of storms. This cluster is moving southeast into Kent County. It's going to be approaching Crosbyton. The potential here for these storms to produce winds of 70 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour and baseball to softball size hail. Storm does look a little weaker than it did 10 minutes ago, which is good, but those of you in Claremont need to be getting ready. The potential for this storm to produce significant impacts with wind-driven hail will arrive in the next 30 minutes. Would advise no travel on Highway 380 going west out of Jayden and Claremont or east of Post until these storms move over and past the highway due to the threat of flash flooding, very large hail, and damaging straight line winds. Otherwise, let's take a look at what's going on down south. We do have thunderstorms way down here in the eastern Big Bend. This is now going to be quite a bit east of Sanderson. These thunderstorms are going to be moving towards portions of it's in Terrell County right now, north of Highway 90, north of Dryden by a good distance. We're talking at least 10 miles. They're going to be moving east towards northern portions of Valverde County and southeastern Crockett County. And this activity will be capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail over fairly rural areas. Be mindful that flash flooding is ongoing and expected to continue due to plenty of rain. Flash flood warnings continue around Fort Stockton down Highway 385 to Highway 70, and additional thunderstorms now moving across Interstate 10 in the Fort Stockton area may exacerbate flash flooding after very heavy rain earlier resulted in numerous instances of high water on roadways. So keep that in mind that we could still have flash flooding ongoing around Fort Stockton, and as we see additional activity arrive from the southwest, that flash flooding may become exacerbated. All right, let's take a look at what's going on. We do note a couple of storms in southeastern Colorado and southwestern Kansas. Those are moving southeast. We have a tornado warning way up here in far southeastern Colorado. That storm's moving southeast at 35 to 40. If those storms do continue, we are going to have to keep an eye out for the northern Texas panhandle as that activity does move southeast. We're going to do that, so we'll keep an eye out just in case. Otherwise, panhandle, we do have thunderstorms ongoing. We got one storm moving northeast just north of McLean. We have other storms back in the southwestern parts of the panhandle, north of Freona, south of Freona, north of Muleshoe, around Plainview. We have some storms capable of producing small hail, gusty winds, lightning, brief heavy rain. That activity is generally moving off to the northeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. There is nothing severe with that right now. To be severe, storms need to be producing quarter-size hail or larger, it's 1 inch in diameter or larger, damaging straight-line winds of 58 miles an hour higher, or tornadoes. We have none of that right now, thankfully. Storm approaching the city of Lubbock. Northwestern Lubbock County continues to show indications of producing, unfortunately, some pretty big hail. Radar still indicating the potential for up to tennis ball size hail. and 70-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. Worst of that is likely just south of Roundup right now on Highway 84. That'll be moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So shallow water, you're next. This would be crossing Interstate 27 near New Deal to Lubbock in the next 30 minutes around 10:15 to 10:25 p.m. Shallow water about 10 p.m. City of Lubbock again, 10:20 to 10:25 p.m. up towards Lubbock International Airport and the north sides of Lubbock, 10:20 to 10:25 p.m. The storm will likely exacerbate any ongoing flash flooding issues as well. Otherwise, our next severe thunderstorm is going to be located, again, approaching Claremont. This storm down here, the potential for baseball-size hail, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So be approaching Claremont in the next 30 to 60 minutes. The potential exists for damaging straight-line winds, large hail, heavy rain that may cause flooding. Flash flood warnings do continue across the Lubbock area for now. We may see additional flash flood warnings issued depending on the eventual track and duration of this incoming thunderstorm, but unfortunately we are seeing quite a bit of a hail indication with this storm. A few minutes ago, we showed you the hail core aloft, and guess what? We're going to do it again. Here's what that hail core looks like. We're still seeing a robust hail core with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast at 20 miles per hour towards northwestern Lubbock County. I'll go ahead and change this, and again, we're just seeing it's not good. You see, that is all hail. You can see we have hail loaded up to 40,000 feet in this updraft. As it continues moving southeast and continues to propel that hail upwards, we're seeing it also fall out and reach the surface. So golf ball to tennis ball size hail is possible. This will be moving into shallow water in the next 10 to 15 minutes. The potential exists that this storm may impact northwestern portions of the city of Lubbock and northwestern Lubbock County in the next 10 to 30 minutes. So we're going to need to be very mindful of that. The potential for flash flooding issues to be exacerbated with additional heavy rain coming in. And the potential that we have to deal with additional issues from wind, heavy rain, and hail. As you can see, the radar thinks we have hail that's tennis ball size, maybe a bit larger. We are seeing some strong winds with this thunderstorm. We're seeing winds up to 70 miles an hour being indicated north of Smyre, and this is moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So again, those of you in the city of Lubbock, shallow water, Lubbock County, New Deal, Lubbock International Airport, prepare now for another round of potentially damaging hail as it moves southeast. At 30 miles per hour. And again, this storm does have the potential to produce tennis ball size hail, very heavy rain, additional flash flooding, and 60 to 70 mile an hour outflow winds. At this point, we are not concerned about a tornado threat with this storm. If that changes, though, I'll be happy to let you know. Well, I won't be happy, but I'll let you know. This storm moving out of eastern Garza County towards Kent County may be starting to finally weaken. We're seeing echo tops come down. The storm was 65,000 feet. Now it's 50,000 feet. We're also seeing the hail indications come down, so that's good. We're still seeing quite a bit of large hail, though, with this as that thunderstorm complex-ish continues to move southeast. So Claremont still in the next 30 minutes or so. The potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, flash flooding, and hopefully that storm continues to show some indications of weakening. At least that is the hope. Otherwise, again, we do have plenty of showers and storms ongoing across parts of West Texas, Northwest Texas, into the Panhandle. We'll show the radar. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. So here's what we have. We have storms moving east out of the Big Bend towards the northern Edwards Plateau, east of Sanderson, kind of paralleling Highway 90 now. That complex staying north of 90, but moving towards Val Verde County. Could have winds of 70 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. We have additional showers and a few storms back over Fort Stockton. That could exacerbate flash flooding issues. Nasty long-lived supercell that developed near Dorr, New Mexico, has made its way through Lubbock, continuing southeast out of Lubbock. Y'all had a nice sunset. Now approaching Claremont and Jane in Kent County. That storm still has the potential to produce quarter to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, but it is showing signs of weakening, and hopefully that trend will continue. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for this storm coming down Highway 84 now, out of Anton, approaching shallow water, and the northwest sides of this Lubbock County. The potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, heavy rain. No indications of tornado issues right now, but we'll keep an eye out. We have storms in the southern half of the Panhandle now, pretty much along and south of Interstate 40, with the exception of the storm near McLean that's moving northeast towards Kellerville. These storms have cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, maybe some small half-inch size hail. We'll keep an eye on it. Southeastern Colorado, a complex of organizing severe thunderstorms is moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour. Those storms may skirt the northern Texas Panhandle or northeastern Texas Panhandle in a few hours. We'll keep an eye on it. If they do that, the potential will exist for those storms to produce heavy rain, large hail, damaging winds. We'll be watching carefully. But in terms of impacts issues, we're probably going to focus now on this thunderstorm that is near shallow water, moving southeast towards western and northwestern Lubbock County. The National Weather Service will be issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm shortly. This storm is capable of producing tennis ball size hail and wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. This hail core is on Highway 84 now, very near shallow water up to Roundup. As such, this storm will continue moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, approaching Highway 84 and Loop 289 within probably the next 10 to 15 minutes as it moves southeast at 30 miles an hour. It's only about 7 miles northwest of 84 and 289 now. Those of you in the city of Lubbock need to be preparing for a damaging hailstorm. Yet again, this one will tend to favor the north sides of Lubbock up towards Lubbock International Airport. Very heavy rain and lightning, flash flooding issues could be exacerbated. So again, those of you in Lubbock, north sides of Lubbock, New Deal, Lubbock International Airport, you need to start getting ready. Another hailer's coming in, the potential for tennis ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour. This one is not really showing any distinct low-level rotation, thankfully, but the potential certainly exists that we could see quite a bit of hail, cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain. Depending on the overall solution, we're either going to have some tennis ball size hail or we're going to have half a foot of quarter size hail. Either way, it's going to be enough to create quite a bit of a ruckus in northwestern Lubbock County in the next 5 to 15 minutes as those storms move southeast at 30 miles per hour. So heads up to everybody in Lubbock. As we approach the 10 p.m. hour. Storm entering Kent County continues to downtrend, looking like now we have winds maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour. Could still have some hail with this, probably maybe golf balls, but again, the storm is weakening pretty quickly now, which makes Baldy a very happy Baldy. So heads up Claremont, Spur. Guess what? Y'all are getting some rain here soon, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, but the potential does exist still. Y'all might get some hail and strong wind gust as those storms move southeast. At about 30 miles an hour. Up here in Lubbock, here's the latest scan with that. You can see this nasty-looking hailer coming on in out of the northwest and approaching shallow water now. This storm moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. The potential for large hail, damaging straight line winds. The hail threat is certainly concerning. We're seeing a lot of hail being indicated by this radar and the storm. So we are definitely going to be keeping a close eye on trends as activity continues moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in shallow water, down Highway 84 into the northwest sides of Lubbock, get ready. Could have golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail with this. And it's packing a punch. So we could also see some additional flash flooding and wind gust over 65 to 70 miles per hour. Look at the velocity mode again. This is not showing any distinct low-level rotation. We are seeing maybe some winds of 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. I think the big issue with this will be another round of hail for parts of shallow water into the city of Lubbock, especially north sides of the city of Lubbock, up towards Lubbock International Airport, then moving towards Burris and Idaloo once again with this storm. And the storm itself, it may end up just tracking straight down 84 into the center of Lubbock, in which case Texas Tech University, downtown Lubbock, all y'all are going to get another round of rain, hail, flooding issues will resume pretty quickly. And we will have the potential for another round of hail damage, which is going to be a problem for those of you who have lost windows from the first round a little earlier. You can see the radar scan coming around, giving us that. We continue to see quite a bit of hail activity indicated around the shallow water area to southeast of Roundup with this thunderstorm. You can see we're going to get that update as it moves off to the southeast. Looks like the Weather Service did just upgrade this to a destructive severe thunderstorm, which means those of you here are now going to be having your weather radio or your cell phones go off, all that. National Weather Service now indicating this storm has the potential to produce baseball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds of 70. So those of you in the city of Lubbock, Texas Tech University, those of you in all these areas, shallow water down Highway 84, city of Lubbock. Another destructive hailstorm is coming in from the northwest. The potential is there for up to baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Another round of very heavy rain and hail coming in from the northwest. Unfortunately, riding down Highway 84 into the city of Lubbock over the next 20 minutes. So those of you in Lubbock, you are almost out of time. Get ready. We got hail coming. You can see the storm's just riding down Highway 84 with the potential of now baseball-size hail. So I do expect in the next several minutes we are going to see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Lubbock County, and this would probably be for at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. If they go for baseballs, it's going to set off cell phones in the city. We're also monitoring a severe thunderstorm currently located from near Spur to about 15 miles northwest of Claremont in Kent County. That storm's moving southeast, east-southeast about 30 miles an hour. We do have some additional activity developing now also in the southern panhandle. Some of these storms may begin to produce larger hail as they move off to the east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. So we'll probably start to see some severe thunderstorm warnings up here. One example could be for Castro County with that storm southwest of Dimmitt. Here's that storm that is near Spur. You can see it almost is moving more east-northeast now, and that's occurring because as the parent updraft weakens and we see its influence or overall hold weaken, it is beginning to be steered by some upper-level winds, which tend to favor these storms moving more to the east or even northeast. It's just when those updrafts are very powerful and pump through the troposphere that they are able to kind of do their own thing and move more to the right of the mean flow, or in this case, southeast. So that's what we're looking at right now with that storm. At this point, we're just waiting to see what happens with this storm as it enters the city of Lubbock and Lubbock County. Those of you in shallow water, you're probably receiving golf ball size hail right now. Could be a bit larger than that. This storm continuing to move southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Those of you in Lubbock, again, the potential for another damaging hailstorm is 15 minutes, which includes the potential for Texas Tech University. Those of you at Texas Tech University, the city of Lubbock, west and north sides of Lubbock up to Lubbock International Airport, Wolforth, Woodrow, Burris. Another damaging hailstorm is inbound, which shouldn't be as nasty as the one earlier, but, well, we'll see. We are seeing some pretty nasty indications of large hail with this supercell as it moves southeast, unfortunately. So those of you in Lubbock, get your cars back under something because, unfortunately, we are dealing with another hailer coming in from the northwest. There are no indications of significant low-level rotation. This is a hailer, maybe some strong winds, but more likely a hailer and some very heavy rain as this activity continues to move southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Unfortunately, this is going to be an issue exacerbated by the hailers earlier, which means those of you in Lubbock without windows may end up, well, I'm afraid the damage may be worse. So we want folks to be in a safe place. If you do have broken windows or vice versa, just go ahead and, please be safe. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Specifically, please stay away from glass, especially west and northwest facing windows, as this storm continues to move southeast at 30 miles per hour with the potential of up to baseball size hail. Hopefully it's not that large. The potential for damaging straight line winds, heavy rain that could cause additional flash flooding. We're going to be carefully monitoring these storms as they continue moving to the southeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, besides this storm, we're monitoring a storm out here in portions of northern Kent County and southern Dickens County. That storm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour at times. But the storm has been showing some indications of weakening, which will hopefully continue to be a thing with this dangerous thunderstorm. Thank everybody who has joined us this evening. We continue to monitor storms. We have showers and thunderstorms across parts of West Texas and the Panhandle. We are monitoring storms that are close or monitoring storms across parts of Castro County, Deaf Smith County. Those storms are showing indications of maybe becoming a little more haily. We could have some nickel-size hail with those storms as they move northeast, and wouldn't be shocked if we end up having a severe thunderstorm warning issued for some of those storms over the next several minutes. As this activity continues to move off to the northeast, well, we'll keep an eye on it. Main issue with severe thunderstorm potential in the short term is going to be this hailer coming into the city of Lubbock out of shallow water. This storm does have the potential to produce golf ball to maybe even tennis ball size hail. So as we continue to monitor this activity, those of you in Lubbock, again, a severe thunderstorm moving in from the northwest with the potential of damaging winds, large hail, could be very large hail, heavy rain with an additional threat of flash flooding. So right now, shallow water to just along the north of Highway 114, west sides of Lubbock. Storm moving southeast, the potential still exists for maybe some golf ball size hail. Hail's come back down a little bit. Weather Service just knocked it down to 2-inch diameter size hail. The potential for maybe some wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. So heads up Lubbock in the next 15 minutes. The potential for very large hail, damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, with an additional threat of flash flooding. Otherwise, yes. Fort Stockton, the threat of flooding continuing down there for y'all. And we are going to be watching the Panhandle for additional thunderstorms this evening. Some of these storms in the Panhandle could produce quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. We're also going to be monitoring storms rolling in out of Kansas and Colorado. Those may approach the northern Texas Panhandle over the next several hours. So otherwise, those of you in Lubbock, we do have storms coming in. Eastern half of the state, you're fine tonight. We're not going to be dealing with anything DFW or anything in DFW tonight. Probably not even tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday we might. But for now, we're focused on a severe storm rolling into the city of Lubbock. This storm has the potential of maybe some golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Additional heavy rain that may result in more flash flooding. We're seeing a pretty good hail core right now coming in to northwest sides of Lubbock on Highway 84. That hail core is approaching FM 2528. And we also have some strong winds back down on Highway 114 or 19th Street, just west of Loop 289. Unfortunately, same areas that got walloped earlier. So heads up Lubbock. Storms coming in from the northwest. Now, if you want to know about what the weather is going to be over the next few days, or just want to know what the weather near you is doing now, scan that QR code above my head. That'll give you access to the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device as well, if you prefer to do it that way by just searching in your app store. We have 2 interactive weather radars. One is under the radar button, one is under the ... and more button. We have daily Texas weather roundups, which are daily forecast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lubbock County in Texas,
which are daily weather forecasting videos and written posts. We also have live severe weather coverage and storm chasing video built in. So it's your one-stop shop. And yeah, guess what? The weather forecasting, the weather radar works across the entire continental United States. In fact, some of the features even work in other countries, like the international or real-time observations. So that's pretty neat. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for much of Lubbock County until 11:15 p.m. This does include the entire city of Lubbock. This is for a severe thunderstorm currently located about a couple miles northwest of downtown Lubbock, moving southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. This storm has the potential to produce plastic Easter egg size hail, 2 inches in diameter, and wind gust up to 70 miles per hour. This severe thunderstorm warning includes Lubbock, Abernathy, Wolfforth, Shallow Water, Idalou, Ransom Canyon, Lubbock South Plains Mall, Lubbock International Airport, Texas Tech University, downtown Lubbock, Woodrow, Reese Center, New Deal, Buffalo Springs, and the Lubbock Science Spectrum. A severe thunderstorm warning means large hail and damaging winds are occurring. Move away from windows and please do not go outside and play in the hail. So this activity continues to move southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Smith and Randall County in Texas.
All right, we'll go take a look at that. That's going to probably be the new hailer. And in fact, the way it looks, we'll go ahead and pop this on. Storm Chaser Adam Lucio is back at it after eating dinner in Lubbock. So we'll be seeing exactly what happens from him, but that's Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's feed. He is back on it. Severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for what up here in I heard that warning, Smith County. Yeah, it's going to be for this storm out of the Hertford area. Let me go ahead and reset this. I don't know why it's not showing that warning. I might have found a bug in the program where it stops updating certain things if I start looping the level 2 radar. And the fact the radar hasn't popped back on yet leads me to believe I had a memory leak, which is typical of what happens when I do such mischievous things. But again, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for this storm near Hereford. You can see that hail core is definitely perked up a bit. The potential here for hail to move into Hereford over the next 5 minutes could be quarter-size hail, maybe a little larger. We definitely have some very large hail now on Highway 84, about to cross over FM 2528 over the northwest sides of Lubbock. We're going to go back to that. I'll show you that. And that's just nasty. All those purple colors, that is large hail. And that is with the thunderstorm activity moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So Adam is on the loop around Lubbock. We're going to be able to see what he has soon. He's going to go document the hail because he hasn't had enough fun already dealing with, almost a dozen tornadoes, big wind-driven hail. So I guess he's going to go find out now what's next. You can see some lightning flashes from his stream. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. But again, that's going to be from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio heading up the loop on the west side of Lubbock, heading around to see just how big the hailstones are coming down Highway 84, approaching the northwest loop. And we shall see. Definitely expecting a lot of hail out of this, unfortunately. We are seeing that nasty hail core that's going to be moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball size hail. And very large hail, heavy rain, strong winds. And that is going to be moving southeast across northwest sides of Lubbock shortly, moving down Highway 84 on the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, this does not look like, we're not seeing super strong winds showing up right now. We do have some wind north of Reese Center near shallow water, but this is not a situation where I'm worried about tornadoes. Hail? Oh yeah, this thing's got hail, unfortunately. So those of you on the northwest sides of Lubbock, heading down into downtown Lubbock, Texas Tech University, you're about to get another round of hail. Could be big hail. Could be, golf ball size hail. Could also see some very strong wind gust at times. An additional round of heavy rain that could cause more flash flooding, unfortunately. So heads up, that storm's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Thank you, Eric Campos, for those stars. Definitely appreciate it. North of Claremont out here in Kent County, this storm continuing to show signs of weakening. Could still have some quarter-size hail and maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds, but this storm between Spur, northwest of Jane, and Claremont is weakening, thankfully. So we may be done with that one soon, just in time to deal with some more hailers trying to fire up in the panhandle. And then, of course, we're dealing with this guy moving into Lubbock right now from the northwest. You can see the hail core there on Highway 84. That's about to cross into the loop here on the northwest side of town. We're getting quite a bit of lightning now in the city of Lubbock. So more hail, more rain, more strong winds, and quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning with this activity moving southeast at 20 miles an hour into the city of Lubbock. Could have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's about 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Localized damaging wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain that may aggravate some of the flooding issues we saw earlier, though hopefully we've had enough time to drain a lot of these areas that we won't, end up having more significant flooding develop. But, I mean, it's probably not going to help. We have more rain moving in. You can see quite a lightning show from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's feed. That's what's under me. Once he has a good stationary view set up with a view of the storm, or we start seeing some hail, we can get that camera set full screen, and we'll be happy to show you. Otherwise, we do have maybe a storm that's trying to be a little severe, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. That's going to be southwest of Dimmitt here in parts of southern Castro County, just northwest of Sunnyside. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail there. Those of you in Dimmitt, you're probably getting a quick round of dime size hail. Severe thunderstorm warning up in parts of southern Deaf Smith County for a storm near Hereford. That's going to be moving off to the east at 35 miles an hour. That has the potential to produce a large hail as well. You can see a lightning show from Adam. I'm not sure what direction he's looking, but I'm going to assume it is off to the north, unless it's to the east. It might be to the east, looking off at the storm north of Claremont, but it might be north as well. We'll see. Now we wait. And see what is about to roll into the city of Lubbock. You can see hail core now moving into the loop here at Highway 84, showing high reflectivity values, which is an indication of either a lot of small hail or some larger hailstones, unfortunately. So we'll see. But again, if you want to know what's going on, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, or you download apps for your device, or scan that QR code above my big, beautiful bald head. I was going to say above, but it's actually below Adam's live feed right now. So you can scan that and watch our severe weather coverage. Could have some pretty strong winds with this as well. Probably not as bad as the winds earlier, but maybe still some gusty winds that may loft some of these hailstones a bit sideways. If you do end up getting hail, let us know what is the hail size, only when it's safe to do so, please. Don't go outside playing in the hail. We'd prefer you to actually be away from windows, but we'll see what we get. So this storm's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. Hail threat right now is going to be highest along and north of Highway 84, crossing over Loop 289 here on the northwest sides of Lubbock. Hail core probably also is pretty prevalent up Interstate 27 towards Lubbock International Airport. So we're going to find out what's that shortly. South side of Lubbock, I think you're probably going to miss out on most of this. Hopefully, at least. Y'all got hit pretty hard earlier, so if we could not hit y'all again today, that'd be great. You might get hit again tomorrow, but that's tomorrow's problem. We'll deal with it tomorrow. But again, those of you in Lubbock, we do have a severe storm rolling in from the northwest with a potential up to golf ball size hail and damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Here you go. We'll loop this. You can see the storm is moving southeast now at about 20 miles an hour. The potential for up to golf ball size hail on the north and northwest sides of Lubbock. Heavy rain, maybe some more flash flooding, cloud to ground lightning, and damaging straight line winds. At this point, we're just keeping an eye on things. We have no tornado warnings in Texas. I hope we don't have any more tonight. The overall threat is much lower than earlier. We are going to be watching storms across parts of the Panhandle this evening, overnight. Some threat of hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. And then up here, we do have some storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle, southeastern Colorado, southwest Kansas. Some of that activity may make it down into the northern Panhandle over the next few hours. Reset this again. As you can see, we do have some severe thunderstorms in southeastern Colorado, southwest Kansas, and the western Oklahoma Panhandle. That activity is going to be moving southeast. That may skirt into the northern Panhandle of Texas, and if it does so, we could see some strong winds and hail. All right, well, apparently that loop just doesn't want to load, so let's get back to Lubbock. So again, north sides of Lubbock, you have the highest chance of hail right now. Probably a quick round of maybe some smaller hail, gusty winds, heavy rain moving across parts of downtown Lubbock right now. Maybe some gusty winds as well. But again, we're just going to have to see how big the hail becomes. Hopefully it's not that big. So we shall see. Storm is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And again, it does have the potential for up to golf ball size hail, winds of 60, especially here on the north loop over north sides of Lubbock. It's going to be moving towards Idalou, Kittilou, Lubbock International Airport. South sides of Lubbock, I'm hoping y'all are going to mostly miss out on this. I think you are now. After that, it could make its way towards Lorenzo, Midway, and Ransom Canyon. So if you're in north sides of Lubbock, let us know how big the hail is. Don't go outside and look while it's falling, but if you can let us know after the fact, that would be a great help. All right. So what we're going to be doing is keeping an eye on these storms as this activity moves off to the east-southeast. We're going to have more storms overnight in the Panhandle. You can see we're starting to get some precipitation where Adam is. In fact, that might be hail. Let's take a look. Oh, that's hail. You can see leaves falling off the trees there. That's usually only done by hail. So we'll have to see how big the hail size ends up being there, but we'll see. And that's from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio there on the north side of Lubbock. We have a severe storm over Hereford that's going to be moving east towards Canyon. Happy. Could have some pocket change size hail with that. Gusty winds. Same thing goes for this storm back over Friona, by the way. That's starting to develop. But we're probably going to have several severe storm warnings overnight with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning. You can see Adam standing out the side of that. Looks like there is hail. He's out there filming it. I could definitely say he's facing off to the east now based on the wind direction and the direction of those raindrops hitting. And now his cell signal died, so maybe he got struck by lightning. Probably not. But, yeah, you saw some hail there. So, again, Lubbock, north sides of Lubbock especially, you are getting clobbered right now with some hail, heavy rain, high wind. Could see additional flash flooding there. It's got to report a quarter-size hail over the north sides of Lubbock there on Loop 289, just west of Highway 84. So the worst of the hail is probably over the northeast sides of Lubbock now. It's going to be moving towards Ransom Canyon and Idalou. If the storm itself moves more southeast, that may end up being an issue for places like Owens and Caprock out in Crosby County. No severe thunderstorm warnings now down in the Big Bend region. That is good. And again, it looks like we're going to have a pretty busy couple of days here in West Texas. Unfortunately, it looks like the risk of severe weather is increasing tomorrow in these same areas that were impacted today. The Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin. And the potential for much of this activity tomorrow to also produce very large hail, damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, and maybe a couple of tornadoes as well. Which is not something we want to see, but, you know, we're going to be here for it. That's what we do here at the Texas Storm Chasers, because that's what we do. We're Texans, you know. And we do Texas. We always focus on Texas, even when there's crazy stuff going on outside of Texas. We'll talk about it, but we'll always try our best to always focus on Texas, which is why we're here doing severe weather coverage at 10:30 at night. We've been live here for 6.5 hours. Now through our second storm in Lubbock, north and east sides of Lubbock especially. Y'all are getting impacted by this nasty hail. We're getting probably some golf ball size hail now on the east sides of Lubbock, approaching Loop 289. Highway 40, FM 835 there on the east sides of Lubbock, approaching Ransom Canyon. Idalou, and eventually moving towards Midway. Weather Service just upgraded this back to tennis balls, so apparently the hail size has increased again. They're saying now tennis ball size hail with this. And they're saying that's observed. So we've seen tennis ball size hail now observed over the north sides of Lubbock. I don't know exactly where, but apparently the storm is dropping tennis ball size hail, unfortunately, in areas that may not have gotten the big hail earlier. So you did now, unfortunately. And this activity continues to move east-southeast at about, they've got it still moving at about 25 miles an hour now. So we'll zoom out. Again, this is going to be crossing over Highway 207 by probably 11:30 p.m. if it survives near Caprock, where we have reports of flash flooding. The good news is farther east, the storm near Spur down north of Claremont is shrinking, weakening, and hopefully is going to be going adios, au revoir, au revoir, bye-bye soon. Speaking of which, that's what we're going to be doing here soon. your Baldy-in-Chief dude here needs to get some sleep before we deal with another round of active weather tomorrow, but we'll get this hailer out of the city of Lubbock. But worry not, we always have a 24/7 live stream here on the Texas Weather Center, and, well, technically, we'll link to it on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers. All you have to do is search for live Texas weather radar, and it's, music, live audible weather warnings, same live stream you're watching here, just an automated feed with weather conditions, maps across the great state of Texas. And in fact, I can probably share that link here soon. But again, northeast sides of Lubbock, y'all are dealing with quite a bit of hail. Heavy rain. Has it been 7.5 hours? Good grief. It has been a day, and guess what? We're probably doing it again tomorrow. So thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We do appreciate it. We appreciate everyone who has helped spread the word about today's dangerous weather. We appreciate all of y'all spending time with us. And if you haven't already, you're going to want to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can do that by just searching for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download the apps to your device, scan that QR code above my head. Or better yet, you can bookmark our website, texasstormchasers.com. If you want the radar, texasstormchasers.com/radar.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
But the overall gist of things here is that we are about to wind our severe weather coverage down and move everyone to our automated Texas weather warning feed, where you can keep updated on Texas weather, Texas warnings, and you know what? We're going to be back tomorrow morning with a new Texas weather roundup forecast for what could be another busy day, unfortunately, in the Panhandle, West Texas, with another risk of damaging winds, large hail, and unfortunately, perhaps the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. Hopefully the risk isn't as high as today, but, well, there probably will be some risk, and then we're going to be doing more storms Saturday, Sunday, in parts of Texoma, North Texas, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, the Panhandle, and West Texas, with more risk of severe storms with damaging winds, hail, and heavy rain. So, with all that being said, if you're watching us here on YouTube, we're going to switch you over to the Texas Storm Chasers automated weather feed with radar, severe weather coverage, reports, and more. If you're watching us on Facebook, go subscribe to us on YouTube. Just search for David Reimer, Texas Weather Center, or the live Texas weather feed. You'll find us. Make sure you subscribe to that, and we'll keep you updated. So it looks like we'll be back tomorrow with additional severe weather coverage. Tune in tomorrow morning for the latest Texas weather forecast, and we'll get you updated on that. So thank you very much, y'all, and we hope you have a good night. God bless.